G's on the gun of my jacket. Work hard, I'm changing my bracket. Tough wing in that racket. God's came in, know how to stack it. Take it wrong, but I'ma need my ends though. I got tags on my chest like Genzo.
I'm talking with slurry. I'm in a hurry. Dick James and Brendan Curry. Dick James and Brendan That's out. And Brendan That's out. About to bring when the That's out. 2018 was being Nick Curry.
Flowing through the city, telling cool true
story.
Niggas rats, they be singing like Tory. They was real, but the niggas not for me. Wanna see me shine, try to steal my glory. They going crazy, it's hard to ignore me. Bitch,
bad and running glory.
Got 100 more, they waiting for me. I can down with the barrier sweater. Off-white kicks, I'm matching my brother. Fuck a price, I get it, whatever. Say you had twins, niggas sell them whichever. Catch a vibe, no thing is ever. Spend a bag, don't save me my cheddar. So you think it's been on your fellow.
Just like that thing up, but hey. Yeah, hey. Big jeans was on my jacket. Big jeans on my bracket. Just tough for me like bracket. Same boy, no doing an ESO.
I got tags on my chest like Kenzo.
Big day, on the Tenso.
Cows here, man, no say 10 toes.
Big day, me, no glory. Big chops, I'm talking with slurry.
Got a blast, bro, was in a hurry. Big Drake, shoot.
Very like Tory. Take your hands and make that's out. Both up with it, bring take that's out. And doctors out. Get fucked with talking about and shooting niggas on the talking spots and press the back with detective thoughts. Give a fuck about it, I'm not.
These niggas fake, these niggas talk a lot. So I gotta stay low,
They think about
they pop shit, these niggas corny, they kettle.
bring it down, ain't gonna settle.
Family matters, baby, heavy like metal. All guys got my
I'm gonna pedal.
number 9 G's, rap
I'm gonna jack tight, I'm gonna take it, put it in back tight, 10 put it in back tight, 10 fingers in the back tight, yeah. Jeans on my jacket, and when I'm in my jacket, just tough when you in that racket.
Guys came in, you know how to stack it.
Sing bro, no being that's all.
I got tags on my chest like Kenzo.
Real big ain't going like that's all.
Cows here, man, no say 10 toes.
Don't still be going gory. Big chops, I'm talking with slurry.
Got a blast, bro, was in a hurry.
Big chains, then going like gory.
Take a yerky, ain't no stay passed out.
Don't that's out. Both don't bring me the breeze like that's all.
Feel like X, nigga, take the fast ride.
Okay.
I'm out of my soul, I'm out of my mind. The
Thing about it, drink my ninja 101.
Young Love Direct 105 likes.
My heart on my sleeve.
I told you to do it, my nigga, I just ain't made a bread. I got design on me, pocket rocket, keep it under the seat.
Follow me, I'm in the dream now. Been up on my team now.
I cannot fuck with these niggas, one call, put that boy in a swisher.
Young Love Direct 199 likes.
Distance.
I just been keeping
More
my
distance.
No, I can't trust niggas.
People love what you do for them. That's how they fuck with you.
Bad bitch that so many times. I've been on wrong so many times. Told them niggas meet me at the finish line. Can't
Look at the back, now press Y.
They can't take the pressure, but pressure make
Young Love
diamonds.
Direct
Fighting the pressure, no
285 likes.
Can't fuck with shorty, cause shorty got mine. Lay out the way, cause my niggas be wildin'.
Fuck love, and I know to be blinded. No ain't switching. No ain't swimming, just my mind. Stay on pivot. No ain't quitting, I'm fucking line. Money is different.
I told her, baby,
I'm playing with mine. It doesn't get ready.
you know the deep
Bitch be tripping. Tryna fuck with a vision.
my solar system. I'm out of my mind. The way
Thinking about the camera, nigga, I got a line. I'm alone with them. My heart on my sleeve.
I told you
What
to
you
do it, my
doing,
nigga,
nigga?
I
I
just
just
ain't
ain't
made
minute to
it.
breathe.
I got design on me.
Got the rocket in under the seat.
Fuck with me, you know the niggas gon' bleed.
Bleed now, do not fuck my team now.
I cannot fuck with these niggas. One call, put that boy in a
Switch it, plug in, don't run the switch up. Put your jig on the trunk. Scars on my back and my heart ass rolling. I'm on the road down the hard ass folding it. Hold that toe with it. And where it came from.
I'm out of my solar system.
I'm out of mine. Thinking about a kill, nigga, I got a line.
You know I'm with 'em. My
Heart on my sleeve, heart on my sleeve.
I told you to do it, my nigga, I just ain't made
Minute
it.
to breathe.
I got design on me. Pocket rocket, keep it under the seat.
Fuck with me when I'm busy sweet now. now. But now fuck on the team now. I'm gonna do my distance.
Thank you guys for following.
Give your skin what it's asking for with Billy Body Wash. Like a bright glow, soothing comfort, bouncy moisture, or a purifying detox. New at Walmart and mybilly.com.
Let's keep going, let's keep going, let's keep going. I've just been so lonely, 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 lonely. I've been so damn lonely. These niggas acting phony, 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 phony. Acting so
Hello, London user for
Get my way.
X98.
Swerving through lanes, I be drifting away. And I can't complain, swear that I be okay. We are not the same.
Following.
I just keep going, no, I've been so broken. These niggas are changing, they got can't propose. They don't smile, can't tell that my heart just been frozen. They're low, low, low key. I don't cause no commotion. That's just one commotion. Raw is my emotion. These songs that I'm composing. They fight us cause I'm chosen. I don't do the boasting, but all she do is posting. She like me cause I'm open, and I ain't off the potion. But I might be crispy, vanilla light tea. Meditated like Tai Chi, keep a check like Nike. Can't find a nigga that's like me, but I see. Fuck niggas that's like me. Find only most likely. Can't fuck with me cause I'm icy. So lonely, 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 lonely. I'll come back. Hey, Mono. Hey, hey. Hope you're having an awesome day. Welcome back. Swerving through lanes, I be drifting away. And I can't complain, swear that I be okay. I'm not the same. No, I'm never gonna change. And I've been on the picture. Sipping on that Remy with the Henny with a picture. I've been pretty good. I was supposed to be back tomorrow, but I came in early, so I wanted to draw. We forever gonna ball. No, it's nothing at all. I've just been so lonely, 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 lonely. I've been so damn lonely. These niggas acting phony, 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 phony. Acting so damn phony. Get out my way. Swerving through lanes, I be drifting away. I can't complain, but I be okay. I understand, no, I'm never gonna change. Change. Okay, now we're gonna put it here.
Says so you won't be live tomorrow.
Don't know yet. I definitely wanted to be live today.
Says God, how old is that mama?
I'm just doing a dummy. I'm not making a character.
I thought that I was back on track, but I feel lost again. You gotta learn to trust yourself. These people
Not your friends.
where would they be if I was down and sticks and rocks again? They only love me cause I'm counting up these nights for them. I know I'm just
Scratch for them.
Says do you like veal dough pizza?
change these. I see motherfuckers change cause of the shit that
What
I
is that?
It's like I've seen no real ever since I got home. Since I stopped doing favors, I need to put me up a
Says do you like veal dough pizza?
I feel like I've been through so much.
Says do you like veal dough pizza?
Please stop acting
Says do
that.
you like veal dough pizza? Says do you like veal dough pizza? Says no, Chi meant the toy.
I don't know, but he kept on repeating. That shit was annoying.
Specific shape.
I have no idea. Join them just again. Again. I don't know, but that repeating shit got on my nerves real fast.
Girls used to play.
I have no. That's what it's called? Shit, I don't know that.
Says oh. Says no, but it sounds like it. Deal and other word combined.
I don't know what other word he's trying to combine with. Let me see.
Says he is like deal go, I get it now. Says hi.
Firecracker Shrimp is back, only at Panda Express.
The ultimate combo from Optimum. Sign up and get
here.
1 gig fiber internet for as low as $45 a month and save $300. Plus, get a $200 gift on
Says
us.
who are you drawing?
Call, click,
I'm
or
doing
visit
dummy
the store
drawings.
today.
Let me see. Dummy drawings.
Says hey Teach, can I send you my drawing I'm doing?
Yeah, sure.
Says draw a fish.
Nope.
You work numbers, work wonders. You didn't woke me up from my eternal slumber. I'm the lightning, you're the thunder. There's a difference between I need you and I want you. Girl, I need you good sex. Let the conversations get a little deeper. Tell me your darkest secret shit you wouldn't even tell Jesus. My karma been taking so much I don't even believe it. But you give me a reason to thank God for all these recent falls. Like you said, 38, I didn't get no. I didn't chill out on the drugs since you been involved. Suck it like it's law, fuck me like it's law. No protection on my heart, goddamn it, I'm gon' hit it raw. Traumatized from my past, yeah, I keep it low. In my mind, in my head, where that shit belong. They say you after my brain, shit, I
for
hope they
X94
wrong. You
likes.
already ran up the bands.
Says please, 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 please. Says okay, I sent it.
Face like Lady Gaga, ride it like a Mazda. Zoom, zoom, zoom. I'm really all in.
Roses, baby.
Thank you, Gabby Leslie, for sending 1X Rose.
Ain't that a weird way to give
Compliments. Thank you for the rose, I appreciate it.
Says who is spamming all the pleases.
Thank you, Fireball, for following.
Oh no, some idiot.
in all the darkness. Whoa, attaboy, I can turn to a man.
Says draw a fish, please, 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 please.
You gon' catch a couple out the FA.
Thank you, Xavier J, for following.
So I don't got no choice to believe you with a headshot. Look at the way I make that.
Says that Gavin Klein cut that out.
Your ring finger, I need ways.
Says that Gavin Klein stop spamming. Says that's not nice.
No, he's gone. That spamming shit is irritating. Oh snap, I forgot.
Thank you,
I keep forgetting one thing.
193 likes.
Says thank you. Says thank you. He was driving me crazy.
The shoulder's about here.
Says sing. Says how was your day?
Oh, it's pretty alright. It's alright. There, and then the shoulder is a little bit up higher here.
Says gonna send something on Insta. Discord is being stubborn again.
Oh, alright. I have to look at Mona's in 2 seconds. God. Yeah, asked me to look at it, and I didn't look at it yet. So I gotta look at it in 2 seconds.
The tape that inspired JJ and his fellow retirees to join a new team.
Let's do this. Tastes like Miller time.
I mean, isn't it great tasting and less filling? I mean,
It's like this. Like that.
Says please, 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 please. Says please, 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 please.
You know what?
Says please, 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 please.
Hold on, I know
Please, 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 please.
In the top in the box, in the bits in the box, in the bits in the box. And the woman says,
Says I'll knock you again.
I will never sell my soul, and I can take that. And I really wanna know where you at. I was at that, where the stash at? Cruise the city in a bulletproof Cadillac. Cause I know these niggas out there where the bag at. Gotta move smarter, gotta move harder. Nigga try to give me 5 mile water. I live that's down on my son, on my daughter. I had the Drake go in the brain car. Lot of niggas out here playing, ain't ballin'.
Says they are saying wild stuff.
no, you gotta be a subscriber, Namekian. I only do that for subscribers. Sorry, bro. I really wanna know.
I've been moving them out. They're stealing with me, then he got the booze in the pouch. Took it to the forest, put the wood in the mouth.
I'll give you a skin for. No, I gotta do it for subscribers. It ain't fair to them. Sorry.
She's sucking on dick, no hands with it. I just made her run it play like a London strip. I'm 2020 president candidate. I done put 100 bands on Zimmerman shit. I've been moving real gangster, so that's why she pick a trick. Shawty call me Chris Cole, cause I pop my shit. Got it out the mud. There's nothing you can tell me.
Okay.
Yeah, when I had a job,
The Box by Rudy Rich. That's the name of the song. With the box. Needs you lazy.
I got the mojo deal, people trapping like the 80s. She said the nigga so
the hand is too wide, too far away. So we're gonna grab this part. I'm gonna grab it down here. About just
hello.
Hello, hey bub. How goes it, bub?
Hendrix Gin unveils Hendrix Grand Cabaret, a sensuous cabaret of stone fruit. A decadent gin for free spirited souls.
There we go.
New Hendrix Grand Cabaret, deliciously fruity,
Wood.
alluringly Hendrix.
Says okay, I send it.
Ooh, we got a sub. Did we just get a sub? Let's go. Yeah, let's go. We got a sub. Did we just get a sub or did we get a resub? I think we got a sub. Okay, let me see who became a sub. Okay, let me look at what. Okay, let me first go to Instagram. Let's go. Can you get a resub?
Thank you, Alex.
Okay. Oh god. So let me see. He sent me. Sorry if this is. I sent a lot of pictures. I kind of don't have anyone to show them. Well, this is my progress so far. Okay. Really gotta get that fluidity in there, bro. Always remember when I teach you the fluidity, when I teach you the idea of the fluidity of drawing, it's all about it's all about the flow, and that's usually what dictates what makes the drawing looks fun and alive. And I see what you see over there with the hair. So nice. So what, are you having any issues with this while you're showing me, or you just wanted to show me? Just make sure. There's no need of criticism, that's not what you need right now. That's Timono. Oh, it was Bob. Yeah, I was wondering if you're looking for criticism or you.
I literally had to tell a person about fluidity drawing on Discord just yesterday.
Hershey.
Ah.
Sub_Hershey
Hey, Hirsch, what's going on, bro? My everything, thoughts of a wedding ring. Okay, let's see, what's next? Listen to my friends.
No, but if there's something wrong, you can tell me.
Well, it just needs more fluidity. Remember what I taught you? That whenever you're drawing a drawing, I always make a circle first, and then you always put like a line of action. This will help you make things a lot more fun to look at. Let me see. This, right? And then you make the body like this. And remember, draw very loosely, because the more loosely, the more you're kind of like gliding your drawing in that sense, like that, right? It's very fluid the way I'm doing it, right? I'm doing it very fluidly. I'm not even caring about accuracy right now. I'm just literally doing the drawing, like literally just drawing it. I'm not trying to care about how good it is. I'm just trying to get it out. See? I'm just gliding it through. And I'm holding it very loosely if you look really closely. Yeah, I did that. Yay, Muno. Okay, haven't heard this song in forever. Whose drawing are you looking at? I'm doing some references just based on Pinterest. Random drawings right now. Get me.
Nickelodeon was Kid Everything, but that marked one of the darkest chapters.
Says I literally am trying to stop using anim references because they said to use real life humans.
Yes, you should.
Says wait, I need to ask you something. I will send it on Insta.
Okay, sure. Let me go to Ari real quick. Let me answer the question there. Oh, whatever you wanted to show me. I think I did my job there right now. For right now. Okay. Now, this is what I said to you, Ari, from way back when. When someone's turning, we're seeing more of here than less of here. So I'm going to see less of the shoulder.
Says I like drawing in an anim style because it's easier.
It usually is.
Says it's about that shirt or turtleneck and that curve that's throwing me off. Says, do you have a Discord?
Yes, go to Discord. Link in bio.
Says, what is this new talking sound?
Yeah, it's just the stormtrooper. one find in the big ass Draco.
Says okay, send it.
Oh, you sent it on Instagram, I forgot.
Says the blazer is right on her waist, so that's what has me confused.
Did I draw this shirt? Hold on.
Says I will go soon, so if you can tell me quickly.
Okay. Let me see. How can I make her colors mix right now? It's looking like undercut grass. Let me see. Oh, just blend them. You take your blending tool or your blur tool and you blur it right between them. Where the line begins and ends. That's how I would do it. Oh yeah, I think someone asked earlier, did you finish the drawing from yesterday? I actually did. It's right here. For those who are wondering, these are the color schemes for the character I was working on. Let me see here. Let me see about there.
Says oh, it looks cool.
Yeah, it was a color scheme. I would take the blur tool, your smudge tool, and then try to smudge it lightly. Thank you. You smudge it lightly between the border of your hair, and then the hair will blend together. But it's gonna look kind of weird because the way you drew the hair, so the hair's gonna look like a big mush. It needs a little bit more defining, but if you don't care about that, that's all that matters. So like, let me use an example. So like if you take this color and then we take this color and then take our smudge tool that has a blur effect. You can do it like that, or you can take the blend tool but you don't like seeing this, so I will take the blur tool and then blur that for a better transition, like that. Or the third way you can do it is you can take, if you're using keyboard, I don't think it's gonna work. I don't know if you're just using tablet, but if you're using a keyboard, you take the keyboard and you switch between them like this. Like that. That can work, but it's gonna look a little muddy because I didn't change the color. That's the only reason. I changed the hue, but I didn't change the hue wheel, so that's why it looks all a little muddy. So you always look out for that. So I hope that helps. Before run unknown, be a victim.
Says what about how to draw that shirt?
Shirt. Hold on.
Says okay, thanks. Can I request another tutorial? You can send it to me after the stream or when you can.
Yeah, sure.
I've been dealing with some things like every human
Yes.
being and really didn't sleep much last night.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
I just think I need a little
Okay. Oh shit. You gotta send me back the picture of that shirt. Alright, because you sent me a video and didn't stay in the video.
Thoughts telling me I'm lost, getting too loud. Had to see a therapist and I found out something
What
funny's
is
going
going
on
on
up
in
in
my
my
house?
Yeah, I started thinking maybe I should move out. You know,
Back my car to
take
the
a new route. Clean up my yard, get the noose out.
Says I sent a video.
Yeah, it doesn't last forever. Once I see it once, it's gone. You have to make it permanent for that to happen. I learned that just a week or two ago from Mona. I didn't know that was a thing.
When I lose sight, life gets blurry and things might hurt me. It's probably gonna be a long journey, but it's worth it though. Cold world out there, kids. Grab your coat. Spend a minute, I know now I'm back to Rome. Looking for the antidote to crack the code. Pretty sure that I admitted I'm in classic mode. Don't need pity given to me, but I can't condone. Talking down to me, I will send it to Insta. I'm looking for the map to hold.
Wait, this laser thing again?
Song about that, you should play it. I get scared when I walk on these stages. I look at the crowd and see so many faces. Yeah, that's when I start to get anxious. That's when my thoughts can be dangerous. That's when I put on my makeup and drown in some patron, forget what I'm saying. Where the beat go? Oh, ain't that something? Drums came in, you ain't seen that coming. Hands on my head, can't tell me nothing. Got a taste of the fame and it pulled my stomach.
Don't take up that like I want it. Wake up, 50 up my bullet. OCT.
Trying to push my buttons, I said don't touch it.
Now y'all done it.
Critical, never typical. Execute with every syllable, I'm a criminal. Intimate, but never political, pretty visual. Even if you hate it, I'll make you feel like you're in it though. You call me what you want, but never call me forgettable. Maybe deep in thought, I can never swim in the kiddie pool. Waited, I've been thinking the cinematic is beautiful. Man, I don't know if I'm making movies or music videos. Yeah, the sales can rise, doesn't mean much though when your health declines. See, we've all got something that we trapped inside that we try to suffocate. You know, hoping to die, try to hold them in the water, but it always survives.
Okay, I see a picture of it. Like, which one? The top one or the bottom one?
Relate to that? Must not be as crazy as I am. The point of thinking is the mind is a powerful place, and what you feed it can affect you in a powerful way. It's pretty cool, right? Yeah, but it's not always safe. Just hang with me. This will only take a moment, okay? Just think about it for a second. If you look at your face every day when you get up and think you'll never be great, you'll never be great. Not because you're not, but the hate will always find a way to cut you up and murder your fate. Take a look at the benefits. Nothing to matter with that can never be delicate. Lying irrelevant that depends on you measure it. Take a measurement to back it up and give me the evidence. Pretty elegant, dependable, can never be tentative. I'm a gentleman, depending on if I think you're genuine. Pretty elegant, but not afraid to tell you to get it. With proper etiquette, I keep it to myself when I celebrate. It's that time again. Everybody grab your balloons and invite your friends. Seatbelts back on, yeah, strap them in. Look at me, everybody, I'm smiling big. On a road right now that I can't predict. Tell me tone that down, but I can't resist. Y'all know that sound, better raise your fist. The search begins, I'm back, so enjoy the trip.
Says him trying to draw the bottom shirt to the way it would be drawn on the photo on top.
Wait, why would you draw the shirt if you have a
Okay, I have to
wait. How would...
Have a nice day, everyone.
Okay, later, Mona. Why would you draw the shirt if you were drawing them... if the jacket was the main reason?
Mark my words, this is gonna be the best
The shirt should be like the afterthought of anything.
Do you like it?
Better than that. Wonka could change all their lives.
You promise?
I get it better than that. Wonka. Now streaming exclusively on...
Wow, that movie probably did really bad. I think that movie did shit because I didn't know the movie even came out. I remember seeing the trailer one time, and it looked like shit. Now I know it's on streaming. That means it went straight to that. Like, okay, when a movie goes straight to streaming, if that what's happened, then that means it went straight to DVD. And no new land term. So like, I don't know. That's weird. I didn't even know it came to theaters, much less to streaming till like right now. That is a terrible movie. Then it was not confident in that movie.
And to make it more accessible and affordable for people,
that
I
is
think
sad.
It's pretty necessary.
That is incredibly sad.
How easy it is to schedule. I mentioned at the beginning of this vlog that I went through 3 therapists until I found one that
you went through 3. Then you're just looking for a friend at this point. You're not looking for help. Let me see. You probably should look for someone who agrees with you like 95% of the time or some bullshit. Anyway, so just figured out editing. There's not much to edit. If the jacket's mainly over it, all you do is just put something under there. You don't have to really draw the whole shirt. It really makes no sense. It's like it's a super afterthought. It doesn't even have any real like gravity on it.
Most business suits I've drawn, they usually have like some kind of undershirt under them, like a tank top or sweaters, so that's why I am trying to add it in for practice.
I think you're looking into that a little too hard, because usually like jackets, blazers, whatever are usually the main course. The shirt is usually an afterthought, because it's usually hardly seen at all, because there's nothing to see, because it's just like the middle part that is opened, depending if they're wearing anything with a button or with a thing on. So it's like almost not even an after. It's not even a thought half the time. It's just literally just there, just to indicate that the jacket's open. But it's not really. You don't have to like draw the whole shirt. You can just forget about it. But you can just make a basic T-shirt, and that's skin tight, and not even matter, because it's not gonna be like seen from the sleeves and stuff. Especially if there's not a lot of movement happening.
Says, did you say it's an after effect?
No, it's an afterthought.
Says, did you say it's an after effect?
No, I said afterthought.
Says on Gotcha, I misheard.
Yeah.
All those are the same. They're running my brain. Love, think I can change before I go insane. Love, all girls are the same. They're running my brain. Love, think I can change before I go insane. Love, 10 minutes, she told me it would take 10 minutes to break my heart. Oh no, she didn't. Fuck with them. I'ma drown in my sorrow, forgiven. I'ma take now all when I'm still sitting. I'm still losing my mind. I know I'm tripping. I'm still wasting my time on time given. Am I dying? Am I living? It's fuck feelings. My sorrow going to the ceiling.
The love handles here are, I think, a bit too long.
Now I am insane. Demons in my brain. Love, peace I can't obtain. 'Cause all these girls the same. Love, now I am insane. Demons in my brain. Love, peace I can't obtain. 'Cause all these girls the same. Love.
It's right here. That's a little too wide. Maybe that's the problem here. Maybe if I make it smaller.
Welcome to the Coretta Scott King Rose Gallery.
Nah.
Let us honor her by carrying forward the torch of love. Justice.
Says, all right, I think I have a rough idea how to sketch this out.
Okay. GTA for the ops. GTA for the ops and no less though. Shawty wanna be my angel, yeah, I'm blessed though. Cooking right up in the stool, got it in the vein. You don't wash it out for ops, yeah, they know the vein.
Says he'll be right back though, need to check contrast for what him after.
Okay.
I've been sticking to my paper like I am stable. I ain't going back to shit, but I ain't able. I've been getting all this cash, I don't need a label. Made it up for nothing fast, yeah, this is a fable. Now they always
tip me off, got me feeling fragrant.
Says good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for being late.
That's alright, bro. I appreciate it. GTA for the ops.
Says it bright for close. Hello, bride.
Thank you for the subscribe. Thank you. Oh, I just remembered. Hey, Pookie, what's going on? Oh,
Says Hola as this bride. Says that underscore my Azure.
Anyway, can you say nothing down? Get yourself.
So clean, they couldn't wait to test me. I must be getting too flashy. Y'all shouldn't have let the world pass me. It's too late, cause I'm here to stay, and these girls know that I'm nasty. I sent her back to her boyfriend with my handprint on her ass cheek.
Says OP, there we go. I sent what I needed on Insta.
Okay.
Wish he could, but he can't get close. OG so proud of me, he choking up while he making toast. I'm the type that you can't control. Sound what did I make?
1 second.
I don't clear up rumors. Where's your sense of humor? I'm done making jokes cause they don't go like baby boomers. My haters took consumers. I make fans feel like they juniors. Say your time is coming soon, but just like Oklahoma, mine is coming sooner. I'm just a late bloomer. I didn't peak in high school, I'm still acting
computer.
All these social networks and computers got these pussies walking around like they ain't losers. I told you long ago on the road.
Says never thought I'd be interested in drawing a Blazer uniform wall.
Okay, how can... wait, did I? I said, oh. Oh yeah, you asked me a question. Didn't you ask me? Yeah, I know this one can be... you can send me gestures, forms. Anyone about torsos? Alright. Hold on, let me get this leg real quick. It's a little too thick.
Says debating if I want to cook tonight.
Welcome to the story, so what? On an art block.
I'm gonna jump in the box.
LAX, I get back in the drop shop. Green on the fridge, looking back in the coffee. Dangerous, so I ice my wrist. Yeah, got it clear, yeah, got it fit. I'ma take a risk, yeah, take a hit. Watch what you wish, yeah. Like NASCAR, running with a Mac, I can blast for chest star. Spooky like a pack in my backyard. Back hard, shawty screw my name in the black car. Yeah, she likes me when I hit, when I tap hard. And shawty say, no, without me, she ain't function. Running up the game, I don't got no time for love. Shawty, stick to your lane, I don't wanna hear you bugging. I live on the east side with a straight side. Yeah, the shawty in the back town, to the front town, with a back to the back town, to the front town.
Okay. Okay, you asked me a question on teach. Would it be possible if you can quick response on how to draw these on? The pants? Like the leggings? Because there's nothing to draw of their leggings. From this point now, it's not even a legging. It's not a drawing thing. This is a coloring thing. This is a lighting issue. To be just clear, it's not a drawing thing. Because if you draw the legs, you don't need to. It's not really. It's more of a coloring issue. Then you gotta do highlights and all that stuff.
Says could you show where I would put the wrinkles though?
There's none. Ultimately, there's none. If it's just the leggings you're referring to, there's none. Wrinkles are extremely, like, on something like that, is usually extremely, just skin tight. There's virtually no wrinkles. Because everything's stretched out already, so it's hardly even you're seeing any wrinkles. And since the legs are not bending like that, there is no wrinkles whatsoever. There's not even a pocket air wrinkle. If you're going with that particular pose.
Psoriatic arthritis made my joints stiff, swollen, painful.
Emerge Tremfya. Tremfya is a
What's wrong,
product
Azure?
that reduces joint symptoms in adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Some patients even felt less fatigued.
Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Says I meant her
may
pants.
increase your risk of infection
Oh.
and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge
If it's just the pants, then if it's the jean pants,
ask your doctor
then
about Tremfya today.
you just.
Says sorry I wasn't clear.
This is how I would make the denim pants. I would make the outline first, and then put the wrinkles here. And then the legs are, depending on what the angle is for the. So like.
Hey Ross, sauce it up. Put up in a riot, painted with some decals. I ain't never stopped, can't be trusting any females. Gotta show you blind, had to text it through the email. Walking right on top, I won't fall, that's a detail. You can call me, I send a text love. Going solo, but I wish you all the best love. Now this ain't just perfect timing, Bessie best up. I've been riding in my diamond, that's my Tesla. Hit it late, make a band, yeah, that's what I'm all about. I ain't trust a middleman, had to cash it all out. I ain't gangsta. yeah, I'm finna ball out. Yeah, we used to talk a lot, whole thing, same thing. How about any iced out, that cold, no games. I'm always wanna talk about new bags, new things. Now I gotta walk you out, you've been so fake. Understand, I don't need you no more. Make a band, I ain't share no more. What's the 10? Without me, you a whole 4. You got a plan, now you ain't in the yard. Ain't been a ride, yeah, painted with some decals. I ain't never stopped, can't be trusting in the decals.
Huh? I think he's saying thank you. I think.
Steady always blowing the money like an investor. Shawty is a tester, always trying to catch up. Now she's always stuck in the past, seeing she messed up. Yeah, you can say no, it's thick.
Oh, okay. So cute.
Says but Wicks. Says cause I was looking at the business pants and trying to figure out how to draw them on her position.
The business pants? What? Wait, are you doing the leggings or the business pants? I'm confused now. I don't know what you want me to do here. I don't know what you want me to do here now. I'm confused. I don't know, which one is it? Is it the business pants or is it the leggings and the jean pants? Denim jeans.
Go to motionray.com to add this to your video, and that, and that.
Fire, smoke, 2D. Get it on Motion Array.
Hey Ross, sauce it up.
Because I was looking at the business pants and trying to figure out how to draw them. Because I don't know, is it the business pants or is it the leggings?
Says the business pants, how do I draw them on her clothes?
Okay, hold on.
I get turned up, I'm on hits. You can learn, girl, just start watching. I've been always in my bag, don't need a low fix.
Says sorry about that. My brain's on whack today severely.
I might have some heavy days, but fuck love. Had a racks away, you stay stuck. Yeah, my money hibernates, I'm fast up. I ain't got nothing to say. So what? I might have some heavy days, but fuck love. Had a racks away, you stay stuck. Yeah, my money hibernates, I'm fast up. I ain't got nothing to say. Mad at me 'cause I grinded. You lost your way, but you'll find it. They hate on me 'cause I'm something. Wish you were me, but boy, you ain't nothing. Used to tell me I would never be shit. Now I be the kid that everybody bitch wanna be. But my brother wanna stick, but I ain't see shit. Everywhere we go, my homies keep it the realest. Everywhere I go, I got a bitch in the feelings. But she ain't me a thing, guess that's why I keep leaving. 2K for a feature, bitch, you better believe it. My mama need a bag in the coupe with no ceiling. RDIA, matte black with a fitting. Exclusive, never city, yeah, the fans got me winning. Top of number 30, hit a pedal.
you play.
I'm not sure yet. But let me see. When it comes to the business jacket. Really, you don't actually have to construct the whole pants. All you need to do is make some wrinkles here. Oh, depending where the bending is happening. When there's not a lot of bending that's happening, so it's just gonna be kind of like this.
J.J. Watt was retired. That is, until he showed up.
You Justin James Watt, sir. It's your destiny.
The package said one thing: craft beer, watch taste.
Get this, it's my spilling and it tastes great.
Oops.
The tape had inspired JJ and his fellow retirees to join a new team.
Let's do this. Tastes like Miller time.
I mean, isn't it great tasting and less spilling? I mean...
Oops.
I put the new 4Gs on the cheap. I came into the bloody bottoms is on the knees. Cause all my niggas got it out
the streets.
I keep 100 racks inside
my jeans.
I remember hitting them all with the whole team. Now nigga can't answer a call cause I'm balling. I was waking up getting racks in the morning. I was broke, now I'm rich, these niggas salty. All this designer on my body got me dripping.
This is just an observation, but it almost reminds me of leather pants that women wear, kind of.
They're not wrong, but then again, they don't wrinkle as much. They just shine a lot.
Says I said kind of.
Yeah.
Go through the struggle, I didn't forget that. I hide inside of the baby, then I want to sit back. These bitches know me now, cause I got them big racks. Cause I'm getting money now, I know you heard that. Young nigga on the corner, bitch, I had to serve crack. Uncle fronted me some peas, had they getting birds back. We came up on dirty money, I gave it a bird back. Cut off the brain, then I give my bitch a new coupe. Either you run a y'all gang or you soup. Got a New Orleans.
That's pretty much how you make the jeans.
And I'm a nigga now.
Says TBH leather pants look drippily and comfortable. They're more for style.
Yeah.
Racks
behind my jeans.
I was waking up getting racks in the morning. I was broke, now I'm rich, these niggas salty. I've been waking up to get the money, whoa, whoa. Got a bad bitch.
Yeah, pretty much that's how you do it. So how I did it was I put... What you need to keep in mind is that it's kind of like a box. A really soft box. And then you just put some wrinkles.
Types of pants have pockets or not really.
I don't know, I don't know, to be honest. That's up to you.
Got my baby mama that no Bentayga. Tryna get a dojo like a sensei. Rolls Royce umbrellas when I'm in the rain. I just mind my business. I got represented the time I ain't tripping. All these rappers just talk about it, I live. Going up, I ain't got no sky limit.
Since it's ironic that bloggers wear these so much.
The streets.
I keep 100 racks.
He's on my jeans.
I remember hitting them all with the whole team. Now nigga can't answer a call cause I'm balling. I was waking up getting racks in the morning.
No problem.
Rich, these niggas salty.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first.
Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals online when you shop from major retailers like Amazon and Target.
Came from the bottom.
Down below.
Been cold nights. I'm sleeping on the floor.
All you dream about a 4G, I don't feed, now they
Down below.
A nigga got so much money on me, I can't count no more. Remember I was in the project wall,
Couldn't even get along.
Now these niggas got their hands out.
If I ain't get it, I'll be wrong.
Remember I was in the county jail, none of these bitches wasn't picking up the phone.
Picking up the phone.
Now they making my line. I ain't got time
no more.
A nigga started from the bottom, now I'm living. Early morning, Uncle whipping in the kitchen. Some people said I couldn't do it, and I did it. Look at my bank account, I'm running up the digits. I ain't in all that doing that facade shit. I walk it, I talk it, I live it. Come to the birdhouse, look at the garage. A Billy Coop got a couple visions. I was down on my ass. Had to go and do the right. You ain't got a version. You ain't got a version. It ain't even an emergency, and a nigga about to pull up in the 911. Just to feed my dog. I told God it's a blessing. Came from the bottom.
Came from the bottom.
Down below.
Down below.
Remember them cold nights.
I'm sitting on the floor. Sitting on the floor.
All you dream about a 4G, I
All
don't
these
feed
are
that
down below.
A nigga got so much money on me, I can't count no more. Down below.
Down below.
Down below.
Down below.
Down below.
Down below. Down below.
Down below.
Down below.
Down below.
Down below.
Down below.
Yeah.
Nigga came from the bottom, I had to make it out. I was trapping in the box, I had to break out. From my soul when the feds kicked down the vacant house. Black truck on the corner, they had a stakeout. Seen a dope boy pulling out a rape out. Had to get about the hood to the lake house. The head chef about to bring my steak out. I was going to swiping them visas. They think a nigga Rondo, cause I always give a leaner. Now my jury wedding and Aquafina. Quick trick the Catalina. White bitch better Selena. Fucking and the nigga gotta leave. I just wanna shine like a rainbow. Going from the band to the council. Ain't nobody seen her vision, no. Got it all on. Remember them nights I was driving all night long. Now I keep a shooter on the right. Just in case a nigga try to do me wrong. Yeah. Came from the bottom.
Down below.
Remember them
cold nights.
I was sleeping on the floor.
Sleeping on the floor.
All you dream about a 4G, I don't feed, now they
Down below. Down below.
A nigga got so much money on me.
Money
I
on me.
can't count no more.
Can't count no more.
Down below. Down below.
Says it's on for anim gals when they're drawn, their necks look shorter than human necks.
Well, they're never realistic to begin with, so.
Down below.
Down below, no, yeah.
Says they're what now?
They're not realistic to begin with, so.
I'm Jason, 2J's Jennings.
Says all understandable. There is one anime I saw where the artist drew it anim style, but said it was.
I'm recommending community service.
Says realistic.
It's very hard to do, to be honest. I'm the black and the white, what you want?
Outside of ghost and hop up in the fan. I know I'm about to blow. Why you dumb? They try to take my floor, I take their ass for ransom. I know that I'm gone. They see me blowing up.
Says and I tried it and I can't even draw a regular old human eye.
I see 20 sleeping on the bed. I got two thick thighs, wanna make the guy alright. I got blue, what you want? The shit I love, Balenciaga, Louis. I got the French Prada wine. I needed me a diorama, I need me to walk. I started from the bottom, you can see the west on. I want all the diamonds, I want that shit so it's on. The op, they tryna lie me, cause they hate the place I'm from. But them niggas don't know me, they just
Since,
know
well, that's half true. I can draw them one eye good, but the other eye isn't as good.
And that's something you need to work on, because that's something that can be easily fixed. A lot of people don't figure it out because they don't want to put the effort to practice that. And there's usually a method of figuring that out. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Take my floor, I take their ass for ransom.
I'm gone.
Says practicing with human eyes.
Yeah. Making them the same on both ends of the spectrum. Hey, mom, what you want? On the blow, whoa, whoa.
Says I can manage to draw one pretty easily, but the other one takes patience.
And that's exactly what I mean. That's what I'm referring to. Most people don't know how to do it because they don't put the practice in. And there's like a method of figuring that out. It only gets struggling when it's on a certain angle. Okay. I don't know if...
left me for the next guy. Now she calling me her next guy. She caught a beating yesterday, it was a long night. I didn't need the right drugs, only on the wrong night. I was running out, I ain't tryna have a fun time. She gon' eat like lunchtime, Molly got her on time. My niggas don't get respect, but I'm a diamond about mine. Swerve told me stop popping them Xannies for a flat line. I said, hold on, Broadway, I'ma be fine. I said, hold on, Broadway, I'ma be fine. I said, hold on, Broadway, I'ma be fine. I said, hold on, Broadway,
I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
I'ma be fine. I'ma be fine. I woke up standing. I sit down. I can't stand it anymore. Can't stand it anymore. I woke up leaning, so I woke up dreaming and fiending for more. One cup I need for more. Hey, I woke up leaning, so I woke up dreaming and fiending for more. One cup I need for more. Hey.
New from Hendrix. Grand Cabaret. Deliciously fruity. Alluringly Hendrix.
Melting into the times, into the times. Oh shit! My thing is up there on Pinterest. Oh shit, that's crazy. That's cool. My gesture stuff is up there on Pinterest. That is so cool.
Let's go! Like, okay, let me show. Wait, can I find it? Hold on. I just saw it. I was like, oh! Hold on. If I type in. I remember this way back. Let me see. I just saw it. I was like, oh snap! My stuff is up there. Cool. That's so cool. Empty.
Says Lol.
Okay. Now, I'm wondering if we should do reactions or should we go straight to gaming?
Says maybe reactions.
Okay.
Says reactions.
Okay. Alright. Give me 1 second.
If you want one, then you come in with a paper. I ain't texting shorty back to you later. If you catch me on that gas, I'm a racer. I'm a racer, yeah. Look, shawty, always out of money. You ain't really gotta talk, so like, why you tryna stop me? Yeah, ain't nobody finna come and body me. I know what you want, but you ain't gonna tell me what. Yeah, I gotta check, I'm finna come Balenciaga. Yo, living with no stress, gotta keep me jobless. Fuck a Corvette, now I'm riding with your daughter. Gucci camo vest, but the plot never stopped ya. Yeah, I've been riding with a gang, I've been shining with a thing, I've been rolling with the same shawty. Ay, I ain't capping every lane, man, no ice on my game, shawty wanna make it rain. Yeah, out of eyes tryna put me on a t-shirt. Shorty want me so bad, do you need her? Yeah, I'm counting paper guap in my beamer, yeah. If you want one, then you come in with a paper. I ain't texting shawty back, see you later. Yeah, you catch me on that gas, I'm a racer, yeah.
Got a shawty down in Cabo, she a model. Got a villa by the beach, I feel like Pilo. Girl, best friend choosy, you better follow. I'm just tryna fuck a rebel like mulatto. Hey, Nina, I can get you in the States without a visa. You know I need ya. Put you in the AMG, not a Beamer. Let the chop out, they singing like Aaliyah. I say it's Zooey, not the bottle. I'm just tryna get behind it like I'm 5-0. Me and you, that's a crazy combo. Throwing money in the air like we hit the lotto. Roll some, fill your lungs up. Maybe we can do it till the sun up. Let your guard down, put your guns up. Cause we ain't getting any younger. Say what's on your mind, don't make me wonder. Going in the deep, going under. When I hit, I was thinking about my ex. I even sent a text in the middle of the sex. You remind me of a girl I used to be playing. I know your love is dangerous. Met a shawty down in Cabo, she a model. Got a villa by the beach, I feel like Pilo. Girl, best friend choosy, you better follow. I'm just tryna fuck a rebel like mulatto. Hey, Nina, I can get you in the States without a visa. You know I need ya. Put you in the AMG, not a Beamer. Let the chop out, they singing like Aaliyah. I say it's Zooey, not the bottle. I'm just tryna get behind it like I'm 5-0. Me and you, that's a crazy combo. Throwing money in the air like we hit the lotto. Little chill, I don't carry keys. Got a rollie sitting on my wrist just like a parakeet. I done threw away my riders for Mary Jeans. Should I really made a meal when I was 17 before I had a GED? Sliding in that top through Cabo, Spanish bitch, and my money
Follow the follow.
diamonds changing different
Follow,
colors like a
follow.
Tick tuck in my poncho like
Follow.
remind me of a girl I used to be playing. I know your love is dangerous. Met a shawty down in Cabo, she a model. Got a villa by the beach, I feel like Pilo. Girl, best friend choosy, you better follow. I'm just tryna fuck a rebel like mulatto. Hey, Nina, I can get you in the States without a visa. You know I need ya. Put you in the AMG, not a Beamer. Let the chop out, they singing like Aaliyah. I say it's Zooey, not the bottle. I'm just tryna get behind it like I'm 5-0. Me and you, that's a crazy combo. Throwing money in the air like we hit the lotto.
Okay. All right. Now we're gonna do reactions. Yeah.
let's go. Gonna switch the music. I'm gonna put over here. Yeah, a few. Oh. And thank you. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to get the thing up, and then I'll be back on drawing. Hold on. Okay. 1 second. I don't know if I gotta do this. I haven't done it in a week. No, I'm just forgetting. I'm getting old. Hang on. Okay. Pew, 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 pew. Gotcha. Yay. All right. Make this big. Oops, can't put it over there. Sorry. Okay, put it over there, and then here. All right. See if the audio is working on it. Okay, yeah, it's definitely working. Okay. All right. Oh, and my character is getting clipped. Hold on. I'm getting clipped. Okay. Where's me? Okay, there's. Just move me on the side right there. Yeah. Okay. Smaller. Okay, wait. Smaller. Higher. There we go. I'm gonna put this here. All right. I'm gonna bring Gunther a little down. Oh no. All right. There you go, Gunther. Right about there. I think that's good. All right, you're good. You're good, Gunther. Okay. I got Gun over there. Oh. Hey, what? Let me get this real quick, and then we get back to drawing. Okay, there. There we go. All right. All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. My name is Artextric's. We are back. I've been gone for 1 week, trying to get stuff done, being an adult, doing adult things. Now we are back doing reactions, and we're going to do a few. And get rid of the music here. Some of them will be actual reactions to trailers, because I have a Minato trailer per se. I don't know if this is real or not. I don't think it's real. I don't know. It's called Minato the Whirlwind Within the Spile teaser trailer. So it's like basically Minato's story, spin-off thing. It's just before, I guess, when he was a kid and up. I guess it's kind of sort of. It's like a spin-off prequel sequel, I guess, if that makes sense. We have a few anime ones, so let's just get those out of the way because they're kind of quick and to the point. And then we'll do a Demion, and then we'll do Think Critical. He has a total of 4 videos, and then last but not least, we'll finish off with. Oh, actually no. Twitch CEO speaks on Dr. Disrespect's ban. Did he? Oh shit, for real? Oh my god, I want to know about that one. Yeah, another one too. Hold on. Let me get some manga. I'm gonna say manga reviews, not even recommendations. Manga reviews. Manga reviews. Reviews. Okay, 2024. 9 days ago. Wait, I read 17 mangas that you need to read. Okay. Okay, that's one. We can add that one. And then what's another one we can do? Let's go. Let's see. Oh no. Okay. Listed, don't care.
45 minutes ago. Okay. Okay, I guess we get one manga review for today. We'll see how that works out. All right, so we're gonna do the trailers first, and then we'll just go down the pipeline. So those of you who are here, wait, why is it blurring out? What the hell? Come on, stop blurring. Fix yourself. Break yourself, fool. Yeah, there we go. Fix you up. There we go. Looks a lot better. There we go. All right. So those of you who want to see the reaction over here of the trailers and all that stuff we're both to do, come over here on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, or Trovo, whatever you pick. It's up to you. It doesn't really matter, but you won't be able to hear a damn thing when it comes to TikTok. So you won't, yeah. So if you're TikTok, you won't be able to hear it, see it, have any notion what the hell I'm talking about. So if I end up just randomly talking about a subject out of nowhere, that is the reason. So come over here. Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys some time. You know, like 5 minutes. I'll give you a good 2 minutes before I start. And for those who are on TikTok, I'm going to put on music. I guess I'll put on no. This. Whatever music that plays there. I know it might be atrocious, but it's better than nothing. And pure silence and me drawing. All that great stuff. And then the eyes are a little bit too big for its own good. It needs to be smaller. And push it back there. It's a lot better. There we go. Oh. There we go.
Arian. Feels like we haven't done reactions in a century almost.
You can say that. Alright, so this is Minato, the world within the world? The world within the Spiral teaser trailer. This is where I think it's, I don't know if this is real or not, so I'm going to see if it's real. It might be, so let's see what the spin-off looks like.
Marquis clan is now scattered. We have lost everything.
Am I really gonna lose 9 years?
Kushina, we may be inside a spiral, able to find love. And once you do...
I don't know if that's real or not. I can't tell. I really don't care. I can't tell the way that looks. It doesn't even look like... it's probably real, probably not. I don't know. Maybe it's just a fan-made thing. But it looks kind of cool. I don't know. We'll see. I can't even confirm this is real or not. Because I just saw it and I thought it was cool. So it probably might be fake for all I know. So that's my fault on my behalf. So let's go on to the next one. But if you guys like this, like, share, follow, and comment on this trailer. It's not much of a reaction of anything. But then again, it is what it is. Alright, we're going to the next one. Alright, so I see this, I kind of saw this on Instagram, not the full thing, but kind of looked on it, and it looks really cool. So this one is about, this anime trailer is about, I guess, the day in the life of a art director at an anime company. And I'm not going to lie to you, art directors are god tier. They're god tier artists. Like, the cream of the crop, like S tier, like Devil May Cry, triple, quadruple S tier. They're really good at what they do. So, like, let's use an example. I watched the whole documentary of the production of Kill la Kill way back when I think even before I started Artexrtic. And when I watched the documentaries on YouTube for free, anyone can go watch it. I saw it on YouTube, but if you want to go see it, it's awesome because when I watched it, it showed the process of, they got, I guess, undergraduates who are, like, I guess, graduated from the university to do, like, animation or whatever, and they had the students, like, do scenes for the Netflix series. I think I don't think it was Kill la Kill. I think it was, I think I got it wrong. I think it was Little Witch Academia. And they was making a Netflix show for it. Like, they was working on the production of Little Witch Academia for Netflix, and they had literal graduates work on the show or work on scenes for the show. So they're pretty much interning in that sense, right? And they will give them a scene for a character, whether it be like a running scene or some type of scene, right? And the students will draw out what they need to do for the scene, like every frame.
Amelia Weber. Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that show.
That was like, when I first saw that show, it was kind of like, thinking about it now, it felt like a Disney anime. It felt very Disney anime-esque, the way it was just presented. And I forgot if it was for the pilot that they made or it was for the series, but they was working on it, right? So like they had the art director like look over what the students were doing, the interns or students, whatever you want, when you want to call them, and they will finish like a scene, right? And they'll give the scene to the director to see their progress or see how well they did. And the director, which you will see in this video, is that the director will pull out the scene and then do the flipping through it. They'll flip right through it, like a one full flip. You know how they pull it, like using like I don't know, when people do that thing when they pull the thing and you can see the movement from beginning to end. So he does it in the documentary. He took one take through flipping through it, one take, and then he already knew exactly what needs to be changed. He looked at it for 1 second. And then he circled everything. Everything was either a circle or redo. And he said, go redo it. And then if they was really having trouble...
Amelia Weber. I heard this show was super close to being put on Netflix but then suddenly cancelled. But I don't remember the reason why.
This show? This show I'm talking about right here? Or are you talking about the Little Witch Academia? Because when you flip through it, he circled everything that the student had to fix. And then when he did that, they saw how much they was lacking in experience. Because when he went to do it himself, he did them...
Amelia Weber. This show.
Oh, this show. Okay. So let me show you guys what I mean. Because you actually got to see what I'm talking about. So right here, this is a different show. Has nothing to do with that show I was talking about. I was just using it as a reference. But like, here we go.
監督チェックをお願いします 全集
Ryaga Samurai
全部修正全部やり直し
Yo
全集私広瀬夏子高校卒業してアニメスタジオに就職してアニメーターになって才能をめきめき伸ばしまくって
So like so what she did is literally like, so this was, I think, a fellow employee or a student or intern, and they came up to her and say, can you look at the scene that I did, that she drew for the scene, for the anime? So the art director, her, is she's gonna look at it, flip through it, and then she'll make whatever changes that needs to be for the scene. And these are very good artists. Like, they're good, like beyond good. They don't struggle with anything. If they struggle, is like once every like 2 months.
高校卒業してアニメスタジオに就職してアニメーターになって才能をめきめき伸ばしまくってあっという間に監督デビューまた一つ名作が生まれるはず修正するか指示をお願いしますもういい全部私がやるから
I will actually, I'm not gonna lie, I would actually watch the hell out of this show just to learn something. Maybe you might learn something. It's a really interesting premise and it looks really good. So I would watch it myself. Senshu. I think that's what it's called, Senshu. So that's really cool. I would love to watch this. Alright, if you guys like this reaction, like, share, follow, and comment. I hope that you guys enjoy this, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Ariane. This looks like a good show.
It's gonna be fun. Alright, this has nothing to do with this. Okay, so we're on Ademion right now. And Ademion here says, Mass Exodus as Boulder Gates 3 director rejects greedy game industry. Plus...
Ryaga Samurai. Yep.
Plus, Dragon Dogma 2 lied. So, it's apparent that Dragon Dogma is in some hot water. Apparently the game is not holding up to snuff as it should, because the first game was a legendary and was really good. I remember playing the demo way back in like what? It was like, was it 2012? 2013? I think it was 2012 or 2013. I think it was 2012. Because Dragon Dogma was unique in its gameplay, where you can it's a JRPG game, but like what's funny about it is that when it had a grabbing system I really enjoyed, because I fought this I think it was a griffin in like this field, and then you can jump on the griffin and you can hold on to the griffin and stab it and all that stuff, and you can flip and stuff. It felt pretty realistic in the fighting mechanics and how you can just hang on to a monster, kind of like if you combined I don't know, what's the right term, like a action RPG type game with Shadow of the Colossus type grabbing. It was kind of cool. It was like the grabbing system was really awesome. But now I'm hearing not really good things about this. So we have a video on that other than this one, but we'll see.
To ask for your support today. Not a single note.
What's up everyone, it's Endemion, and I got a lot of stuff to cover in this video today. From the whole situation surrounding Dragon's Dogma 2 and its microtransactions, Baldur's Gate 3's director blasting the entire industry again, as well as some news updates surrounding Sweet Baby and how the Kotaku writer is openly admitting that they're writing their next hit piece and they want volunteers. There's a lot to go over, but as you likely know, Dragon's Dogma 2 is now officially out. I've been playing it myself. And I just want to say, from the get-go, as you watch this, if you're wondering why my character has a very zesty animation when he runs, that was totally by mistake. I clearly screwed up something in the customization menu when I was modding my walking animation, and apparently that resulted in my guy running like a fruity doofus. You can change these things in-game eventually, or you can buy a microtransaction to fix it as well. And yeah, of course, those microtransactions have been pissing off a lot of players, because Dogma 2 is obviously a fully priced single-player game. There's some issues that have not been addressed in Dogma 2 since the original, which I completed a while back as well. One thing is you can't fast travel for free, and it can only do so if you have a certain item which has a finite use. What? Of course, you can go into Dogma 2's store and buy those stones that allow you to fast travel for real money as well.
Why?
And naturally, the fact these things are being sold is causing an uproar, and honestly, it's deservedly so. I hate that Capcom has decided to sell things like this in their online store for a single-player game. I'm well aware that their previous games, whether it's Devil May Cry or Resident Evil, also sell stuff in their stores too. But DMC mostly sells experience points, which I mean you just gain those by playing no matter what, which is just dumb that it's being sold regardless. And then there's Resident Evil, which allows you to buy unlocks that you can obtain by completing specific challenges that are not easy to do so.
Oh my god. Are you serious? They're having... So what I'm hearing is that, so far what Demion just mentioned is that they're charging you technically for fast travel. Imagine that in Genshin. Imagine if Genshin literally told you we're gonna charge you for getting to point A and point B. No one will touch that shit. Imagine that. And you know how much fast travel you have to do to play Genshin? Just to get the point A and point B, if you got to the nodes. You see, me and Mora was running around and getting fucking nodes all day, that one day, just to open most of the map, so we can get to point A and point B, so when they send me a mission, I have to go all the way into that dark area I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, my god, that is terrible. That is terrible. Imagine that. Guys, imagine playing fucking, like, Spider-Man. You want to switch to Miles Morales in a seamless way? You have to pay some type of Spidey points. Imagine that! Ah, bro. No. No! No! Imagine playing any open world game that has fast travel and they charging you to play it. You'll be pissed.
could beat the game under a certain amount of time or something. Honestly, I think Resident Evil's microtransactions and DMCs are also bad, but Capcom is absolutely taking the piss with Dogma 2. Simply put, in my opinion, a game
that's crazy.
That's beyond crazy. This is all. This is almost paralleling what that EA executive said way back when, before he resigned. I think he was originally I think he was an EA executive. Then he became the CEO for Unity. Then he not only left EA and then went to Unity, and after the whole backlash, he left and got replaced by someone else. Like this is almost like, we're going to charge you for every time you want to reload your gun. Imagine you have to pay $5 just to shoot someone in a video game. Imagine that. Imagine that. Oh my god.
That is this expensive should not be selling what should just be basic features in a video game at an extra cost. I would be sort of fine if Capcom decided to sell maybe outfits for characters that you can buy so you can transmog. Like if they had outfits that were based on their other franchises that are available to buy.
That would make sense.
But I think selling things like basic fast travel,
like a typical Mega Man outfit for, like, you're playing Dragon's Dogma, like you have a Mega Man outfit, like they did with fucking what was it? Dead Rising, right? They did with Dead Rising. They'll have you can get the Mega Man blaster and the head, the helmet and the pants and everything. That could be a thing. They did that with what was it? Monster Hunter.
The ability to respec your character so they don't run like a gay lifeguard like my character does is really stupid. Especially considering I have like 130 hours in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I recently beat it on hard mode as well. And you can just freely fast travel pretty much all the time whenever you want around its world. Of course, at some points during its story, fast travel is locked until you complete that story part, but generally speaking, you can just Goku instant transmission wherever you want, whenever you want. And I think what Dogma 2 is doing here is not good, neither for its own publicity or the ever-growing gaming market. Video games, as you know, are expensive enough as it is, and I believe these companies make their games designed on purpose to create these frustrating situations.
Yeah.
And of course, this is done in order to then push a solution in the form of microtransactions in order to fix said problem. Which is ridiculous considering the game itself could have just fixed these problems to begin with. The Dogma 2 not having free fast travel is stupid in my opinion. Even the original game didn't have it at release either. And if I remember correctly, eventually its expansion did add a free fast travel item, but I mean that was well after release. I'm not saying Dogma 2 needs to let me travel to every cave or camp I have found, but at the very least, just allow me to return to any major city hubs. Like, let me return to the main city whenever I need to or something.
Yep.
Of course, players will argue it's that risk of leaving and being caught in the dark outside of the safety of humanity that is the reason why fast travel isn't available so readily, or whatever else. But I just find it ridiculous. Like, even Elden Ring allowed for free travel, and so far anyway, I would wager Dragon's Dogma 2 is nowhere near as difficult as Elden Ring at all. In fact, so far the game is pretty damn easy, all things considered.
Well,
but what I've been seeing is some content creators who are aligned with Capcom as well as reviewers of the game.
The Great Papyrus has joined us today. We're doing reactions right now, bro. So if you want to be part of that, come over here on Twitch or YouTube so you can hear what we're doing. I appreciate if you did, but if you want to stay on TikTok, you can. But just let you know, you won't be able to hear a damn thing. So if I end up saying something random, that's the reason. So if you want to come in here and give your opinion on what we're doing a bunch of video game stuff and anime stuff. So if you want to come in here, you can. Go ahead.
All acting like they didn't know about the microtransactions prior to their reviews or launch. But then this article popped up from Forbes from writer Paul Tassi, who was also given an early access review code. And for those of you unaware, when you're given these codes, I even have experience with this too. I mean, I've been given free games too. These publishers always send a guide alongside the code telling you what you can and can't show, and what date you have to wait until before you can release your video or impressions and so on. Anyway, this is important for Dogma 2 because Paul Tassi of Forbes said this in his article titled, "Why Dragon's Dogma 2 Reviews Didn't Mention the Microtransactions," and then continues by saying this. While many are annoyed with Capcom for implementing these in the first place, other fans have now turned their ire toward the hugely positive reviews for the game, hounding reviewers, leaving YouTube comments that they failed to mention the now controversial microtransactions despite knowing about them beforehand. So what happened here? Yes, it's true that reviewers did know about these microtransactions beforehand.
They knew.
I've seen the review guide, and there is a link section about the microtransactions which gives you a PDF. All microtransactions are listed there. All prices are listed. The max number of purchases you can make for each item are listed. It's all there. So Paul confirms that these reviewers, content creators, websites, all of them, they knew about the microtransactions before they made their articles or videos about the game. And they all, for some reason, decided to not speak about these things in their reviews, which is so bizarre to me. Maybe these review sites or content creators.
My name is Katerina. I am
So what happened is they probably paid them to not say anything. That's probably what happened. 9 times out of 10, or somehow managed for them to stay hush hush on it, which was pretty hard to do.
Creators were afraid if they brought it up, Capcom would blacklist them or something.
Yes,
but here's the
that's
thing,
probably
guys. It's a review, and it's your duty as the person doing the review to make it as informed as humanly possible. I'm not saying spoil.
Oh, we don't do that. We don't do that here. We give honesty on a major network corporation? Are you crazy? We don't do that. The fuck? Journalism? Honesty? Games journalist? Nah, man. Game reviews? Nah, man. By a company who told us directly that they'll give us the game for free or whatever, and we shouldn't talk. And they're expecting for us to be honest about their game, their AAA game with a major publisher / game company that everyone knows about? Really? Is that really a good idea? To be honest? You know, lying is the wave. For most game journalists, lying is the wave.
The ending of the game or something, but my god, I think saying there's a microtransaction online store that is effectively pay to win in a single player game should probably be mentioned. No? Of course, as Paul Tassi continues in his article, he says likely the reason why people didn't mention the store was simply because they never needed to use it, or the items available in the store were eventually found in-game anyway. Which has been confirmed, by the way. You can obtain character appearance respecs and all that in-game by using the Rift Crystal currency, which is separate from your actual gold, by the way. But the fact it exists to begin with is really scummy, and again, whether these reviewers felt as if they didn't personally need the microtransactions is not the point. The fact they didn't unanimously inform anyone about them is gross and biased in my opinion. Paul Tassi then decides to needlessly mental gymnastic his way to a reason for why this is happening, where he said this: I can understand why reviewers with a limited amount of article or script space would either glance at this list and ignore it completely. There is nothing in the game hurting you into the store while actively playing ever, or why they would not feel the need to include it over much more relevant info.
Hey bro, just to let you know, you don't have to be on YouTube. You can be on Twitch too. It depends. Or Kick. We are all on we do all the reactions on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and Trovo.
Information. What? Limited amount of article or script space? Relevant information? Dude, it's a review. I don't think you're going to break the entire website you work for to write a few sentences, maybe a paragraph max.
Don't have Twitch.
Okay, gotcha.
Informing your users that, hey, there's a pay-to-win microtransaction store in this single-player game. And this idea also makes zero sense for any content creator that didn't mention this either, since you're making a video. Who cares if you have to add an extra 30 seconds to a minute to your video if the information added would clearly be very important? It just seems like to me that everyone who reviewed or got early access just didn't want to get blacklisted by Capcom or cause any problems for them. And that's just sad and pathetic to me, especially when the writers of these games' websites who review these things always say stuff like, oh, we need to do better, and then conveniently forget to add these things to the conversation. Not to mention, not having these online stores affects their scores of the game either, honestly. It's just one big stupid and sad situation all around. If Dragon's Dogma 2 just had fast travel, no online store for this kind of stuff, and just implemented free character customization like Elden Ring and so many others do, this game would have easily soared high with reviews and players alike. It could have become the next Elden Ring easily. I'm being serious too. But this now just seems like an unnecessary blight on the game's otherwise glowing reception. Well, that is if you're playing on consoles. Apparently the PC version runs like dog water at times, but I can confirm, for me anyway, that while I was playing, which is what you're seeing on screen now, the game ran at its stable 30 FPS lock, which is dumb by the way. The game should be 60 FPS, I don't see why not. But regardless of whatever reason on Capcom's part, the game runs perfectly fine on PS5 based on the limitations that they've placed. So Dragon's Dogma 2 is yet another game that is being released on PC that feels unoptimized. It's a 2023 debacle all over again, when pretty much everything was unoptimized for PC, from Star Wars, Jedi Survivor, Wild Hearts, Atomic Heart, what was that other one called? Wo Long, and the list keeps going. And from what I've played of Dogma 2, it's a fun game. I don't think it's amazing or anything. I feel like it's more an expansion pack for the first game besides looking better. But I don't think it's a game of the year or anything yet. I'm around level 14, I'm the fighter class, and I'm doing the main quest. I would give it a 7 maybe, an 8 max as of right now at times. But this industry, and even the content creators who gain access to games like this early, they need to do better. It's pathetic none of these outlets even mentioned the store until the game was released and fans found out the hard way. And speaking of doing better, let's mosey over to Baldur's Gate 3, where its director just pulled his nuts out and let him hang. Baldur's Gate 3, unsurprisingly yet again, won everything at GDC this week as well. And
damn!
Please, somebody help! My t-shirt!
Vink, the director and owner of Larian Studios, took his time on stage to blast the greed of the games industry, where he said, and I quote, "Greed has been screwing this whole thing up for so long. Since I started, I've been fighting publishers my entire life, and I keep on seeing the same mistakes over and over and over. It's always the quarterly profits. The only thing that matters are the numbers, and then you fire everybody, and then next year you say, crap, I'm out of developers. And then you start hiring people again, and then you do acquisitions, and then you put them in the same loop again, and it's just broken. You don't have to. You can make reserves. Just slow down a bit. Slow down on the greed. Be resilient, take care of the people, don't lose the institutional knowledge that's been built up in the people you lose every single time. So you have to go through the same cycle over and over and over. It really pisses me off." End quote. And what he's saying here is true. Besides the industry at large being gripped by nonsense like identity politics from all angles, the other big dragon in the room is of course corporate greed on all levels. These executives are just greedy as hell, and they keep bleeding talent and ruining studios time and again. There's a reason why BG3 was as good as it was. Besides the fact it was made by a private company in the form of Larian, it's also because the staff actually feel like they're valued members of the team. And I think there's that one part that really exemplifies why the industry is on fire, and why so many AAA games that have come out recently anyway have been less than stellar. Which is where Vink says this: be resilient, take care of the people, don't lose the institutional knowledge that's been built up in the people you lose every single time. Like, that single part there could explain why so many games are bad right now. Look at Suicide Squad and how poorly that's been doing, and then remember that the founder and director of all 3 Batman Arkham games that Rocksteady made left the company along with the other co-founder and a whole suite of veteran devs from that studio to make a new company. And because they didn't foster and listen to these veteran devs who clearly knew what they were doing, like, hello, they made the Batman Arkham series into what it is, they instead filled Rocksteady with ESG young hires who clearly were nowhere near the caliber of the old guard. And that's how you go from previous games averaging in the high 80s to mid 90s on Metacritic, to Suicide Squad, which has a 60 on Metacritic.
A 60?
You can apply the same thing Vink said to other studios. Look at BioWare with Mass Effect or Dragon Age, or Bungie, which lost around 100 devs and profits dropped by 45% last year and more. I'm not stupid. Well, not entirely. I am a little bit, let's be real, but I'm at least somewhat smart enough to realize that besides the woke plague killing everything we love, there is absolutely another meteor-sized catastrophe in the shape of corporate greed that is descending and lobotomizing the entire industry of creative talent in the search for fast cash. And I think as companies and executives get more greedy, you're going to be seeing more games that are just expensive as hell, but of lower quality, like Suicide Squad, that will nickel and dime you for cosmetics and whatever else. And the fact we have Capcom over here pushing needless microtransactions at Dragon's Dogma 2 is showing that the edge is not only slippery, but we are all barely hanging on at this point. And that's why I implore people that if you don't want these practices to become the norm, that you vote with your wallet. Unfortunately for me, my copy of Dragon's Dogma 2 arrived the day the game came out, and by then we all realized the microtransactions were a thing and it was all too late. And it's a shame, because yes, you can play the game without those microtransactions, and there's absolutely a great game that is here to enjoy. But this industry is becoming way too greedy, dude. And like I said before, the fact we have games making themselves actually worse on purpose like Dogma 2 only to sell easy solutions via online stores is gross. Baldur's Gate 3's devs have gone on record that the game will never have microtransactions at all. And now they even confirmed that they aren't developing DLC for it either, and will also not be making a Baldur's Gate 4 as their next game. This may sound like bad news to many, but I think it's smart for Larian to do, because there's no way they could make a...
Let me check your channel. You said you got some tutorials, BRB.
Yes. He's right. He's right. I want to make another one because it's just going to give me hell. He's right.
BG4 without Wizards of the Coast, which owns a D&D license? Not somehow strong-arming demands into a potential BG4 with microtransactions or live service elements. Remember that when Wizards laid off people late last year, Sven Vink confirmed that pretty much everyone at Wizards he worked with when conceptualizing BG3, they aren't at the company anymore. And I think Vink knows better than anyone that these companies are insanely greedy, and he's well aware that if he stays in bed with Wizards and continues making Baldur's Gate games, that any future release will come with demands before they relinquish the IP rights to Larian again. Sure, you could make BG3, but why not include a battle pass? Maybe an online store with cosmetics.
Miles y miles están cambiando Spectrum Internet. Veamos por qué.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. As much as I hate battle passes and all this shit, we're ultimately to blame. We're so ultimately to blame. You gotta take some responsibility on our behalf. No matter we might hate these companies for what they're doing, remember who's still buying, right? It's like, this is still that argument where they say, you know, Call of Duty will never be the same like Modern Warfare 2 back in, I think it was 08 or 9 or whatever, or even Black Ops 2. It'll never be as good as it ever was. You're right, because we keep making every fucking Call of Duty every year. What do you think is going to happen? You know, when you become a good game and you keep being made every year, it's eventually going to end up looking like shit. Because look at when Assassin's Creed came out the very first time. That game got rewards, it got nominations, that game was just beyond anything. The first one, then the second one, then the third one, then the fourth one. You know what I'm saying? It just keeps going and going every year. It was not every like few years. It's every year. So whenever a game ends up being made like that every single year, it is potentially going to end up like shit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It is what it is. And we keep buying into these concepts without giving these developers or these game studios time to reimagine. We just keep buying. So when no matter how much we say we don't want them, someone next to you is going to buy. And you know who's going to buy? The people that we refer to as whales. Right? We all know what that term means. If you're a whale, that means you got money. If you got money, that means you're going to most likely buy because you don't care. Because it's some people like the idea of having everything than having nothing. It doesn't matter if it's going to be successful or not. I'm pretty sure there was some whales who went to play Suicide Squad and got virtually everything in the room the storefront. They exist. There's people who do this, and because of that, they bank on that. But the problem with the game industry, or most of these game publishers, that they're hoping that everyone's going to whale their way through. No, like for every 100, there's probably a good 20 of them that's going to go that far to buy mostly everything as much as possible with their hard-earned cash. Maybe they have surplus money, or they're rich, or whatever the case may be, so they don't care. But the people who are mostly majority who is just struggling, this is a fucking problem for most.
Internet y Wi-Fi avanzado, nos mantenemos conectados y protegidos.
Es súper confiable y rápido.
Cámbiate a Spectrum Internet.
Why? Why would you? What? Okay. Just put Spanish. Come on. Jump, 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 jump.
Medics. Maybe some pre-order DLC missions for $5 extra. It's so easy for these things to happen. It's why it's called a slippery slope for a reason.
Yep.
I'm perfectly fine with single-player games receiving DLC if it's worth it, like Final Fantasy XVI has the Rising Tide DLC coming in April. But I think the game itself, which has no microtransactions of any kind, is worth the asking price to begin with. And I think the more we normalize these greedy practices, the worse they'll get.
Yes.
Just look at how woke weirdos will continue their insane ideological pushes if given any breathing room, so too with the corporate greed of the industry as well. Sure, right now in Dragon's Dogma 2 you can buy fast travel stones or character respecs, but what happens in the future when they eventually realize that they can get away with it? Then they'll sell you level up boosters, maybe your character will get tired and be less efficient. But then you could buy the Comfy Pillow DLC and your characters will rest up and be good and more optimal for future fights if you just pay a little extra.
No.
Like if these things get normalized, eventually you'll be paying real money to upgrade your equipment in a single player game. Or be paying actual bus fare to fast travel. These things cannot be normalized.
That is wild.
And if we let
Bro, imagine that!
We'll never see.
God, imagine! Imagine paying a bus fare in a video game. Oh man, times are different. Imagine imagine back in the early 2000s, if you got a pizza, you got a demo. You get like 5-6 games on a CD if you bought a pizza in Pizza Hut back in the early 2000s, bruh. Where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong? Tell me where we went wrong. Bro, what the fuck? Imagine that! Imagine playing any game. Imagine playing Helldivers. You're in a very shitty spot right now. Bugs coming all directions, and you gotta pay a $5 fee to reload your gun. You're on hard mode, whatever. I don't know if there's any hard. I'm just using an example. You're on hard mode, insane mode, whatever, crazy. You're with your friends. You got stuck somewhere. You don't got enough. You know what I'm saying? This is wild. You and your friends will actually have to say to each other, do you have enough money to play this game with us? Bro, you have to literally get your squad and come up with cash to play a fucking video game. That is wild. That is wild! Imagine playing Gears of War on insane mode, on Pavilion, with your friends. You're trying to get that achievement, whatever case may be, that skin, whatever. And you have to think to yourself, do I have $30? Do I have $20? Do I have $200 for the clip that I'm going to use when I pick up a Lancer or a Retro or a Hammer? Bro, imagine that reality. This sounds terroristic in itself. That just sounds wild.
The end of their greed, and it sickens me. And when we're not being nickel and dimed and being taken advantage of, we got morons killing the souls of video games as well. Remember that woke weirdo who was working on Marvel's Black Panther game? Well, they doubled down. From thatparkplace.com, we have this article titled, Marvel's Black Panther developer Dani Lalander's attempts to explain her race-based hiring discrimination against white people.
I don't have enough money to fast travel, so it's gonna be a while before I get there to help you with that, boss.
Imagine that conversation! Bro! Imagine that conversation, Bri! You have to literally do
the great virus.
Bro,
I'm back.
Imagine that your friend is playing Genshin or whatever game you're playing, or Dragon's Dogma. He's stuck in a literal cave. You jump, let's just say the game is multiplayer. You jump in said game.
but you're in a whole different fucking continent. You have to literally take bus fare if the game doesn't charge you to taking a bus. And I want to say bus, I'm talking about going on a horse and some shit, right? And then you have to walk all the way to where your friend is to help them out. That might take you 15 to 25 minutes just to get through nook and cranny, bro. You have to jump.
The Great Papyrus.
Imagine that.
Look at your VID that was about 5 fundamentals.
I look at your video. Oh, that's cool. I actually have to update that video. This is a 5. It's supposed to be actually 8. But I have to update that video. That was like 2 years ago or some shit. But like, Jesus Christ, that is crazy. That is crazy.
To quickly catch you up to speed, this Danny Lalonders was the person who said they only hired black people when they made their visual novel dating sim game called Validate. We should probably quickly watch that clip that went viral because with the context, it makes the rest of this way funnier. So here's the clip.
I have a team of 21 right now for Validate. It's a pretty big team. It's a crazy big team for indie games. But who is your team? Validate has a team of mostly all people of color. We have no white people on our team. I did that because I wanted to create a safe environment. And I know the best way for an environment to be safe is to be around people who are just like me.
That's not true.
And I'm not saying that white people in the industry are creating unsafe environments. I'm not saying that. That is not what I'm saying. I am saying that sometimes it is hard to work with white people.
So black people don't kill each other? They don't? White people don't take themselves out? They don't? Asian people don't do things to each other? They don't? There was something called the Civil War. There's something called the Civil fucking War. I think this bitch needs to open a book and look what happened in the Civil War. Please note, these was white people who took each other out under concepts that they didn't agree.
Tried to draw with you. I tried to draw in whole body. The torso looked goofy and the feet too. Ryaga samurai. Nah.
Like, this is wild, dude. Saying things like that is very racist because when you think of it, it's like, bro, just because someone looks like you doesn't mean they have your interest in heart. That's not true. I don't know where people's thinking that because we look the same, we run with the same uniform, at some point we're going to think exactly the same or have this monolith thinking. That does not exist and is not realistic. You all, hey, Draw Time, what's up, bro? You honestly believe, this woman honestly believe that every African American person she come across is for her? Are you serious? That doesn't exist. Maybe most might, maybe some might, but not all. So saying that is racist and stupid in itself. It's not like white people don't argue with each other. It's not like black people don't argue with each other. It's not like Asians don't argue with each other. It's not like women don't argue amongst each other. It's not like men don't argue amongst each other. And some of these arguments can get kind of physical. Does that not happen? This is why I mentioned the Civil War. These people had what do you call it? Interests that didn't align with another, and these are people who killed each other as either brother to son, son to brother to brother, father to son. These people took out each other's families because they was not on the same ideology. That happened. It was a bloodbath, man. Well, what do you think happened in World War II? Jesus, like, what the hell? Why does people pretend like because you're someone who looks like you, that makes it ultimately okay? No. You'd be surprised how many times people of color try to hurt each other because they're not on the same level on each other. It's wild.
Because they think that something made okay, but it was really
a microaggression. That's what she said. What is a microaggression? What, pet peeve? It's like when someone sneezes and doesn't say, God bless you.
Papyrus. My friends, what their fig thing about? Fig thing ABT food.
They was fighting about food. See, like, listen, I've seen people get in physical fights over power scaling. and they'll look exactly the same. They got physical fights over power scaling over fictitious characters that don't exist. So when people sit there and say this is madness. That is madness. You may have similar experiences as someone. Yes, that might be true because you may be in the same race, orientation, maybe occupation. Yeah, that happens. That exists. But just to expect that because we are alike, because we look alike, we're just ultimately going to agree on every fucking thing that comes out of our mouth. Are you crazy? Are you mad? Do you know how many times I argue with my mom? Do you know how I argue with my dad? Do you know how I argue with I don't even argue with my sister at all. But like, you know how many times I argue with either of my friends? I've argued with Bean many times. We're close as shit, but she makes me mad as hell. But then again, we don't look alike. It doesn't matter if you look alike. It just matters if you guys are on the same page. You could be Asian and Muslim and have the same opinion on something if it makes sense. You could be black or white and agree on the same thing if it makes sense and it's fair on all around boards. Not for one person and one-sided for another. You know what I'm saying? You have to be fair on everyone. I don't know where she thinks that's a good idea. That's an evil thing to do. And disguise it as reverse racism or it's not being racist towards white people it's insanely insidious in itself. It is evil. That is evil. And you can't tell me it's not.
To deal with that while you're trying to make a game that they love.
And the internet, of course, clowned on her, but it gets funnier too. Not only did Validate only peak at 80 players on Steam during its release, which is catastrophically bad, but even the people who played the game rejected the practices in the game.
Good for a insert thing here.
Hold on. I'm guessing when someone says you're pretty good for it. I hate when people say things like that. I don't ever understand why they say things like that. I rarely ever hear that, but when I hear that notion, I'm like, why? But why? Why is it like why like this is what what's his name? Morgan Freeman said. He said, "Why do I have to be a black actor? Why can't I just be an actor who just happens to be black? Why can't it just be that? Why does it have to be specifically about my race?" I remember someone came to my videos and asked me a question about Avatar. They said to me, "Is it because you?" I think they said, "Do you actually believe the acting is bad because of wokeness?" I'm like, no, wokeness doesn't make you act bad. Like in acting skills make your acting skills bad. That's just on the actor. Wokeness just makes the story terrible or whatever it's trying to shoehorn in, but it has nothing to do with the acting. Now the thing is here. The point is that when you're doing anything, whether you're playing game, writing a story, doing art, whatever, I don't think you should make your orientation.
Right. But I never heard anyone say microaggression IRL.
Yeah, you never hear that. You never really hear that. That's people who just. I think those are just college kids who are just saying that crazy shit.
Hi.
I think it's literally. Hello, hey Linda. I honestly believe.
I'm here.
I honestly believe that microaggressions is just made up from like woke college students.
Game 2. So Validate has a bunch of characters you can date, I guess, and only one of these characters is a white person named Keaton. Anyway, this is funny, since apparently Keaton was also the most popular person players wanted to date. I'm not kidding.
What?
Hi, Lena.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So let me get this straight. Black lady and her black cast of people makes video game. A dating sim video game of people of color. 90%
LMAO.
90% of the cast is either a person of color, whether they're black or something down that line. The one confirmed Italian white person's in the game. And that person is the most wanted of the 90. That tells you something. No, She says there's not a single black person on the team. I mean, not a single white person on the team. I said it backwards. There's not a single white person on the team. And somehow, the one white person is the most liked.
One of these characters is a white person named Keaton. Anyway, this is funny, since apparently Keaton was also the most popular person players wanted to date. I'm not kidding. The devs even said this via Twitter. Hey, real talk, giving the most attention to Keaton, our only white playable character, and not the other 12 characters of color, is very heartbreaking to see. You guys can do whatever you want, but just know that was never the intention when we put him in the game. When approaching media, please really think about your bias when it comes to white characters versus characters of color. How you treat them, how you interact with them, etc. It is very important to have these thoughts in your mind, especially when it comes to media with majority people of color. So even when they make a game for woke weirdos, they end up belittling their own players for not agreeing with their ideology 100%. So it's no wonder this Danny person doesn't want white people around them whenever they work. Because they hate them, obviously, and only want people around them who push their narrative and ideas. I should also remind you that this Danny person is also an ex-Sweet Baby employee, because of course
you all
they
made
are.
them mid, as the kids would say.
You made them mid. Right.
When they got heat for saying that they don't hire white devs, they said nonsense like this. Posting that tired-ass screenshot of the Google definition of racism, I just don't care anymore. This made me laugh, because it's always these racist woke types who hate concrete definitions of anything.
Yes.
They believe
everything. I kind of noticed that. The people who don't like labels, they don't like, the people said, I don't conform. I said this way back, I think a couple of months ago. The people they don't like to conform.
I came back from last live.
Okay, but like the people says who don't like to conform or don't like labels, like to label everyone and expect them to conform to their nonsense. Do you notice that? Those are the people who are usually the most crazy. They'll tell you, I don't conform to traditional norms or gender norm, or whatever the fuck, right? And then when you ask them a direct question or challenge their ideology, they want you to conform to the shit they're saying, and they usually like to mention.
And they try to change definitions.
Oh, hell yes. They like to say we're changing definition because it's to destigmatize whatever the fuck the original thing was. It's not like it's even a change. It's just literally rechanging the name, rebranding the term. That's all it is. That's just what it is. It doesn't even change the definition. It just rebrands what you're saying. So if I said, like if I said I was a VTubing person of color, they'll just say VTube color or VTube color person or some shit like that. Some stupid shit like that.
I'm scared my cat knows HW to open doors.
I'm
not scared about she opening doors, but one time she peed on my PC.
That really does suck, Papyrus. I'm so sorry about that. That's wild. That's
in the
crazy.
World, like actual indisputable facts.
And they love to bring up the fucking year. If anyone, like I keep mentioning, this is something I hearken a lot and I bring up a lot. You can ask Bri. I says, if anyone tells you, Jace or Bri, it's 2024. It's not 19 whatever the fuck. And then when they say that, what they're going to do is trying to convince you that you need to get with the times of their degenerate shit.
Bad kitty.
Like straight up.
What's in their head? So when you show a person like this, the actual definition of racism, nope, that's not a gotcha in their eyes. Because racism is like gender to them. There's a billion versions of it.
Yes.
So naturally, them being racist is somehow not racist because they can conveniently change what it means to fit their needs. Don't you hate it here? It's all complete nonsense. Danny would end up doubling down, shifting goalposts, and changing what she said to fit her agenda. Via Twitter, she defended what she said in the video, and I quote, "This video is a bit outdated, recorded in the summer of 2021. Validate was released in September of 2022. From when this video was recorded to release, we had a few white developers join our team to help us with some music and audio needs. Nowhere in this video did I say we don't hire white people or that I hate white people. I very clearly said
she hates white people.
Wanted to make a team that reflected the values of the game we were making. As a lead, you pick the best person possible for the job. In this case, the best people for the job were the people who understood the kind of game we were making. Developers working on a game full of queer characters who understand the importance of queerness in games that is realistic and respectful towards queer people. In the latter half of the video, I spoke about microaggressions in the workplace. If you are a person of color, you understand precisely what I meant.
No. See, now you're being a racist by default.
Why is she lying?
She's not even just lying. She's being racist by default. She just said, if you're a person of color, you know exactly what I'm talking about. No, you can't do that. You can't expect every person of a POV or POC, a person of color. I feel like that's a racist term anyway. Seeing POC or person of color, that is just a racist term to me. I think that's like a weird, strange term. I'm not gonna lie. But like, the thing is, she is lying. Not every person of color gets the same experience. Some, maybe most, somewhere down the line. Not saying they don't. But then again, to say all of them, hell no. No, it just doesn't work.
White people are not the only ones who can commit microaggressions in the workplace. Microaggressions can be committed by anyone. Towards anyone
yeah, that's the funniest thing. Microaggressions happens to everyone and anyone. Usually microaggressions are just pet peeves. That's literally what that is. And they're taking that as, they're making an ant into a molehill. It's just what it is.
The context of what I was talking about, I had fears of certain treatment towards my marginalized workers in the workplace. I wanted my team to feel safe while working on Validate, end quote. So this is just a long-winded way of saying that she's racist, but also not, because the definition of racism doesn't apply to her because nothing has meaning anymore and everything can be changed to fit agendas.
Yep.
Then of course there's that Kotaku writer whose article made the whole Gamergate 2 thing even worse. Anyway, they're now apparently working on an article that attacks Melanie Mack, who's a content creator. You've probably seen her before. They said this via Twitter. There's a story I've been simmering that I really want to pick up back again. If anyone has any connections to a prominent female Twitch streamer gaming personality who leans very hard into Christianity and homophobia, DM me or email me at link in bio.
Why?
I'm particularly interested in people who knew this person before their sharp rise in popularity. Of course, this then made people very quickly realize Mercanti was talking about Melanie Mack. And Mercanti then doubled down, asking Melanie to join her at Creator Clash so Mercanti could physically assault her as seen here.
Whoa.
Once again, asking Melanie to join me in Creator Clash next year. So Mercanti clearly wants to go to war with anyone who disagrees with her, and probably since Kotaku has now been forced to make guides for the site instead of virtue signaling, which is still hilarious by the way, she's of course now doubling down. I doubt Melanie Mack would agree to this, and why would she? This Mercanti person is clearly just a hateful, spiteful individual that wants to attack people in both written form and physical.
Listen, this is the proven, I learned this from Jordy Lee Peterson. Oh, I didn't really, I learned this. He said if you have to get to physical means to prove your argument, you lost the argument before it even started. If you have to get a physical altercation with someone because you don't agree with their take, you lost the war already. You didn't even lose the battle. You lost the whole fucking war.
Condra. Also, I'm subbed.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, just to be clear, sub doesn't mean YouTube. When I said sub, I said TikTok sub. I didn't say YouTube sub. But you can sub on YouTube. That's fine. You'll still get the YouTube videos when I make some new tutorials, which I'm working on. So that's perfectly fine if you can't do the TikTok $2 a month type thing or whatever.
Physically for not agreeing with her. I should probably also remind people that Mercanti was a cam girl before, and she openly admits that she'd rather return to that line of work than have to write actual video game guides for a website that covers video
you'll be
games.
just fine.
And that sort of just tells you everything that you need to know about Kotaku and the absolute state of these weird liberal websites.
It makes sense.
They'd rather cry and quit if they have to actually do their jobs, and that's amazing to me. It really shows you that ultimately that's what Kotaku was about in the end. It was never about video games or pop culture. And it was always about pushing the mind virus and virtue signaling. Well, Mercanti will probably leave Kotaku soon anyway, since they won't let her complain on the website anymore. And she now needs to actually play video games and do something productive. I love it. I love seeing Kotaku fall apart like this. Just proves what we've all been saying for so long. They're a giant waste of time, and nobody working there actually cared about video games ever. And as you can see, the way this industry is going, we're being attacked from all fronts. When it's not woke weirdos pointlessly virtue signaling or calling to assault those they disagree with, We also gotta deal with corporate greed and disingenuous reviews that omit critical information in order to stay in the good wills of corporations. My advice is to not feel overwhelmed, take a deep breath, and just relax. Go enjoy some video games today, maybe go out and have yourself a nice meal, or just go for a walk and listen to some music. This world—
You know, if every corporation just gets together who sign under any type of woke ideology, they can just go against BlackRock like right now and Larry Fink. What they're gonna do? If all their stocks drop, who cares, right? Think about it. If everyone goes at the same person.
I'm here that you gum and stare at sketches and I'm out of gum.
Gum.
The world is insane, yes, and the games industry is definitely up there and crazy, but let's just do what we can and laugh as much as needed. Everything is crazy, but it doesn't mean we have to be or stoop to these people's levels like Mercanti or Danny. And if Dragon Dogma 2's microtransactions turn you off that much, I guess wait for a sale on the game then. Yeah, it's fun. I'm not having the time of my life or anything personally. Final Fantasy Rebirth is better in my opinion anyway. Thank you for watching. Subscribe, like, and share the video if you enjoyed it. Thanks to my patrons as always. Take care of yourselves and have a wonderful day. Have some water and enjoy your life, and I'll see you in the next one.
Well, that was Endeavon, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Hope you learned something from it and all that great stuff. Like Endeavon. Also give a follow, give a follow, sub. Give a like, follow, share, follow, and comment, all that great stuff. And I appreciate you guys. Give Endeavon a follow and all that great stuff. He does great work. And I hope if you guys like what you see, please follow me on here on YouTube. And also, if you want to support, go to the Patreon and all that great stuff. And I'll see you guys in the next one. All right. On to the next one. Now.
Moral later.
Yes, I'm saying it's something.
The stuttering. The stammering XD LOL.
I know. I haven't done it in a while. It's been a week. All right. So we're back with West. And I think, what was the other guy's name? Doc? I think it's West and Doc. So here it says, Marvel's outrageous community by celebrating allies for Pride.
Meme.
So let's see what Wes has to say about this, because this is dealing with comics. Wes gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 5 videos. We're going to do 5 videos of Wes. We're going to do a clownfish, and then we're going to do... This is a news article that we're going to talk about, but I'll get to that why I'm bringing this up. I can get rid of this. Don't need this. It's Chris. And this is our manga for today. And also we're going to talk about the whole Doc thing.
BRB.
All right. So let's...
Amazing you haven't did Roanoke Gaming for his science stuff as a reaction.
I would, but it gets way too technical. I'm not against the idea of doing Roanoke Gaming, because I really do enjoy his content. I really love watching his content. I really do enjoy his content, but I feel like it's I think it's a little too much. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll do one video probably.
Oh, okay.
There is one particular video I want to do. It's by Psychology and Anime, but we'll see. All right, let's see what Wes has to say, guys, here on Marvel Outrageous G Community. I'm going to say G Community. G Community by celebrating allies for Pride. Let's go.
Are celebrating Pride Month in 2024 by celebrating the allies of their LGBTQ plus IA plus community characters that they have. And people are not happy about this, Doc. And I must say, I think I'm on these people's sides. Why do we always have to make this about straight white chicks?
The editorial staff at Marvel are a bunch of narcissistic weirdos that decided that since they're just allies, they need to celebrate themselves this time.
Well, we do have some details in the kickback regarding this from, I think her name is Ashley Babb. Maybe she's the editor-in-chief at Popverse. I'm not really sure. She said this poorly made decision to highlight allies during the month of Pride has already begun to backfire on the comics internet, and whether
I drew Betty White watching your stream, and I was very proud. Good. I'm glad you did.
The idea for the line came from a good place or not, I can honestly imagine a group of people thinking this was a good, affirming idea. It highlights an ever-present danger when it comes to narratives surrounding the struggles of the marginalized, the privileged distancing themselves from the actual struggle. We see this with the white savior narrative. but the white savior isn't where it stops and starts.
At this point, when is it not Pride Month? That, I mean,
that's
when it's not.
Ostensibly, it's only supposed to be June, but now it's, 365 fucking days of fly your freak flag and scream it from the rooftops. So honestly, are you surprised that whenever it comes time for actual Pride Month, when it's essentially Pride year, all year, every year these days, that somebody else decides you got special attention throughout the entire year, even though this is technically your month, I'm tangentially associated with you, so I'm going to use it to get attention for myself.
Now, they do go into some more details that I don't think Ashley Babb really makes a point here. Stories supposedly about struggles for justice, focusing on those who are least impacted by the issues coming in to help, not only prioritizes a specific sort of activism, but it also helps distance those in power from empathizing with those actually caught in the struggle. In the white savior, or in this case, the ally story, it's the white savior you're meant to relate to, and in this pattern, a dangerous precedent is set. The savior is the hero, and the persecuted is the other, meant to be saved. But to my knowledge, and everything that Marvel Comics have actually said, that's not what the stories are. These are just ally covers.
Yeah, they're just variant covers. Honestly, it's not bad marketing for Marvel and DC because, let's be perfectly honest, without characters like Daredevil on a cover with Rachel Summers, nobody's going to buy it.
Yeah, this is mostly a business decision, and I think people would have noticed by now. Pride Month is less a celebration of the LGBTQIA plus community and more of a marketing pitch now. It's just used by companies that have kind of appropriated the month itself just to use it to sell special shirts and shit like that.
If they were actually able to sell these characters on their own merit, you wouldn't need a special month. They'd be doing it all the time. Every single week, there'd be essentially a Pride cover if that actually sold. It's just a crass marketing scheme.
Yeah, even companies that make no sense, like Skittles taste the rainbow. All the colors of Skittles represent the rainbow. The rainbow is, the rainbow flag at least is the symbolism for Pride Month and all that kind of stuff. They're like, well, we can't join in because we're already rainbows. Let's make ours white. And that one backfired on them too.
That one was probably my favorite crass marketing gimmick. You could have figured out a way to twist your existing marketing gimmick, but no, you made them all white, which was like, I mean, personally,
the white savior narrative.
What the fuck?
I feel like
did
it's
that?
like, hey, look, we're Skittles white saviors now. I saw that one. It was personally, it was one of my favorite.
That is funny.
The only way to fight stigma and shame is to shine light on it.
Oh,
Ask
God.
your healthcare provider if Biktarvy is right for you.
Is that the-
and visit Biktarvy.com
is that the
to view the
AIDS
important
thing?
facts,
Yeah, that's
including
probably what that
important
is.
warnings.
Favorite of all time.
It's right up there with the Donald Trump taco bowls. And that's like my favorite social media engagement of all times. I guess that was on Facebook.
Yeah,
and the Skittles like taste the white for Pride Month was great. It's right up there. Next up, Ashley said, the fact that these variant covers are called Allies variants signals the divide clearly. I don't think there would be a problem to have Daredevil on a Pride cover, but the fact that Marvel is highlighting allies in the title and making the divide so clear. Oh no, it's not that Daredevil's queer, it's just he's an ally is the problem. It takes that attention that should be placed on queer stories and instead places it on dynamics between the ally and the queer hero, focusing on the celebration on the ally and the allyship instead of the people that Pride Month is meant to celebrate. But here's the thing, if they put Daredevil on a Pride Month cover and it just said Pride Month, people would think the character was gay. There would be an enormous backlash against Marvel Comics and they would stop buying the character, assuming that he was just going to become the next Bobby Drake Iceman, where he lost any sense of heroism or his personality and just became, gay Bobby Drake. And that's why they have to put allies on there, because everybody, not just you and I, but also, the LGBTQIA plus community as well, would jump on the bandwagon and be like, see,
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm never going to say that full fucking thing. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna say that whole thing. That is annoying because once it's gonna get to a point that is a whole sentence from that point.
Do it. Matt Murdock was always.
It's like
a pimp named Slipback. You gotta say the whole thing.
You would end up with a lot of perfectly normal people. One of his major personality traits is the fact that he's Catholic, and they turned him also gay, because this is modern Marvel. That would be the initial perception, and the perception would never go away.
Like, it is weird highlighting the allies of Pride Month with Marvel Comics. What hero isn't an ally? Like, Daredevil would make sense not to be. Nightcrawler would kind of make sense not to be, because they are deeply religious, Catholic men within the Marvel Comics universe. And we know they're never going to do that. All the characters there are allies. The one I could think of is not even Marvel. He's DC Comics. He would be the Spectre, because he has been portrayed and characterized in the past as being deeply homophobic. But even fucking Tim Sheridan undid that within his stupid Alan Scott book.
But no, they're not going to do that. Instead, absolutely everybody, every single hero is going to be fully on board with the agenda, no matter what. Because otherwise it would put Marvel and DC in a position where, hey, look, this is a questionable perspective, instead of, no, this is absolutely 100% the truth.
And they have right to be afraid, Doc, Marvel and DC, because even if you take the worst villain in your universe, let's say Darkseid from DC Comics, and you have him say something racist, they will say that the writer is racist, that DC Comics is racist.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. That's funny. I never thought of it that way. Like, okay, I have a very evil person who done evil things say something evil. Instead of saying, that's expected of this evil person to do. Nah, let's devote it straight to the writer who wrote it. What? But ain't that evil? Isn't that something a evil person would say? How come they can be evil, do mass genocide on people depending who the villain is, and then all of a sudden when they say the one thing that might turn out to be, I don't know, rude, offensive, oh, that's just going too far. But the mass genocide that they did earlier was just not a problem. So, like, let me put an example. If Sukuna killed a bunch of people, which he did when he fought that demon back at the city, at Shibuya, and did all that mass genocide of those people in that one area, and if he says the one word that doesn't really apply to y'all, ideology, oh man, the writers. So we're gonna just ignore the lies that was just taken. No, but the word. You see how stupid this is? That doesn't make any sense. Like, what the hell? Imagine being like Ted Bundy, right? And then you say the one word that really upsets everyone, and now you're worse than the people you took out.
Sounds like Twitter.
Yes, it's like, imagine being Jeffrey Dahmer, do all the shit that you did, and he says the one word you don't like. Oh man, he's beyond that. We need to literally get rid of him for now. That's where we really draw the line. The fuck? What is happening? What is going on? Where's the common sense? Bro, where's the common sense?
On somebody that is clearly completely fucking evil.
It's why there's no fucking villains left.
Yes,
in
there's
comics.
no villains left.
Well, I might be a Nazi, but at least I'm not a white supremacist. I mean, look, if we break it down to its core, it's a bunch of people that are very, very, let's just say self-conscious.
And you know what's wild? What's really, 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 really wild is that
Raiga Samurai.
The worst thing.
Gasp, that's too far, lol.
But what's funny about that is that I remember Doc, I think it was Doc. Doc mentioned it, or it was West. It was, I think, 2-3 weeks ago when they was doing the video of that one villain who was doinking men in their sleep. Like, in their dreams. He was doinking them in their dreams unconsensually. No one had a problem with that. No one. They wrote that and made that a comic. They had no problem writing that story. None whatsoever towards men. And if you said anything to the fact that that was wrong, Twitter will say, well, he's a villain, so it's kind of expected. So if that villain said the evil F word, will you still be okay with that because he's evil and doinking man in their dreams? Are you okay with that? I bet you they'll flip shit so fast on you. Even if you brought that logic to them, they will be pissed.
Just about their own bigotries, so they pretend that they don't, and they pretend that they don't so much that even the idea of somebody else being able to see that perspective is less virtuous than them because it's performative in the first place.
Yep.
This is the final word from Ashley Babb. It's easy to say that at the very least, this line is a betrayal of the spirit of Pride Month, but when compared to what DC Comics are doing on the other side of the pond with their Pride anthology, Marvel Comics' attempts at Pride Month celebration looks behind the times and naive. It also reflects their regular portrayal of their queer characters.
Is
the fact
that
that
Wolverine?
none of the queer characters being spotlighted in June currently have their own series echoes this issue. And that really does spell out an inherent problem with what DC and especially Marvel are doing when they've taken a lot of these characters like a Bobby Drake and they've wrapped him in the LGBTQIA+ a flag, or they create a new character like a Somnus. The only thing the character can be at that point is gay, can only be queer representation. They're not really allowed to be superheroes anymore because superheroes fail, because superheroes get put in really bad spots. Superheroes get hurt. You're not allowed to do anything like that with these characters. You're not allowed to challenge them basically on any level whatsoever because they have protected status in the real world. So they must have protected status within the 616.
Yes.
That doesn't make for good, awesome superhero storytelling. So there's nothing they can do with these characters.
You put them in a double-edged sword situation where they get the initial, media hype and everything like that, bring these characters out of the closet or whatever they're doing. But the idea of putting them in difficult circumstances, the kind that we would expect our superhero characters to be placed in. There's a running.
That is crazy. That is crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Terry, in the media and in social media circles, that by doing that, you are displaying your homophobia. You are displaying your, bigotry.
So what I'm hearing is any type of criticism, any type of anything negative towards this particular community is that you're that. You can't challenge, you can't help them grow, you can't do any of that, because once you bring that to the forefront, you are the problem.
Whatever it is. So as a result, none of the characters are able to do anything. And since they can't be challenged, they can't be threatened, and they can't be possibly even killed.
Yep.
You've taken away all of the potential stakes of a superhero story. And as you are a superhero comic book publisher, there's not much story-wise you're able to do with these characters afterwards. And because it's so predictable, nobody's willing to buy it. So now you have essentially an unmarketable character. You sideline them and throw them on the shelf just to bring them out as a celebration periodically, be it during Pride Month or whatever other, the Hellfire Gala. Whatever other thing is going to possibly pander to a queer audience that might buy a single book, but isn't going to buy it on a monthly basis. And it's not large enough to actually support ongoing status. I understand whenever they didn't know initially and they thought it was going to be like a sales boom by making some of these characters target an audience that might be underrepresented or underserved. But once they've seen what the fallout was when they actually still tried to do superhero stories, and the fact that there was a backlash to even putting them in a challenging situation.
I do think in a lot of ways, this is Marvel Comics kind of acknowledging that they've reached critical mass on this. They can't take any more established characters like a Bobby Drake or what DC have done with John Kent or Tim Drake and turn them gay. That doesn't work. People stop supporting the character. They can't really create new LGBTQIA characters because if they do that, they have to hire a Steve Fox or a Steve Orlando because you can't have anyone that's not LGBTQIA+ actually writing a comic book with a gay character in a starring role, or this audience that they've courted for so long will turn on them, and they're kind of just throwing their hands up and saying, well, we'll just put the characters that sell anyway, and we'll throw a little Pride allies on there, and hopefully it makes good business.
Nobody's going to buy the cover with just Rachel Gray on it. They will buy it whenever Daredevil's on the cover. They're not going to do it if Somnus is on the cover because 90% of people will be like, who in the fuck is this guy? But if they stick Wolverine next to him, maybe. They're not going to do it with
this turned
Iceman
out
because...
better than I expected, so I'm going to put this on my YT PFP.
Honestly, they've broken Iceman, and most of the audience, their potential audience, knows it. So that's not going to work either. They're in a catch-22, and this is their way of just kind of dealing with it at this point. Even that is not the appropriate thing because, you know, folks like Ashley Babb don't want to acknowledge that they got what they wanted for the last few years and it broke the characters and they are now unmarketable. So the only thing that they have to do in order to market things is to put somebody that still is marketable on the cover. And the only way to do that and make it make sense is by calling them an ally.
Absolutely. Now, we did have a longer discussion on this. It will be on Thinking Critical Patreon, where we have the Doc is Right tier, and you get a lot more Doc, upwards of 3 hours every single week of extra bonus content featuring the main man himself.
Absolutely. Come on over to the Patreon. It's where the best stuff lives.
And there is a link in the video description to go check that out.
Give your skin what it's asking for.
Okay, that was West and the whole G community celebrating for Allies Pride and all that stuff. So like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. Go to West if you like his stuff and his takes on the comic book industry, because that's what he focuses on mainly. And also follow the yours truly. Like, subscribe, share, follow, comment, and a lot of great stuff. We're going to go on to the next video. Alright, so this one is about Star Wars. You guys know I'm not really a big fucking Star Wars fan or anything like that. Actually, you know what? Better yet, let's... Jack Snyder... Captain America. Okay. So yeah, I'm not a big like Star Wars fan or where the fuck. I never was even really into Star Wars at all. I just kind of watched it. It was there or I had nothing better to do. But like, given the fact that Wes is going to talk about the Acolyte because that actually dropped while I was gone. And it's not getting great reviews at all. Was that really all that shocking? Because I wasn't, based on how that looked. So we're going to see his takes on that and see what he says. Maybe there's something he might mention that I didn't even see when I saw the trailer too, but it is what it is. So let's go.
They'll probably try to come out and say that like, oh, the actors are getting a bunch of hate and try to do their usual campaign where they try to smear the fans in order to shame you into watching this garbage. But, you know, I don't believe that that's even happening anymore because I don't think anybody cares enough. I just don't.
Yeah. Bob Iger is selling that Disney have turned a page and things are going to get better, that they're going to put an increased focus on quality over quantity and all that kind of stuff. I've taken, I'll believe it when I see it type of approach. And what I'm seeing right now with the Acolyte is that nothing's getting better. Star Wars is in fact getting worse. If that was possible, Aaron Sparrow.
Yes, I have also, I've taken the Ron Burgundy, I don't believe you stance with this, where I don't even, I'm not even sure I'll believe it when I see it because I don't believe I'm ever going to see it. They don't know what they're doing with Star Wars. It's evident. They've just completely killed that brand. It is a dead brand now. And Marvel is heading there. They're just running everything into the ground. And I don't care what Bob Iger comes out and says. You know, his talk is so cheap at this point. It's worth less than the Disney stock under him.
I'm still willing to wear a Star Wars shirt, but you've even given up on the merch.
Yeah, I don't want to wear a Star Wars shirt. I don't want to go out in public and have a Star Wars shirt on and somebody think I like that bullshit and start talking to me about, oh, did you watch the Acolyte? Did you watch the Acolyte trailer? Did you like Ahsoka? No. I don't want to have that conversation because number one, I don't want to shit on their enjoyment. You know, if they're still enjoying this crap, let them. But I just don't want to be in those conversations because I'll be like, let me tell you the 25 top reasons your opinion is wrong.
Well, the Acolyte is certainly one of those Star Wars projects that likely never should have actually made it to filming. There were so many of them under Kathleen Kennedy that had merit. How this one ever made it to see the light of day is beyond me, but this is worse than I think a lot of fans imagine. Thankfully, Leslie Headland, the showrunner, is out there talking to people, explaining to people what the Acolyte is going to be with it.
I'll be streaming tomorrow again around 4, because I have to post a video between a short every 12 to 3. So
in the framework of Star Wars, and it appears she doesn't understand what Star Wars is. She stated, if Star Wars is about the underdog versus the institution, in the Acolyte, the Jedi are the institution. I was so interested in a story where the Jedi were at the height of their power. And I don't mean the Phantom Menace, because at that point there's a Sith Lord in the Senate that they're not picking up on. To this end, Headland then asserted that the fundamental question at the core of the series' story was, what went wrong, and if the bad guys are actually the underdog. It just seemed like a cool reversal.
Well, I mean, who would have thought that the former assistant of Harvey Weinstein would have a fascination with evil? Who could have guessed that?
I don't understand where they come off, and they don't understand the fundamental components of what makes Star Wars Star Wars. It's always been good versus evil. It's called the light side of the Force and the dark side of the Force for a reason.
They don't understand good versus evil. They don't understand morality.
Because they are evil.
You know, they've got their far left bubble, you know, Hollywood kind of world lack of morality, and they're trying to tell a hero's story or tell a story. You know, they can't even say good and evil because they don't recognize that.
No, they don't.
It's underdog versus institution.
Yep.
That's not what Star Wars is. Star Wars is a fight against evil. It's a fight against tyranny. It's a fight against freedom and the crushing of the human spirit. That's what Star Wars is at its heart.
Yeah, it's a weird take that we're supposed to be rooting for the Sith against the Jedi because the Jedi became too big for their britches. Is that what we're trying to sell here?
Yeah, they're trying to sell that, oh yeah, Yoda is the cause of all this. Like if you've looked at any of the High Republic stuff, they don't want to elevate the Jedi. They want to tear down what George Lucas built. They want to tear down the goodness of the Jedi. I mean, I know that the prequels were about how the bureaucracy of the Jedi Order kind of ended up blinding them to the rise of the Sith and led to the fall of the Republic and the rise of the Empire. I understand all that. But at its heart, the Jedi were still the good guys. The Jedi were still inherently good, trying to do good. And they lost their way. And there's an interesting story there. And there isn't. You can't have an interesting story here where you show things from.
I've been streaming since 4.
The Sith point of view, but the Sith still have to be evil. And the way that Leslie Headland is building this up doesn't sound like she understands that the Sith are evil. I say that she has a fascination with evil. She's been connected to evil. No doubt, I believe she has participated in evil.
I'm pretty sure she has.
So, of course, we're going to get a very evil show out of
I'll guarantee my left nut that woman actually has some form of dealings in his nonsense.
Demonic entity that is now Disney Lucasfilm.
Now, you mentioned it would be interesting to tell a story from the Sith point of view about where the Jedi were kind of like at their apex and the Sith were kind of in a corner. That story's already been told. It was called the Darth Bane trilogy. And shockingly, it's absolutely fantastic because he's so fucking evil.
Yeah, exactly. And, there's been so many Sith stories told within the expanded universe, which of course doesn't exist according to these people. They tossed it all out. But there's so many stories like that in the expanded universe, whether it's Exar Kun or it's Marco Ragnos or it's any of the Sith Lords that we've been told stories about, the story of Revan, the story of Malak, just everything that we've gotten in the expanded universe. And they want to come out and they want to act like this is some new thing. No. The only thing that's new about it is it's being led by people who don't understand the morality of Star Wars.
It's not like we've never had gray characters in Star Wars. There's always been gray characters in Star Wars, whether it's be like Cassian Andor in Rogue One, where we do see him do some kind of shady stuff, whether it be Han Solo in the original trilogy, where he starts out as an anti-hero, and, obviously he has a hero's journey of his own. But at the fundamental core concept of Star Wars is the Jedi are good, the Sith are evil, and yes, you can operate in between. If you wanted to tell a story about the gray elements within the Star Wars universe, you needed to tell a story that wasn't about the Jedi or wasn't about the Sith, that was about bounty hunters or something like that, which what they're doing with Mandalorian, obviously.
Yeah, and doing poorly with Mandalorian. There's been Star Wars comics about the underworld, the Star Wars underworld that are fascinating. Right before Lucas sold Lucasfilm to Disney, they were working on that video game that was codenamed 1313 that was about Boba Fett and was going to be all about the underworld and the life of a bounty hunter and the various characters that you encounter, and they killed that. They've killed everything good. They destroyed the expanded universe. They cast it aside, but they like to go back and they like to strip mine it whenever they can, pull something from it to give you an inferior version of that thing that you liked, to try to hook you back in. Like, oh, you liked Thrawn, didn't you? Well, look, we're putting him in Ahsoka, and he's a complete joke. Everything that they do is vandalism at this point. Anything that they release is tainted. The Star Wars brand is tainted. It's over. They're going to keep trying to milk it, and they're just pretty soon they're just going to be milking that dead green alien, for that dead green alien milk, and that thing's just a corpse laying there on the ground. That's the Star Wars franchise.
We're all just Luke Skywalker drinking that nasty titty milk with a weird look on our faces. We've been exiled to some weird fucking island where Star Wars, or at least good Star Wars, just doesn't exist anymore. Obviously, under the leadership of Kathleen Kennedy. And it does beg the question, like, how much does this woman have to fail? How many stupid people can she hire, like a Leslie Headland, put them in charge of something and actually devalue the property even more? And that's why I take the I'll believe it when I see it approach with Bob Iger. Because if he really wanted to make a change, if he really wanted to change how people felt about Disney, one of the first big things he could do would be to fire Kathleen Kennedy and probably a show like The Acolyte.
Yeah, they should have taken the tax write-off. I don't know why they didn't. This is going to be another financial disaster for them. They spent a bunch of money on it. It's not going to get a return. It's unbelievable that this thing is happening.
I forgot who said it, but I think it was Clownfish. This one got bodies on this man. She got bodies. She got bodies. She knows evidence. She knows something that she has evidence on these people. How do you fail this much? Bro, when Quantum Media came out, the dude who directed lost his job after it didn't do well. Like a month after. How? Like, bro, they even South Park made a whole episode on this one woman and Bob Iger. How? How do you can't keep getting away with this. This is crazy. Imagine this woman put her evil dead fingers on like anime shows that's gonna be under the Disney Plus brand. Imagine that. Imagine they got Fairy Tale or something. A brand new Fairy Tale that Disney is producing and making through Japan. And then have Toei work on it. And then they have to put their craziness in it. That's bro.
She can't keep getting away with it.
She can't. This is wild, man.
I can't imagine that anybody cares at this point.
I wish I can fail up this much. I wish I can fail up this much. And I fail all the time. Jesus Christ. I wish I can fail all the time.
Shills, your Chris Stuckmans that can't wait to see it, that are clapping like seals, because they don't want to say anything negative and everything's positive and everything's wonderful. And I'm sure Grace Randolph will watch it and be like, "Oh, he Vadered," and whatever other ridiculous, retarded things that they want to say. But the fact is, the real fandom has moved on. We've left Star Wars. It's dead to us. We have our fond childhood memories, and that's it. That's all that's left. And whatever Disney puts out is apocrypha at this point.
Well, the thing is, we still have the EU, and I'm still reading EU Star Wars books that I've never read that are absolutely fantastic, that really fill in all those blanks with Star Wars and the necessity I have for having Star Wars in my life. But apparently, they're going to taint that too. This is what showrunner Leslie Headland had to say. You'll see a half-Thelan, half-human Jedi Jekki, played by Daphne Keane, which was always a dream of mine. There's also some...
It's Michael's lowest prices of the season. Shop now for up to 70% off store-wide and score huge deals on springs.
EU lore that I decided to put in because I thought it was so cool and no one told me I couldn't. There are a couple of really big EU ideas that are utilized both early on in the series and later on in the series. Kathleen Kennedy specifically said there are no books, there are no comic books, there are no video games to adapt to Star Wars. That's why we had to start over again. And now they're realizing all their ideas suck. And they keep incorporating all this cool shit from the EU, watering it down or just making it absolutely dreadful, whether it be on Disney Plus or the big screen. We haven't seen a Star Wars movie in over 5 years at this point. But just leave the fucking EU alone, please. It's the one thing that we have, besides the original trilogy, that's the saving grace of Star Wars, is we can fucking ignore what you're doing and go there and actually see cool Star Wars stories.
Yeah, you can. I mean, the nice thing is that you can ignore all this Disney stuff. You get to decide what your headcanon is. So you get to leave this all out. And Star Wars can just be those original Lucas movies and the expanded universe. And you can drop out whatever it is that you don't want. You can plug in whatever it is that you do want. And I suggest that you do that because you're not going to be getting any good Star Wars for Disney. And you're certainly not going to be getting any from Kathleen Kennedy and Leslie Headland. And, just to go back onto how in the hell did this happen? Why hasn't she been fired? You don't think that hiring the former assistant of Harvey Weinstein, and I'm going to keep hammering that home, the former personal assistant of Harvey Weinstein, you don't think that was a calculated move? You don't think Leslie Headland knows where some bodies are buried and told Kathleen Kennedy, and that's why Kathleen Kennedy can't be fired? Because some of these executives that would actually have the power to fire her are probably involved in some pretty shady stuff that Leslie Headland knows about.
Is there anything in the EU that would make sense or theoretically make sense to incorporate into this time in the Acolyte that you really just hope they don't touch?
No, because I'm not going to watch The Acolyte, so it doesn't matter. They can try to, they can grab whatever they want from the EU and slit it open and stuff their bullshit inside it and parade it around in its skin suit and tell me that that's from the EU. But I know I know for a fact that it isn't. It's not going to affect me because I don't care anymore. I don't care. I only care about the original stuff. I don't care about anything that Disney does. I don't care about any of the stuff that they make, and I don't care about any of the ways that they say that they're going to course correct because I know it's not going to happen. The brand is dead. It died the moment Lucas sold it, and we all just need to move on.
Now, what if the fans of Thinking Critical Patreon or Thinking Critical YouTube really want the Aaron Sparrow experience on Acolyte? Are you willing to give it a shot then?
No,
I don't even have Disney
Plus.
Not
even for the people?
I don't even. Well, I mean, I'm always. I am a humble servant of the people. But fortunately, our audience seems to like us, and they don't seem to want to make us watch trash. They don't want us to suffer. They only like to see Doc suffer, apparently.
Well, everyone likes to see Doc suffer, but it does piss me off that you literally had Kathleen Kennedy saying this stuff doesn't exist, and then they've gotten to the point where they have to keep hijacking and mining stuff from all that stuff that never existed in the first place. At this point, they don't really have anything to sell you when it comes to new ideas. No one's talking about the new characters, the new Sith and the new Jedi and all that stuff. They're just talking about, there's a Wookiee as a Jedi, as a little bit of nostalgia bait in there and something that people might think looks cool in the trailer. But he's not even a main character. We know that.
Yeah, no, they're not going to make a Wookiee a main character. It's the same complaint that people kind of had in the Old Republic game, although the Old Republic game is fantastic. At least I think so. Which was they're not letting us play as Wookiees, and they're not letting us play as Trandoshans, and they're not letting us play as all these alien races. And the designers said, like, well, we couldn't have you playing main characters that don't speak basic because you think you want to hear the Wookiee talk through the whole game, but trust me, you'll get bored with it. And I was like, don't tell us what we'll get bored with.
Yes,
we will not get bored with that at all.
How do you know?
I would rather watch a show about a Wookiee, although maybe it's good that he won't be a main character because they won't ruin the Wookiee race for everybody the way they ruin everything they touch.
There's a reason there's Star Trek fans that can speak fucking Klingon because people get into this stuff. Who wouldn't want a Wookiee Jedi to be the main character of the Acolyte? Maybe it'd be worth watching then. Although
who wouldn't want to be in an elevator and who wouldn't want to be in an crowded elevator and you want to tell your friend something but you don't want everybody else to know, so you just start going and your friend's like, oh yeah, I get it.
Now we do have some toys coming out. If people don't know this, you are the toy guy, the toy aficionado on Thinking Critical. I thought this was very interesting. Hasbro unveiled 5 of the Hasbro Black Series figures for the Acolyte. This unveiling is part of the fan stream for Lucasfilm's Imperial March and comes just in time to celebrate the Acolyte's trailer release. The Acolyte Black Series figures include Padawan Jekylon, Jedi Knight Yord Fandar, Jedi Master Indara, Jedi Master Soul, and the Assassin May. The Acolyte Black Series figures will be available this summer from Hasbro, each costing $24.99. Now, Aaron, when these get to Ollie's and they're $3.99, will you buy them? Because they would fit into your Star Wars universe figures.
No.
Well, I think that once they go clearance, which they will, when they go clearance, when they start showing up there, they start showing up at Ross Dress for less, and people are getting them for $3-4. Absolutely, people are going to buy them because they're going to pop the heads of those terrible characters off, and they're going to put on different heads, and they're going to customize them into their own original character Jedi. Which, by the way, I will tell you, every one of your OCs is going to be far more canon than Leslie Headland's fanfic Jedi that she's putting out. So, they will sell at that point. But at $24.99, Hasbro's going to take a bath.
What do you think about the Assassin May? She can't even see over her hair.
Yeah, it's like someone was like, why does one of these figures have kunai? And I said, well,
a good
because
question.
Leslie Headland saw an anime once. That's all that this is. It's just a bunch of people. Even Dave Filoni's Ahsoka was like, hey, what if we tried to cram Lord of the Rings within Star Wars? And it just doesn't work. None of these people want to tell Star Wars stories. They want to tell either fantasy stories or anime stories or whatever it is that they're actually a fan of. They want to stuff that into Star Wars along with a big healthy dose of their activism. So, you know, it's going to be trash. These figures are trash. It's just all. How does it feel, Wes, to see everything you love burn to the ground?
So great.
It's not particularly fun or pleasant.
No, it's not. But all you can do is just watch it go up. Just flames are.
You know, I kind of feel bad for Carrie-Anne Moss. She hasn't done a whole lot of stuff since. Obviously being in the Matrix trilogy. She was in Memento, which was obviously pretty cool. And then we got Daphne Keane, obviously was X-23 and Logan or whatever. So at least there's a couple of actors that you recognize.
But remember, we saw from the Star Wars Celebration when they had their actresses out there.
I don't think you got the meme.
You know, this is going to be the first
that
time
was a meme, but I don't think you got it.
Central in Star Wars. Yes.
Yeah, I genuinely think Wes didn't get the meme when he said that.
Yeah, we've never seen women featured in Star Wars ever.
No, and certainly not for the last 10 years.
I don't know. It's just bad news all around. I want to maintain hope as a Star Wars fan that things can get back on track. And there was a little hope there that maybe George Lucas would end up buying it back. That appears to not be happening. But at some point, I think you just got to be honest with yourself, Aaron. It's fucking over.
He said that.
It's over. It's over. And listen, I know you want to hold out hope.
Yeah.
I know that Star Wars was built on hope. But I think at this point, take a card from a movie that Dave Filoni likes a lot because he tried to turn Ahsoka into it. The Lord of the Rings, and just accept Aomer's words that, do not trust to hope. It has forsaken these lands.
Absolutely. It's certainly forsaken the fandom. You can't get good toys anymore. We apparently can't get good video games. Not even really good shows. I mean, I guess a couple of the Star Wars Visions things are apparently supposedly good. Maybe Andor's good. That's a rumor that's out there. But I never thought I would get to the place where it was just like, I don't even know if, why am I even wearing this shirt at this point?
Yeah, I never thought I'd get to the point of complete apathy, and that the fan base would get to the point of complete apathy. But here we are. Nobody's even mad anymore. I know that they'll probably try to come out and say that the actors are getting a bunch of hate and try to do their usual campaign where they try to smear the fans in order to shame you into watching this garbage. But, I don't believe that that's even happening anymore because I don't think anybody cares enough.
No, not
I just don't.
Yeah. And I don't think the Acolyte is going to be what saves Star Wars franchise. I do want to say thank you very much to Aaron. If you're like, hey, I didn't get enough Aaron today. It just so happens there's another hour and 40 minutes, maybe even 2 hours left of this particular podcast because this is the Geek Fix exclusive to Thinking Critical Patreon. This is just the segment that goes up on the YouTubes. If you want more of that, there's a link in the video description. And there's more of Aaron and his never-ending Christmas tree.
That's right. That's right.
All right, so that's Wes and Aaron. Thank you guys. I appreciate it and all that great stuff. And then you guys, if you like what Wes does, which is Thinking Critical, go follow him and also follow me if you like the hot takes here and all that great stuff. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Cool. All right, we're with Wes again. We have what? How many less? Jesus Christ, that's a lot. We got 4 left. God damn. The reason why I'm doing a lot is because it gives me time to put a bunch of content out, right? It gives me time to put a bunch of content out because I have a bunch of content that's still coming out in a couple of days still, because I post twice a day now, and I think that's a good place to start, or at least to build the audience. If it gets 2 a day, that doubles our chances of getting more people, more opportunities leads to pay, and then I can eventually one day pay my mods. So that's all this is all ultimately about. So let's hope when that day comes. All right, so with that said, this is with Wes. His here Legends roast Zack Snyder's terrible Batman takes. I remember Zack Snyder saying something very insane about Batman once, and it was at the time when he was, I think, making Justice League. He said something around the lines, maybe some of you may know this, he said something around the lines that he wanted Batman to be in prison and get doinked
for some odd reason, to really bring the grit on him. I don't know why you will want your superhero to be doinked unconsently. I don't know why that will be a thing you will want, but that is not a good idea. And Batman of all people, that is very strange.
Zack Snyder made an appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience and gave his thoughts on Batman and what made the character special and how you get him right and why he's insignificant to modern day storytelling because people refuse to let him murder. Batman should be a killer because everything is so grimy and dirty nowadays. If you had a real Batman on the streets, he would be forced to murder people to exact justice. And this is a terrible take. It's one of the reasons that the DCEU never really worked out. He got the foundation completely incorrect in Man of Steel, and then he got the first floor incorrect with Batman versus Superman. And I don't know why he was working on the second floor. They decided to boot him off, with Justice League and all that stuff. He got some castings right, but he never really got the characters right. And thankfully, there are people reacting to this, and we got a lot of reactions actually from comic pros, a lot of which have had a thing or two to do with Batman and the greatness of the character, especially in modern times. We even got Dan Slott chiming in. When Dan Slott is able to tell you that you are stupid, you have clearly reached stupid status. That is basically what happened to Zack Snyder as he's being eviscerated by comic pros, a lot of whom are pretty well associated with the Batman character himself. Let's hear from Grant Morrison. If Batman killed his enemies, he'd be the Joker, and Commissioner Gordon would have to lock him up. That Batman puts himself in danger every night but steadfastly refuses to murder is an essential element of the character's magnificent, horrendous, childlike psychosis, wrote Morrison in his latest newsletter. The line Bruce Wayne draws is a clear delineation between himself and his villains, and if Batman were to ever cross it, there would be no difference between them. That is absolutely correct. Once Batman decides to murder, he's basically become the Joker himself. And that's kind of something that Joker has wanted to do to Batman, make him cross that line and show Batman, you're no better than me. You're just a villain that's disguised himself as a superhero. But we all know that that is not the case. And Batman has been around for over 80 years. And for almost all of that, the no-kill rule and no using guns rule have been very important parts or foundational elements of the Batman character. And the Batman character remains to this day the most popular comic book character out there. It's the best-selling ongoing series and has been for a long time. Anytime you put Batman on the big screen, people go and see it. It doesn't matter who you put underneath the cowl. You can put the guy from freaking Twilight. That's right, this shiny, sparkly vampire guy can play Bruce Wayne, put on the cowl, and people are still interested in Batman. He's that over with people, and I think most people recognize that not killing is an essential part of who Batman is. Now, I don't personally agree with every Grant Morrison take on the Batman character. I don't think that Batman should be the Bat God that Grant Morrison likes to implement, where he's got a contingency plan for everybody. And he could defeat Superman if he needed to, and he could defeat Wonder Woman. And he knows the weaknesses of everybody, not only his villains, but also his allies, and he has a way to defeat them as well. I don't personally like the Bat God take. I don't like the Joker is secretly in love with Batman and would like to be in a relationship with him. That's something Grant Morrison has certainly leaned into, but those aren't foundational elements of the Batman character. Those are kind of foundational elements of Grant Morrison's take on the character, which certainly differs from other people. But he realizes you can't actually break the core of the character. Otherwise, you're not really writing Batman at that point. Zack Snyder has said, well, he's really drawing inspiration from Dark Knight Returns because Batman in that comic book from Frank Miller certainly uses a gun. And some people would tell you that Dark Knight Returns is the greatest Batman story of all times. I would certainly disagree with that. I think Batman Year One is a better Batman story. I think Batman The Long Halloween is a better Batman story. And I would say even Strange Apparitions is a better Batman story. Just my take, there are better Batman stories out there than The Dark Knight Returns. Obviously, that's probably the most famous one, or at least up there. And yes, Batman does break out a gun and aims it at a guy that's holding a girl hostage or whatever, and he does shoot him. Apparently, in Zack Snyder's mind, he murders him. I don't think that's anyone's real take on that particular moment.
I don't think he murders him.
It was a fuck me moment. It was like, oh God, I can't believe I would see Batman pull out a gun, but that's even Elseworlds. It's not actually in canon. That is not the actual Batman himself. That's a darker, grimmer version of Batman in the future that isn't supposed to be a part of canon, and I think that's where a lot of people make mistakes when they're trying to understand who the Batman character is. Grant Morrison kind of sets them straight there. Next up, we heard from Mark Miller. Heroes can kill, superheroes don't. That's the difference between Bond, Captain Kirk, and Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, etc. It's not just the costumes. And that is a really good point, because certainly there are heroes out there that kill. You know, you see on the big screen, I remember Arnold Schwarzenegger in the late 80s and 90s. Every single action movie he made was absolutely amazing, and he murdered so many people in there. So many bad guys died because of Arnold Schwarzenegger and all the characters that he was portraying. You know, other than Terminator, where he was certainly the bad guy in that particular one. You know, Sylvester Stallone was another huge action star. We had Jean-Claude Van Damme. Who else we have out there? Who was Steven Seagal? Obviously, all those heroes in action movies did kill, but they weren't superheroes. Even a character like Punisher, who is a part of the Marvel Universe, you don't really consider him a superhero. He's an anti-hero. He is a hero of his own right, but he has crossed that line. He's lost the moral clarity of a character like a Batman or a character like a Daredevil, to where he is willing to murder. And I do think Mark Miller gets that kind of stuff. He certainly incorporated it very heavily into Civil War, where we had that moment where you had Punisher wanting to join up with Captain America's team, and Captain America's like, no, we are not the same. I'm a superhero. You're a vigilante out there that's killing people. You are not allowed to act like you and I are fighting for the same thing, because you have crossed lines that superheroes do not cross.
It's that scene with Daredevil and the Punisher in the Netflix series, when it was actually good, when they were both in the same situation where one chooses to kill and the other one doesn't, right? That was a great take on right and wrong, good and evil, what's considered right in the situation, what's considered wrong in the situation. It was a very great dynamic, because Daredevil was doing his damnedest to stop Frank from destroying those henchmen and stuff back at, I think it was at the church, and he was doing his damnedest to convince him not to take out the lives of those people, and let the justice system handle it, or a case may be. And then that really shows, if you, and I think Frank said it perfectly, when you beat them down, they get back up. When I beat them down, I keep them down. That was a perfect saying for the anti-hero, right? That what solidified the actor who played Frank Castle in the Netflix, I forgot his name, who played the actor who played Frank Castle. I believe he was a very believable Frank Castle. I felt the grit, I felt the realness in his voice, his tone, how he felt, and that military, like, I don't give a shit, I'm tired of the shit I have to go through just to protect others, and they don't take it seriously, or take me or don't appreciate what we do type stuff. I really like that archetype. That is an archetype that doesn't get used enough in movies. That archetype is usually hated amongst progressives, because they don't like that individual who will get the work done. They like to play this game where they would like to prolong a problem as long as possible, and that's what I think Daredevil comes in, being that type of progressive that most people don't like dealing with, because it's always something. It never can't be just finished. It always has to be something that's always being pressed on the idea that if we try to get something done, we have to go through all these different maneuvers to just do what's needed. So yeah, I like Frank Castle as a hero, an anti-hero. I don't even want him to be a hero. I don't want him to be a Batman. I want him to be who he is. He's essentially has villain tendencies, but then again, for the right of what people... Frank Castle is the ultimate intrusive thoughts, or like, even not intrusive thoughts, the loud voices in your head that you know needs to be said type stuff. That's what Frank Castle represents.
And I think Mark Miller put that into the comic book absolutely on purpose, to delineate that while, yes, Punisher is a really cool character, and there's nothing wrong with liking Punisher and seeing him as a hero, there's an enormous difference between Punisher and a character like Captain America or something like a Superman, which are more aspirational heroes, because he has crossed that dark line. And I personally believe, and this is just my headcanon, this isn't established by DC Comics, by writers and stuff like that, that if Batman ever did cross the line, because he is so heavily invested in his mission, and he is so heavily invested in protecting the people of Gotham and his family and stuff like that, that if he ever did kill, he would become a serial killer, because then he will be able to justify it in his mind. And we know that Batman is completely dedicated to the mission. He will fight to the death. He will literally go out there until he has no energy left. He will not eat, he will not sleep until he gets the job done. And if he thought part of the job meant killing people, he would start murdering everybody. His body count would likely be just as high as Joker in very short order as he started justifying the action itself. So he knows that he can't cross the line, because if he did, he might actually become addicted to murder. And that's one of the cool things about the character, at least in my own headcanon, the way I see Batman personally. Obviously, a lot of these writers don't see him the same way Zack Snyder does. Another creator, not a writer so much, certainly he has written, but more known as an artist, very, very associated with Batman, is Graham Nolan. He said one of the most ignorant quotes about Batman I've ever heard. It also explains the stupid death of Pa Kent and Superman having to kill Zod and Man of Steel. Dude doesn't understand the core of the characters. And I do think this is a fundamental core element of why Zack Snyder's DCEU didn't work, and why people are pushing back so hard on his stance that if Batman isn't allowed to kill, he's irrelevant, because he's not a character that could actually exist in the real world. If we think about what Graham Nolan and his association with Batman is, obviously the best known story and one of the greatest Batman stories ever told, in a story I would probably say is better than Dark Knight Returns. It's right up there with it. It's among the greatest Batman stories of all time. Nightfall, obviously a lot of great creators associated with Nightfall, Graham Nolan being one of the primary artists. In that story, you know, under the guise of Bane and his big plan, he releases all the villains out into Gotham all at one time, just to see what he can do to break Batman. Not just break him physically, but also to break him mentally. What's it going to take for him to say, you know what, screw it, it's time to start murdering. There's so much stuff going on, there's so much mayhem that I can't follow my own rules, and I will lose my own moral clarity, and I will stoop down to Bane's level, or Joker's level, or Riddler's level, all that kind of stuff. And guess what happens by the end of Nightfall? Or at least, I guess, in the middle of Nightfall, because Nightfall lasts for a long time, even after the moment where Batman gets his back broken, after he's so physically exhausted and so mentally exhausted, but never, ever took the shortcut, took the easy road to actually start murdering the actual criminals that were out there in Gotham that he had put away, and then obviously Bane had let out. He would literally fight to the death, kill his own body physically before he resorted to murder. I think that was a powerful statement about the Batman character, of what he is and what his moral clarity is, and why he is an amazing superhero, and why he is the right man to protect the people of Gotham, one of the dirtiest, nastiest cities in the history of fiction. Just a wonderful interpretation of Batman, and I can understand why it pisses Graham Nolan off and chaps his ass, because he is somebody that put his blood, sweat, and tears into that Batman character.
I appreciate
and
it.
to see somebody just so fundamentally misunderstand the purpose of the character, but he didn't even understand Superman. That's how, I don't know, jaded, cynical the mind of Zack Snyder is. He didn't even understand having Pa Kent tell Clark, maybe you shouldn't save people because it could be dangerous for you. A very selfish act. Allowing himself to just die there when Superman could have just went and saved him very, very easily. Having Superman resort to murdering Zod and say, maybe I shouldn't be protecting these people. Maybe they're not worth it. Terrible, terrible takes on Superman, who of course is the foundational element of all these superheroes. You know, Superman is the first hero that really took off and is the benchmark of superheroes everywhere. And Zack Snyder just didn't get that. I think he's so enamored with Watchmen and character deconstruction. And Watchmen is a brilliant book. It's absolutely fantastic. And he did probably as good as an interpretation as you could ever do of the comic book material on movies. Zack Snyder did. The first 2 minutes with the Bob Dylan song was some of the best.
Just to let you know, Jerry,
visual storytelling.
If you want to be part of the reactions, you can come over here on YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, or Kick, either one of those four. We're doing reactions. I'm not just drawing, I'm doing reactions. This is why you hear the TikTok music that's playing in the background for you,
you won't be able to hear what's going on because TikTok's too damn sensitive. So if you want to go and join over here on Twitch or YouTube, wherever those platforms whether you pick, you can hear what we're listening to, and you can see the VTuber model, and then we're doing the whole like reaction thing. So
I've ever actually seen in a movie without really any dialogue or anything like that. It told a wonderful story, and then it just kind of falls apart under the weight of the story itself that probably was never meant to be put on the big screen. But when Zack Snyder is given source material or a script that he has to stick to, it kind of works out. You know, Dawn of the Dead is really good because James Gunn wrote the script. You know, Watchmen is pretty damn good interpretation because it's pretty faithful to the Alan Moore adaptation and stuff like that. 300, a lot of people like that. Pretty damn faithful to the original Frank Miller source material there. But then when you get to Man of Steel, when you get to like a Sucker Punch, when you get to like fucking Batman versus Superman, and it's Zack Snyder's interpretation of these characters, it all fucking falls down because there's no foundational elements of who the characters are even supposed to be just to begin with. He's almost like the Tom fucking King of directors, to where you're not going in there and you're not seeing who Superman is. You're not seeing who Batman is. You're seeing the weird, twisted version that Zack Snyder wishes Superman was or wishes Batman was. Just like when you read a Tom King book, we're not reading about Wonder Woman right now. That is not Diana Prince. If you read the book, you're not going to really like it. But if you want to know how Tom King saw his mother, that's the comic book you're actually reading. Would that work in an independent book without the name Wonder Woman? I don't really think so. But just like in the case of Tom King fans like that Wonder Woman book. Wonder Woman fans hate it. In the case of Zack Snyder fans love Man of Steel. Superman fans, not so much. Zack Snyder fans love Batman versus Superman. But Batman and Superman fans hate that fucking movie because he does not get the core concepts of the characters themselves. Even Dan Slott himself, one of the biggest turds in the entire comic book industry. Yes, he had a very prolonged run on Amazing Spider-Man that was not very good until the very end. There were some highs in there, but even Dan Slott, notable moron in the comic book industry, had to speak out and clap back at Zack Snyder on Thread, stating, "It's nice to have Batman be someone who never kills or uses a gun. Could that kind of character function in the real world? When you reach that point of examining the character, things like where would he park the Batmobile? And how can he still be pretty boy Bruce Wayne while getting a million stitches everywhere? All of that falls apart too. It's okay to have the character be unrealistic and have the never kills, never uses guns part of his character locked in. Sticking to a code where he doesn't kill makes him a stronger character, not a weaker one, especially when killing is the easier choice." Even Dan Slott is taking Zack Snyder to school when it comes to superheroes. And one of the interesting things he makes there, where it's hard to maintain your moral clarity or maintain your personal code, and Batman absolutely has a personal code. One of the more interesting elements of Watchmen, and one of the reasons I think Rorschach is a really compelling character, is because despite how dirty that world is, and despite the lengths that those heroes go to in a pretty fucked up version of a superhero universe where they take shortcuts and they use their powers for their own gain and all that kind of stuff, Rorschach, while not the nicest guy in the world, and he certainly does kill people, and I wouldn't call him a superhero. In fact, he's referred to as a mask or whatever. You know, he's a vigilante kind of character. He is the focal point and the most important character in the universe because he's the only one that never deviates from his personal code. And that's why the character is so relatable, and why when you read the story, even though you're not supposed to like him, Alan Moore clearly didn't like the character, you are drawn to him. And he, being Zack Snyder, is completely fucking oblivious, it went right over his head, of why those core elements of Rorschach make him essentially timeless, where you can have a universe that's so twisted and so dirty and so weird and fundamentally wrong, but he maintains the core principles of who he is, and that makes him...
I'm not gonna lie, I did like Rorschach from Watchmen. I actually thought he was really cool. He was like I guess he was like the third poor man's Batman to me for Rorschach. Like, I know Daredevil is kind of like the poor man's Batman, and then like Moon Knight is like the second poor man's Batman, I guess, to a certain extent. But Rorschach, I don't know, something about Rorschach really pulls you in. I think it's just because of the mask, mainly, like he said. But like, like especially in the movie, I like the fact that the mask moves and you can actually make your own mask that moves. That's kind of cool. I think that was a really cool thing because it's just hyperthermal. Some type of mask you can make on your own. It's really easy, I believe, and you can wear it and it can move and stuff based on your heat signature. It's really cool. But the issue with Rorschach, I know that he had like a moral compass, like Wes also stated, but I think that gets blurred very fast or gets destroyed in the movie when he takes out that dude because of the little girl. So like I'm not really sure if
Ryaga Samurai. Cool.
Because like he's really cool. Like if you ever watch Watchmen, give it a try. But you know it's pretty good.
The standout character in the same way that Batman does. That despite just how dirty and grimy Gotham is, and just how crime-ridden it is, and how much easier it would be for Batman to go out there and exact justice in a very violent, murderous kind of way, that would be the shortcut. That would be breaking his own moral imperatives. That would be not learning the lesson of his parents' death. That's why there is a clear delineation and line drawn in the sand when it comes to murder with Batman, and that's what makes the character special, because it is a core element of who Batman is. You know, when Zack Snyder's like, oh, that's just how
I watched. Okay, good. I thought. Okay.
fucking virgins see it. A bunch of virgins sleeping in their mama's basement who don't understand what real superheroes are.
Oh,
No.
cool.
You don't understand what real superheroes are. Superman wouldn't go out there and charge a country money for saving the day and, you know, putting down a war and all that kind of stuff. Batman wouldn't just go out there and murder all of his enemies. You know, he wouldn't do all the shortcuts that you personally would do. And that doesn't make you a bad person, because if you had that kind of power, you would abuse it. What it means is we should all aspire to be better people. Do I want to be Batman? Not particularly. I feel like he's a little bit too obsessed with his vow. I feel like he's a little bit too obsessed with justice that will likely never come, and he's basically fighting an unending journey that he can probably never win. But I do think I would like to be more like Superman, because he seems to be a pretty damn well-adjusted character that always has his eye on the moral imperative and doing the right thing in all situations. Now, have there been weird takes on Superman in the past?
Oh, you
Has Superman killed? I remember seeing a cover where he's going to throw a guy into a helicopter if he didn't give him information. Yes, there have been weird things that have happened with Superman. There is 80 years of storytelling associated with the character, but that shit has been firmly rejected, not only by the readers, but by the creators, and isn't really a part of what we think of when it comes to Superman. Has Batman ever had a gun? Absolutely. Has Batman murdered somebody? Yes, within comic books, Batman has murdered somebody. But that's not a core element of who the character is at this point. And as soon as Zack Snyder gets over that, the better, because this dude just does not get superheroes, and he continues to fuck this whole thing up. And I did appreciate Grant Morrison, Graham Nolan, Mark Miller, and even Dan Slott speaking out on this guy is out of his fucking mind. He just doesn't get superheroes. Something I've been stating many times in the past, and people always argue with me. I just don't get it. If you would like more awesome takes on superhero movies and comic books and the universes and video games and all that stuff, I do want to invite you to come over and check out the Patreon, because there's a lot more stuff going on around comic books than I'm just able to cover here on the YouTube. A lot more informal kind of conversations, podcasts, especially 8 hours of brand new content on the Patreon every single week, over 32 hours a month. Definitely check that out. There's a link in the video description.
All right, so that was Wes on the whole take on Zack Snyder's terrible Batman takes. You know, it is what it is, but you know, not everyone's gonna hit it on the right mark, no matter who they are, whether they're famous or not. So like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. Also give Wes a good follow and all that good stuff. I know I'm doing a lot of Wes content. It's just to get something really quick and done for the week off. So please forgive me if they're very long or so. All that great stuff. So also give a follow and all that great stuff. And I'll see you guys in the next one. And subscribe. All right. We got Jesus Christ. No, they only got 2 left. Oh God, thank God. We got 2 left, and then we'll go to more of the more funner stuff later. Jesus, this is a lot. All right, so Captain America 4. Wait, Captain America? Captain America 4 faces crisis. Test audience rejects politics. Yeah, I've been hearing about this. The Captain America Brave World or New World or whatever the fuck it's called. It is trash, I'm hearing so far. So, like, I'm not too surprised by this, but it's kind of sad on their behalf. So, it is what it is. And I also heard that Bucky is not even in the goddamn movie because, well, they said that Bucky might overshadow Falcon because he's a more likable character compared to the Falcon. I have no problem with Mackie, but Jesus Christ, like, I think the way they've written him is just not that fun. I don't know. It's just correct. And yeah, let's see what's up.
Booking.com. Finding your perfect stay is frightening.
I'm not playing this shit in my fucking... I'm gonna play this. Taco YT. Oh,
I'm
God.
Natalie Bryant. It's hard to say, like, what...
Basically, every piece of information that we've had regarding Captain America 4, which started out as something else and now is Brave New World. New World Order, I think, might have been the original. It's gone through some name changes, has been negative. It sounds like it's a very troubled production. We were originally going to get the Serpent Society. They've been cut out. They have a new mix of the film after doing the first or maybe 2 rounds of reshoots on this bad boy, and they are not done. Apparently, they're going to need another round of reshoots at a minimum, and they have the entire summer blocked off for reshoots for Captain America 4 because test audiences have seen the film and they are not happy. In fact, they are not happy on a multitude of reasons or levels. That's probably a better way to say that. One of them being the politics within Captain America 4, but I guess the problem is not what you and I would expect after seeing phases 4 and 5 of the MCU and probably going too hard in the paint on this or that. It turns out there's another issue with the Captain America 4 politics. The biggest issue, let's be honest, is that it's Falcon Cap and not the real Captain America. A Falcon should just be Falcon. It's absolutely anchored down by that Falcon and the Winter Soldier TV show that introduced the first version, or at least the MCU version of Falcon Cap, which is absolutely terrible. Was not a good version of the character. People are never going to like this version of Captain America. It's not Anthony Mackie's fault. It's Kevin Feige's fault. It's Marvel Studios' fault. And they are going to be paying a price in money and reshoots on this bad idea. This is coming from Oh How I Marvel at These Marvels on Twitter. Apparently, audiences were unimpressed by the film's action scenes and the chemistry between Cap and his love interest. However, the biggest issue was how audiences responded to the film's political content. You might think this would mean audiences found it divisive, but it was actually worse than that.
If you think
they found it boring. I'm told that the overall feel was that the political material was uninspired and unengaging, that audiences found it lacked nuance and was overly expository and really slowed the movie down. And people didn't even like it because it was too woke. They just didn't like it because it was too boring. That is not a good place to begin with. That means your script sucked. That means your plot didn't flow very well, and it bogged down under the weight of all the stupid political nonsense that you had to throw in there just to make the story maybe work, which is one of the problems that really came up during the Captain America Winter Soldier TV show. I'm certainly not surprised that it's creeped its way into the Captain America 4 production itself. Now, these test audiences apparently were none too thrilled, obviously, about the chemistry between Anthony Mackie and whoever his co-star is. I don't remember her name, but apparently he's going to have a love interest. They might not have any chemistry. Do we have another Anakin and Padme situation? Because that would be absolutely awful.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Probably the worst on-screen romance I've ever seen in a movie history. Although, if you watch Thor: The Dark World, Thor and Jane Foster do not have much chemistry in that movie. They're much better than the first one, so it's not like the MCU
4%
under
action.
Kevin Feige hasn't
Okay,
had these
Bri,
issues before.
I know Bri has watched it, so it has 4% action in it. So, wait, 4% you said? Oh, 40%, 40% action. So, like, there is action scenes in it. It's just not the main focus.
Obviously, with the Thor romance really falling apart, and I don't know, does it get better in Thor: Love and Thunder? I would say not.
Nope.
And then it sounds like the action scenes weren't all that amazing. They didn't really wow people. And those are going to be, I guess, the biggest parts of the reshoots because those cost the most money. They got all the CGI, you got practical effects, you got explosions and all that stuff. And it sounds like they're actually cutting 3 entire action sequences and they're going to reshoot and rethink them to make the movie flow better because Disney do not want to move off the release date for Captain America 4 in 2025. They've already delayed it a couple of times. And we do know that Deadpool and Wolverine is sitting in one of the slots that Captain America Brave New World was supposed to release in. And they do not want to vacate that 2025 release date because they think it's good, they think it's prime time, and they probably don't want to sink any more money into this. Is there a chance, and I think there really is a chance, that the budget actually goes bigger than the Marvels? They actually wasted $300 million on the Marvels movie just for shooting it that we know of. For a movie that only grossed $200 million in the end, and that wasn't even accounting for marketing budget and expenses and probably a lot of other expenses that we don't know about. Could this budget be like an Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny type budget, $380 million?
That's
$400 million
good.
now that we're on 2 or 3 rounds of reshoots, and they're not just reshooting character scenes, they're reshooting the big action scenes. They're having to engage all that kind of stuff. Lots and lots of work going into that, and a lot of money going down the drain for a movie that likely was always going to bomb, especially once you had Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the TV show on Disney Plus, which just quite frankly was really, really bad and took all the worst aspects of Falcon, Cap from Marvel Comics and incorporated into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which is something that actually kind of fits with Kate Bishop Hawkeye. If you read Kate Bishop Hawkeye in the comic books, she's not a good character. She's not very likable. She never has to overcome anything. But if you watch the Hawkeye show on Disney Plus, they kind of fixed the character. They forgot to fix Falcon Cap for this movie. And Disney do think, at least they're claiming they believe they know what went wrong with the MCU and some of their other major franchises. But I think they've got it all wrong, and Captain America 4 is an amazing example of that. A new report from insider Matt Belloni reveals what factors Disney reportedly believe are contributing to a recent pattern of box office failures. In a recent What I'm Hearing newsletter, Belloni reported internally people have chalked up the slide to a dilution of focus and resources during the COVID-era rush to seed Disney Plus and Hulu with as much content as possible. Everyone was going 100 miles per hour, the thinking goes, while also working mostly at home and away from
what do you think, Bri?
Creative collaborators, and the output ramped up far beyond what the company was built to deliver. Disney made decisions without thinking them through or testing ideas properly, and the content ultimately suffered. You certainly will not hear me claim that the idea that quantity over quality did not affect not just the MCU, but I guess maybe Star Wars, perhaps, but certainly Pixar and some of these other studios under Disney. Certainly the MCU suffered the most because they wanted to put out the most content. It was the biggest franchise in the world when the pandemic shutdowns happened, and they were launching Disney Plus at the time, and they certainly needed new content because they just didn't have a whole lot of new stuff. So I can understand them saying we took on too many projects at once.
Okay.
But if you think about it,
I feel like her skin is too dark. I think she's a lot paler than that. Isn't she a lot paler than this? I'm pretty sure she's a lot paler. I think I should make her brighter.
Projects were announced before the pandemic shut down. Captain America 4 was already in the pipeline. The Marvels was already in the pipeline. I think it was Captain America 2 at the time. Blade was already in the pipeline. Now, that's a good project that should make them money, but they had already lined up all these projects to come out before the COVID shutdown really even happened. Agatha Harkness was already in production. Wonder Man was already being talked about. Ironheart had already been decided on as being a program that they were going to go forward with. And they chose the wrong heroes. They watered down their franchise with less than stellar heroes, and that's the real problem here. Falcon is great. Falcon is a great character. He's an amazing sidekick. One of the best sidekicks in the entire MCU. In fact, I'm thinking about it. Maybe Winter Soldier is better, but I don't know if he's even a sidekick. He's more of an anti-hero, especially after Captain America, the Winter Soldier movie and all that kind of stuff. Now, normally, side characters do have a hard time coming into their own and holding up their own franchises. Very few legacy characters or side characters from the past ever grow up, get their own mantle, and become their own hero that's at the stature of whoever they were apprenticing under. You know, Wally West would be an example of a character that maybe surpassed the original, although I guess Barry Allen is certainly more well-known and popular right now. Nightwing Dick Grayson is a legacy character or a sidekick that did ascend up and probably can hold his own movie at this point. He certainly can hold his own comic book. But there are tons of sidekicks, and most of them never grow up to that kind of status where they can really hold their own, especially in Marvel Comics. They are not great with the legacy heroes or the sidekicks. So choosing to make a solo movie with a sidekick, but then calling him Captain America probably was just a bad idea to begin with. They never really established him like that. He's an awesome character. Maybe if they did a TV show with Falcon And in War Machine, that would be pretty cool. I didn't really like Falcon the Winter Soldier, but you could probably get away with it on television. I don't know if this character was ever going to be popular enough to be a headliner in a movie that I imagine Kevin Feige and Marvel Studios and Bob Iger and Disney would like to break 800 million.
I'm gonna make this plain and leave it plain. All right, later, Jerry. I do appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. Hope to see you again. I'm gonna keep this plain for obvious reasons because my coloring still needs a lot more work. I think I need to really put in more work in my grayscaling because I know if I figure this out, I can really make some very good looking characters. You can tell that it looks kind of dull. The colors feel kind of dull, a bit lifeless. But I don't have time to do all that. Oh, wait, sorry. I'm sorry, I spelled their name wrong. My bad. I'm going to use a blue. Oh, purplish blue. Sorry. F-R-E-R-I-N. I need to work on my grayscaling. That's what I need to work on. That's my next thing. It's not about anatomy or even positioning or perspective. It's all about that color systems.
$1 billion, make $1 billion, you know, on a good day. Maybe even more than that if you're at the height of the MCU. But that was probably never being.
My name is Jared McCain. I go to Duke. Hunter Dickinson.
In the cards, people like Chris Evans as Captain America, people like Steve Rogers as Captain America, people like Tony Stark as Iron Man. Although stating it like that, I guess you could see Spider-Man as Iron Man's sidekick within the MCU. That's certainly never been the case in comic books. He was more like Spider-Lad or Iron Lad, you know, where his mentor was Tony Stark himself. So I guess maybe they got one character up there. But Spider-Man is a brand unto himself and traditionally has outsold all of these characters, including Tony Stark, the biggest character within the MCU. So they picked a whole lot of bad projects led by characters that were never big time stars anyway. And I think that's really their ultimate undoing. And certainly, I think going quantity over quality did rush the decline of the MCU. But I don't think that's ultimately what the deciding factor is. They made a lot of really bad decisions. Case in point, asked by agents of fandom whether or not Ironheart or Wonder Man would ever actually come out, particularly in light of the numerous scheduling and staffing shakeups reported around their respective productions, Marvel Studios exec Brad Winderbaum affirmed, yeah, absolutely, we're editing both of those shows as we speak. They're spectacular, they're amazing, and they're different. We're able to explore corners of the universe that are really exciting. Riri Williams is one of them, and I cannot wait for people to meet Simon Williams. The problem with Riri Williams' Ironheart is she's just a knockoff Tony Stark. She's Tony Stark light without any of the charisma or interesting character aspects or personality or kind of stuff like that. You know, she was introduced in Black Panther Wakanda Forever, and she was a completely duplicate character to Shuri. They were doing the exact same stuff. They are essentially the exact same character. Their skill sets and everything that defines them are basically the same, except one's from Wakanda and the other one, I believe, is from Chicago or whatever. This was a terrible idea. Why did they make a show based on a comic book series that continuously gets canceled? There is no staying power for Riri Williams' Ironheart within comic books. They tried it. It didn't work. They said, well, we need Tony Stark. We can't bring him back because he'll overshadow Riri Williams. Let's bring him back as an AI. And then he was her AI mentor. People didn't like that. It still didn't sell. They just wanted Tony Stark, Iron Man, back in comic books. And this character has just failed and failed and failed. And it's basically meaningless to Marvel comic book fans and is essentially meaningless to Marvel Cinematic Universe fans because their introduction was so poor within Black Panther Wakanda Forever. It's just something in there that weighs the film down and bloats out the runtime that really didn't need to be there to begin with. You didn't even need the character. Like I said, Shuri literally, with her skill set, can solve every single thing that Riri Williams accomplishes within the Black Panther Wakanda Forever show. It was just a bad idea. Now, as far as Simon Williams goes and Wonder Man, you know, you could probably do something with that character. I don't think race swapping him was the smartest move, but he is more of an obscure character within the Marvel comic book universe. I don't think anyone's really clamoring for this. But the good thing there is people don't detest the character like they detest Riri Williams and Ironheart. They haven't outright rejected the concept of Wonder Man. There's probably something you could do with the character. He's kind of a blank slate. You know, if you want to race swap the character, okay. But you've really put that character behind the 8 ball because you're going to have so many bad shows based on characters nobody cares about. Once he arrives, there's nothing really different about him. You're like, oh, it's the next Agatha Harkness. Who cares? It's the next Riri Williams Ironheart character. Who cares? It's the next nothing character within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And unfortunately, Kevin Feige and Marvel Studios have set up fans to treat these characters in that manner, to where they probably could have done something more in line with what happened with Guardians of the Galaxy, where you had all the established heroes and the teams and everything that you're really familiar with, that people just kind of know, even if they didn't read the comic books. And then you throw this little wild card out there with Guardians of the Galaxy with a really talented filmmaker, and it kind of blows up because people trust the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's something different that they don't really know about, but it was exciting. But with the string of flops that they've had with movies and certainly on Disney Plus, nobody's going to be looking forward to seeing Wonder Man. And they've kind of set it up that way by not relying on the pillars of the Marvel Universe itself. They forgot to build up new pillars after Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Evans were kind of going to be done with their Marvel Cinematic Universe stuff. Sure, you still had Chris Hemsworth as Thor. He could be the headliner. Great character, a lot of charisma. But, you know, Thor Love and Thunder basically ruined that character. And they've done a lot of damage to the characters that could be good. I mean, the last version we saw of Hulk is fucking Doofus Hulk by Mark Ruffalo, and that thing was just an enormous turnoff. And we'll probably be lucky if Marvel Studios even makes it to Secret Wars. When
you know, they just need, like, ultimately all this is exactly what Neurotic said. The age of the actor or the celebrity is dead. It doesn't exist anymore. It's done. Because celebrities are now human beings, we don't see them as, like, these great individuals of inspiration. We see them now as just idiots with a check that becomes whoever they can be based on whatever movie franchise they're tied to. And then you get to know who they really are on their Twitter feeds 9 times out of 10. The idea of the celebrity is dead, right? So, like, now ultimately, they're not even picking characters that are popular. They're picking characters that are popular enough or known enough for the next celebrity who's going to even look even closely like them or just race swap them completely. Whoever has the biggest following at the time. Because, like, when you hear the word Tony Stark, you're just thinking Robert Downey Jr., especially if we're talking with, like, the Marvel movies, right? You can't really think of anyone else. When you say Iron Man, Captain America, you're not thinking of Falcon. You're thinking of Chris Evans. You're not thinking of Mackie. You're thinking literally of Chris Evans, right? So, like, it's hard enough to distinguish these characters from their MCU counterparts who played them for so long, and then expect people just to go with a whole new actor or a whole new anything, or someone donning their stuff from the past from now, right? So having someone like Falcon, what's his name, Mackie, play as pretty much Captain America at this point is almost like an attack on the fans to a certain extent. Not attack, but, like, it doesn't make much sense for them to get excited for such, because if they just went by what comics did, because the comics already did the work for them, they just have to adapt it, and that's pretty much it. But because of this, I want to prove that I can make a character liked based without the comics, they're fucking it all up and then just making things and retconning things that doesn't make sense, because previously, from the previous movies, they took majority of the stuff or a good portion of the stuff from the comics and then just adapted them in a way that feels believable. Now you're just retconning situations and possibilities that could have worked, but because of the total stubbornness of Kathleen Kennedy and just Disney in general and all these other characters and Bob Iger, who's on this woke train to hell, it's not going to work. As long as you have woke, crazy activist people who don't care about their progressive ideologies being destructive, this is not going to end. And even if you don't buy into the whole, like, I'm not going to buy a movie ticket or get Disney Plus, I don't think they're ever going to actually stop. I think what's going to happen is, either Disney's just going to literally give up on give up on either Star Wars or Marvel as like a whole, or they're going to take this down to a role where they're just going to be overtaken completely by other franchises that are more indie, or like probably the anime adaptations if they stay good, like One Piece adaptation from Netflix. But we have to see what happens from that point, because just because season 1 did well doesn't mean season 2 will be any better. Probably might be the worst thing you've ever seen, and season 1 was just a shot in the dark that got real lucky for some odd reason because of the timing. So we don't know. You don't know. If they, like, this is why I said, if you wanted to stop, you have to be so opposed against ESG and DEI, so much so that they have to reverse no matter what. And it's not just Disney alone, it's all these companies as a whole. Because if you allow any of this to go through, they're going to think, oh, they like it now, and then they're just going to go down. Like, it's like this. It's like if it's like a cockroach. Once one gets in, they all think they can get in, right? That's just how it is. That's what DEI and wokeness and ESG and all this stuff and these progressive ideologies, that does not work, and it's just more destructive for people of color and people of orientation and just people in general. It's going to be a bloodbath in that sense. So, like, till we start waking up from this nonsense and stopping this is not going to end. It's just not going to end till literal change happens, in the sense of people not coming, people not buying, people not even giving a cent. They have to see like literal zero in their pocket for them to literally think this is not a good idea. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're just like, humans are willfully and unwillfully stupid, like beyond anything. So like, you have to really send that message that we're not fucking with this. Like, we'll stop buying your comics, your movies, your merchandise. You just have to stop. Once that stops, they will have to make a change. But if you just even buy into the notion that this might be good, they got you already. They got your money. That's how bad it is. It's like a cockroach. It's an ideological cockroach. That's ultimately what it is.
And they can reboot this and reintroduce all the characters people actually want to pay to see. But I do not believe Disney and Marvel Studios have figured out exactly what's wrong and why people aren't interested in their products. Certainly, the quantity over quality thing is a problem. The very cookie cutter nature of Marvel Cinematic Universe storytelling is a problem, but it's also, they don't have a lot of heroes people are interested in. And certainly, Falcon Cap is going to be one of those, and it's going to be a huge bomb. They should stop putting any money into this movie. It probably doesn't matter what they do. It's not really salvageable at this point. And it probably wasn't salvageable when they decided to announce the project. If you'd like more information regarding comic books, comic book movies, TV shows, all that kind of stuff, I do invite you to come over and check out the Thinking Critical Patreon. We have a lot of fun over there. 8 hours of brand new podcasts every single week, over 32 hours of new podcasts every single month on the Patreon. In the video description, there's a link. You can go check it out. All your favorite guests are there waiting with awesome content that you want. Trust me.
All right, that's Wes and his take with the whole Captain America thing. I gave my take on that too. It took me a while to get to that point, but it is what it is. So like, subscribe, share, follow, comment, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. And all that great stuff. Give a follow to Wes and also myself, and I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, so let me see. We got one last one from West. And this one's about wokeness. It says here, woke or wokeful. Study proves that unhappiness in the woke community. It's true. If you're woke, you're definitely unhappy. You're an unhappy individual. If you ever consider yourself, buy into the notion of anything that is considered woke and anything shoehorned in that's not necessary, and you think it's necessary to shoehorn things that's not necessary, you think it's necessary, and things that doesn't belong, you are probably woke at a certain extent. So, and you're probably unhappy.
Company that does this, every single company that has this moral cowardice, they need to be punished where it hurts them, which is financially. And so I'm glad their stock is tanking. I hope people are canceling their Planet Fitness memberships left and right and going to other gyms and going to gyms that are going to look out, for the safety of women.
Normally, we like to focus on comic books and comic book movies and kind of stuff like that, pop culture type stuff. But recently, there was a study out of Finland that I thought was pretty darn interesting. And I actually had a conversation with our good friend Aaron Sparrow about it. But I do have to acknowledge that a lot of the weird stuff that's going on in the world a lot of the woke stuff, if you want to call it that. And I know that's the term that a lot of people are using. That's even the term that they're using in the headline talking about the study. And in a lot of ways, what's going on in mainstream culture has already been done to us. We're kind of the guinea pigs for all of this stuff. You know, pop culture is actually upstream from mainstream culture. A lot of times people in the mainstream don't even realize what's going on or what the motives of people are within corporations or whatever to kind of shape our views and change how we view certain things or make us feel bad for feeling one way or another. It all kind of happens in pop culture, and then it kind of trickles out into the mainstream. And a lot of people are starting to recognize a lot of the weird stuff that's going on there. So I'm going to read the research of this article, then I'm going to show you what Aaron and I had to say about that. And then I'm going to read a couple of other things that we ended up getting into that kind of fed off of that. Just the way that culture is changing, and a lot of people are fighting back now, especially within like women's sports and stuff like that. And I thought it was really, really interesting stuff. Maybe not so much comic book related, but certainly related to culture wars. And certainly I think a lot of people would have to acknowledge at this point, the culture war is real. It's definitely going on. And if we do nothing about it, we're just willing accomplices with this, we will lose our culture basically en masse. That is exactly what the radical left are trying to do. Now let's get to this research. Psychological researchers in Finland have created an assessment to help measure an individual's commitment to principles of social justice and made some surprising findings across the Finnish population, including a negative correlation between progressive ideals and levels of happiness. Specifically, researchers found a high prevalence of anxiety and depression in people who believe the statement, if white people have an average higher income than black people, it is because of racism. More broadly, they found that those who identified as left-wing were most likely to report lower mental well-being.
I like how we keep focusing on just white people when Asians make more money than white people.
Who is that surprising to? Like, they were shocked to find that? I didn't have to do a paper. I could have just looked at people.
Yeah, we've already seen the correlation. It's basically played out over the last decade.
Yeah, it absolutely has. You know, I don't know anybody who's on the far left that's happy. Like, none of my friends who are like far left are happy. And it seems like the more to the right or to the center or to the right that my friends are, the happier they are. And they're not happy right now with the current state of the country. But, you know, overall in their individual lives, they're very happy people. And it turns out that God and family and all of these things that are traditionally, you know, the building block of our society, it turns out that those things contribute to overall happiness. Who could have guessed that the thing that has worked?
SHHHH teach, don't tell them.
You're right. You're right, bro. I should keep a hush. Then they'll know our happiness.
For centuries. Continues to work.
The pillars of modern civilization are there for a reason.
Yeah, exactly right. We don't need to chip away at those tent poles.
Oh, they have.
Oh, they have. They look. This leads into a greater kind of conversation that has been starting to happen as you know, you've been able to actually talk about these things and actually ask questions, which, you know, wasn't allowed a few years ago. But as you know, as kind of like people have started to push back against this woke mind virus, as it were, is you see people that get caught up in this ideology. Like, why is it that nobody who suddenly decides that they're non-binary, why doesn't their appearance get more attractive? If that is like the truest form of their happiest self.
You're not wrong. Oh, you are not wrong. They tend to look, you know, like, okay, you know, in the early 2000s or early 2010s, a hipster had a very distinctive look. Very distinctive. And I think I remember way back, I think Clownfish did a story on this where hipsters can't tell who's a hipster anymore because they all dress alike. And they can't distinguish each other because they all look the same.
Dang LMAO.
That shit was so funny. That is funny. That is true.
Why do they make themselves uglier? Why is that?
Because it's
the destruction of beauty.
It's destruction of beauty, because the more ugly you are, because like if 80% of people are ugly, you have to agree that ugly is good looking. Right? But the problem with ugly is if everyone's ugly at an 80% clip, not everyone can be equally ugly. Right? So there is a pretty ugly person amongst the ugly. You know what I'm saying? You see how that works? So there's it's like expecting everyone to be the same height when that's impossible. And then saying all heights are, It's like saying all heights are beautiful in their own way, right? But expecting everyone to accept, or expect everyone to be the same height, but saying all heights are beautiful. It's crazy. It's insane. You can't do that, right? If you're not conventionally good looking, that's not technically your fault. Now, what you can do is work out, dress well, eat right, go to bed early, keep up the hygiene, look at some tips on how to just like coordinate colors around your body type or your skin color, your hair, your eyes, whatever the fuck. Those are things you can do. But when it comes to your actual physical appearance that you did not cause by overeating or undereating, if you're just conventionally not good looking, that's not your fault. So what you can do to make up for that is a great personality, work out well, like I said, on your physical look. You can't help how your height is because of your parents and your family tree too much. You can kind of affect it to a certain extent if you do too much extending certain workouts that can hinder your joints and stuff like that. That can happen. But like most likely if you're not working out and stuff like that, the chances of you being a normal height, if you're just eating healthy, and you don't have to actually eat healthy, but if you're eating quite healthy and you're eating in moderation, you're going to get a very whatever your height's supposed to be based on how your parents turned out. So like you can usually tell what your height's going to be based on your parents. But so if your mom's like 5'3" and your dad's like 5'7", you can add those together and add them together. Add both those, like 5'2", 5.2, and then say 5.7, and then add them together, and then divide them by 2, and that will be the average height on the child. Most likely the expected height for the child to at least reach, or max height. I don't want to say max height, but it will be like the average height the kid will at least be at or past, right? But or children, depending if you get a lot of kids. Some might falter a little under there. Some might fall a little over, or there are situations where someone who is 5'2" and someone who is 5'5" have a 5'10" kid. That does happen. That actually does happen. That's a genetic thing. You may have a certain gene that, like, one of the parents might be carrying a gene that may be for tall people, but it didn't work on you, but it might work on your kids. So it might skip you as the parent, but it might go to your kid. So that is a possibility for that to happen. Still get DNA though, because you never know. But then again, that is possible to happen. I know because my uncle and his ex-wife, they had my cousin, and he's like 5'4", and his wife was 5'3" or 5'2", and their son is 5'9". So that tells you something right there. So like, it is what it is. DNA and everything. So like, it's not even a question that can happen. I don't think it happens all the time, but it is a possibility for that to happen. You might be carrying a gene from a grandfather or a grandmother that may have tall genes that you may have from that one parent. It's possible that can happen. But that's not the point. The point is just that trying to make everything ugly, you can't make everything ugly. You virtually cannot do it. You cannot. Because if you have a bunch of girls who happen to be, or let's use men. If you have a bunch of men who are muscular, if they're all have six packs, if 10 men all of them have six packs, the second best thing you're going to look at is their face. If their all faces are looking the same, then you got to say, okay, what is their personality type? If they happen to all their personality type have to be the same, what do they do for a living? Okay, if that's also all the same, what do they drive? Or not even what they drive, because based on what they make, they may have similar cars. Maybe they even have the same car. Then you look at their family tree. How their family's like. If their family's the same, you see how they dress. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't. It just goes down a rabbit hole of hell. That's why you can't make everything ugly and everything beautiful. Some people will be more conventionally better looking than others. Some people will be conventionally more interesting than others, based off or not even applying looks. Some people are just naturally funny because they either sound weird, they probably even look weird, or they just are good at good timing, comedic timing. You know what I'm saying? Some people are very smart. Some people are really smart, funny. Some people are very athletic, but not that interesting. Or you could be very interesting and not that athletic. You know what I'm saying? You could be really good at holding a conversation, looking at things certain way. You know what I'm saying? Everyone's different in their own facet of ways. Maybe the way you draw can get you some girls. I don't know. I'm just saying. But then again, it is what it is. You can't make everything look ugly and then expect everyone just to say accept it. Because there's going to be a good-looking ugly person amongst y'all. It happens.
Beauty. And I was thinking of it last night in the terms of the Lord of the Rings and the things that hate beauty. It's like all of these people like are making themselves look like they're, getting ready to move to Mordor.
Yep.
It's like
they have insane piercings, especially septic piercings all the time. The people who usually push this has insane piercings, like 15,000 piercings in their nose, 15,000 earrings and piercings in their face, eyes. They even tattoo their eyes. It doesn't have to be like a high exogenous amount of piercings, but they do have a high acceptable from the average person in most cases. Or they have one piercing, but they still for these progressive ideas. It's usually the person with the most piercings and a bunch of tattoos too. But there are some people who have piercings and have tattoos and not as insane. Maybe they have looked onto the light and see how insane progressivism can get or something. Or maybe they was just not exposed to it and they thought tattoos was cool or piercings are cool. It happens. Everyone's different, but then again, there is a pattern that happens, and this is what happens in psychology. In psychology, we look at a sample size based on the patterns that we see. So based on those patterns, we will make a very good assessment based on the sample size. So a good sample size is a good 500. I think thousands make a great sample size. I think that's a very great notion. Like, and 5,000, 10,000, probably even higher than that. The higher the sample size, the more better of the results you'll get, and the more of the patterns you'll see. And once you find that pattern, which you will see why people are saying the things they're saying. Are they more female saying it? Is it more male saying it? Is it more POC saying it? Is it more more diverse of people saying it? You gotta see who's saying what and account that. And then once you find a pattern within those groups of people, then you can make a smart assessment saying, okay, we see based on the questions and from the experiment or whatever that these group of people are more likely to say this because of this outcome or what they have experienced in X, Y, and Z. And then we have a better outlook of what will most likely happen if that particular group of people or person will come across this situation. That's how we figured out that. Now, we do put in the idea of that there might be a misnomer or something that may come in to the point where that same person may not even follow or even fall into those situations. It happens. But it's not accounted too much, but it is in the back of the minds of most scientists or people who are trying to get a good answer on something. So that's how that works. And this proves it, that people are woke or fucking crazy and usually just very unhappy for some odd reason. Don't know why.
I got him.
Yeah, the time of man is over. Now is the time of the orc. And they all look like orcs. Like, what are you doing? And then they're not happy. There's a study that just came out that said, and it turns out that gender affirming your child that decides that they're trans doesn't reduce the chance of suicide.
Yes, I said that. It does not reduce the likelihood of them deleting. It does not reduce it. Actually increases it, because the brain knows when you lie to yourself, you will do, like, there is a literal chemical reaction when you lie. And there is a very big chemical reaction when you lie to yourself, trying to fool yourself on something that is not true. It is a thing. You should look it up. And it is a chemical reaction you cannot stop. You can't just stop it. It happens. It happens when you're lying to your friends. It happens when you lie to your parents. It happens when you lie to your girlfriend or boyfriend. It happens when you lie to just anyone. I don't think it happens as much as you lie to a stranger, because a stranger may not have any true consequence on your behalf or on your life, depending on the situation. But it has to really, really matter on what the situation is. like you're just doing it to save yourself. The chemicals won't go through the same because you're trying to survive. That's one thing. But when you're doing something that you know is devious, there is a chemical reaction that happens to you when you lie. I forgot what the term is, but it's on YouTube. You can look it up. It's really a thing, especially people who cheat. There's a chemical reaction that happens when you cheat. It's crazy when you lie. It's quite interesting. I kind of want to bring it up on stream, but I don't know if it's going to get me in trouble. It might get me in trouble. But I really want to bring it up. But it's wild. And this is why you should not lie. Because lying it comes out in all ways. You may be able to control it on a certain extent, but you can't control all outcomes of what happens when you lie. It is what it is. So
question everything. And the moment that you have a narrative that you're told you're not allowed to question, you need to question it even harder.
Yes.
We are not being compassionate by just rubber stamping mental illness and telling people that you're okay. This is the truest form of who you are. People need help. And when people are struggling, we need to have enough love to say, no, you're going to get tough love. We're going to help you, but we're not just going to coddle whatever it is that's in your head. We're going to get to the root of this problem. And that's what society is not willing to do. It's a very lazy and lackadaisical society that doesn't want to be bothered. There's no inherent compassion, I find, in modern progressivism. There is only laziness and the desire to not be bothered. And so what do? We just leave people to their devices and we let them harm themselves, and we tell them it's that.
And then they become they become a total hellhole upon everyone around them, because the people in charge of them who was supposed to help them didn't do it. So they're always in this situation where they're at odds with everyone. So the people who didn't try to stop it, they just created a monster.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. You think 200 years ago, something like this would come out and they would have drilled a hole in your brain, which is the wrong thing to do. That probably wasn't the right treatment for any illness, specifically mental illness.
Oh, definitely. It was not. That was definitely the wrong thing. Lobotomies was very strange. I don't know how that was even a thing, or whoever thought that was a good idea. Wait, no, actually, I think that was like a religious thing. Like, if you was thinking evil thoughts, they'll put a hole in your head so the demon will leave out of your head or some stupid shit. But I think that was like a witch thing or some stupidness. It was something insane back in those days that they actually believed that they'll lobotomize you to get the demon out or some crap. I don't think they even did it for science reasons. I think they did it because it was just easy just to say, he's crazy.
And then along the way, treatment changed and they realized you don't actually treat mental illness. Like with physical repairs, you need therapy and sitting down, and some people are beyond fixed, and we got to have a place for them, and we would have institutions where people would go and get the help that they needed. And somehow we've gone past that to where the best thing that we can do for people with mental illness is to tell them there's nothing wrong with them and then act like what they're doing is normal.
And then make accommodations that are actually harmful to the rest of society. It's completely backwards. It's a completely demonic ideology. And listen, this is all my opinion based on what I think. And if you have a different opinion, you have the right to question what I'm saying. You have the right to question my conclusions on this, because we should have a dialogue. I'm not telling you that you can't question my narrative. That's against everything that I'm saying. You should be able to ask questions about everything.
Just fascinating stuff right there, and obviously very well said by Aaron Sparrow. That's why we like to have him here on the channel, because he really doesn't give a fuck. He gives you his opinion, but he does spell it out very well. Now that kind of led us into another conversation about something that happened recently with Planet Fitness, where this lady had gone into the women's locker room, and basically because she didn't feel like a biological male should be in there, she ended up losing her Planet Fitness membership. Just really crazy stuff, the way that they're trying to affect the way that we're living our lives. If you don't buy into this stuff, or if you're not quiet about it, if you're outspoken about it, a lot of corporations and governments will do what they can to silence you and basically try to remove you from society. Planet Fitness saw the valuation of the company's stock drop this week after an Alaska gym canceled a woman's membership when she photographed a male using the women's locker room. The price drop followed an incident in which Patricia Silva encountered a man in the women's locker room shaving. She also claimed in a video posted to Facebook that there was a little girl sitting in the corner. She could have been about 12 years old in a towel, kind of freaked out. Silva added that the man had been shaving his face and told her that he was queer. After she relayed her complaints to management, Silva said her membership was revoked for violating the rules against photographing other gym users.
We're taking everything away from the left is taking everything away from women, even their identity. It's bizarre, and I don't. I mean, I do understand where it's coming from to an extent. Like I said, it's a demonic ideology, but you know, the fact that women are starting to stand up against this is what is necessary. We can't fight this fight for you. You need to fight the fight, and then all of the men, all of the right-thinking men will stand next to you and say, "Yeah, this can't go on. Women need to be protected. They need to have their own spaces." You know, especially.
Yes, that happened. So, a grown man went to the bathroom and started shaving and stuff, and the girl was in there, and it's like, Roy, I can't get into it because it's going to cause
when they're going to be in a vulnerable position, like taking a shower, changing their clothes. Those need to be protected spaces for biological women. There's so many problems, and it's all done to cater to the smallest minorities' feelings, when really what people need is they need help. And if you decide that you have this gender dysphoria and that you're in the wrong body, you know, that must be horrible. I can't tell you how awful that must be to wake up every day and feel like you're in the wrong body. And if you do decide that that's who you are and you're going to live that way, you have to understand that not everything is open to you.
Well, I guess the worst part of the story, not even the lady having her own membership pulled. Well, she said there was a young girl that was like 12 years old in the corner of the locker room. And we did also have some reports, I think in the last month, to where there was a trans female, so man that was transitioning to woman in the woman's locker room, that had apparently exposed his penis to 2 workers at the Planet Fitness and then did it to a 15-year-old and eventually got arrested, obviously. But you're putting the most vulnerable people, even children, in harm's way to make a statement. And I'm fucking baffled here.
It's moral cowardice. You know,
Yes.
These corporations, these people, they're not willing to stand up for what is right because they might get called names. And I honestly think that J.K. Rowling, who is as far left as you can get, actually standing up for biological women and pushing back against this trans ideology, I think has been a wake-up call. And it's kind of the rallying cry that a lot of people that, didn't feel like they had a voice have been able to kind of rally around and say, like, no, we're going to push back against this. And the normal population, these things always happen in our spaces first because, we're people who are always kind of on the current trend of culture. But most people, they find out later. They're busy working their jobs. They don't pay attention to this stuff. Maybe they hear a little something about it, but they don't look into it because, they got to put food on the table. They got to take care of the kids. They got to get them off to school. But once what we call the normies start hearing about this and start pushing back on it, it's over. And the fact that Planet Fitness's stock has taken a dive because of their reaction to this is fantastic. Every single company that does this, every single company that has this moral cowardice, they need to be punished where it hurts them, which is financially. And so I'm glad their stock is tanking. I hope people are canceling their Planet Fitness memberships left and right and going to other gyms and going to gyms that are going to look out, for the safety of women. Because unfortunately, and this is not to say this is every person who has gender euphoria, but unfortunately, there are a lot of people who are predators that use it as a chance to get into these spaces. And we were told, no, that doesn't happen when the whole Target bathroom
it does happen.
Was happening. But of course it happens. Any time you have a space where there's access to children or there's access to women, you're going to have predators lurking around.
Thankfully, it does appear there are a lot of people out there that are kind of getting fed up with this. The nonsense being pushed on us, the way they're trying to change culture to basically placate just a small group of people that do need help, but we're not giving them the help that they deserve. People like swimmer Riley Gaines are speaking out on this, and we're actually starting to see some results where people are coming to their senses and realizing maybe these mass changes to society that we're making aren't exactly beneficial, especially to the female population themselves.
No shit.
Former Kentucky swimmer Riley Gaines was among more than a dozen college athletes who filed a lawsuit against the NCAA on Thursday, accusing it of violating their Title IX rights by allowing transgender woman Leah Thomas to compete at the national championships in 2022. Thomas was the first openly transgender athlete to win a Division I title in any sport, finishing in front of 3 Olympic medalists for the championship. The lawsuit said the plaintiffs bring this case to secure for future generations of women the promise of Title IX that is being denied to them and other college women by the NCAA. And to just turn the tables on an entire demographic, half the population, and put them at a disadvantage from day one is disgusting behavior.
Yeah, it's, when you have these physical competitions, and you have mediocre men that couldn't perform against other men go into and take these spaces and take these opportunities away from women. I think we need to stand firm against that. I think that Riley Gaines has been doing fantastic work bringing that to light. She is, of course, a swimmer, I believe, that was, that was cheated out of her victory by a biological man competing against her. Actually, I think they tied, but they were told that, like, well, for political reasons, we have to give the gold to, this Leah Thomas. And I don't know what Leah Thomas's actual name is, but but Leah Thomas is a biological male, and thus was able to, wasn't even able to win, tied, yet is elevated. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. You should not be in that space. You should be over with the men. And if you can't compete with the men, then I'm sorry, you just don't get a medal. Not everybody gets a medal.
I think we have done a couple of generations of Americans and Europeans and maybe in couple generations just worldwide an incredible disservice to show them that the best way that you can help out somebody with mental health issues is to act like they don't exist, to go along with the fantasy and do nothing to actually help them.
Yeah, that's much worse.
And I'm not surprised that there's a correlation between following in line with that stuff and being depressed yourself. And I'm not surprised that there's a correlation that more women, especially in education and stuff like that, fall along with that shit, whereas less men and more science-based people just can't believe it.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that we've even entertained this nonsense as long as we have. And I think that pushback is coming. I hope that it doesn't result in violence, but these things often get worse before they get better. But the pendulum's swinging the other way. People are tired of this, and you're gonna see like a lot of conflict.
I'm not even gonna pretend like it won't.
Who knows where we're gonna be in 10 years with all this? But I hope that we make some strides in mental health and getting people the help that they need, and no longer just putting a stamp of approval on things because we can't be bothered to have the tough love to say, no, this is nonsense.
The one good thing I can say about all this stuff is at least we're allowed to start having conversations about this, or you're not immediately shut down for having these conversations. You're not censored. You can actually go out there and speak your mind just a little bit more than you were before. Now, will Aaron and I be shunned for having a conversation like this on YouTube? Oh, probably. But at least somebody got to hear a rational conversation about this, whether they agree with our points or they don't agree with our points. There's nothing wrong with discourse. If you disagree with Aaron and I, that's perfectly okay. That's what a conversation is all about. But at least it does appear maybe we can start having conversations about this stuff instead of governments and corporations just deciding all of this for us and deciding that they're going to change our lives and how we live and the way that we're all allowed to see the world and what we think is right and what we think is wrong and what we think is protecting women and what we don't think is protecting women. It's absolutely insane what's going on here. And the fact that there are studies out there that demonstrate that at the heart of this are really unhappy, depressed communities makes me think this isn't the right path, that maybe there's a better way to do all this stuff and better conversations to have. If you would like to be a part of those, this was part of the Geek Fix on Thinking Critical Patreon. There is a more in-depth discussion about this as well as many other topics. It's well over 2 hours every single week. There's a link in the video description to the Patreon if you want to check that out and support us there and kind of bring some sanity to some of these conversations, because it does feel like we're living in a mad world right now.
Oh, I just like some stuff. Thank you. All right. So that was West and the whole take on the whole unhappiness of wokeness. We're finally done, I think, with West. There's no more West stuff. We're done. So give him a like, follow, and share, comment, all that stuff. That was a lot of West content. I'm sorry that I subjected my mod to this. I know he's really excited for the more of the manga stuff. I know he's probably tired hearing all the woke, like, depressing stuff. But it's what brings people to the stream, believe it or not. I've been seeing the comments and stuff. So I'm sorry, Bri. I know you probably hate this. I get it. I understand. I don't really like it myself, but I gotta do something different, right? So this is a video from Buster Live. I don't know who this is. He posted this
LOL.
He posted this 9 hours ago. I think he's a new up and comer. He's around the same subscribers as I am, somewhere close. So he says, Tech CEO speaks on Dr. Disrespect's ban. This is only 5 minutes. It's not even 10. So let's see what he says. Maybe he might bring up something that's cool. I don't know. So I don't know this person. He might say something totally insane. It might be funny. I don't know. We'll see. So let's see where it goes.
Almost 4 years ago now, Dr. Disrespect was banned from Twitch, and to this day, we still don't know why. Once or twice a year, I get to revisit this topic here on the channel and talk about a little bit of an update on the whole situation with Dr. Disrespect. And like I said before, regardless of all of that, we still have absolutely no idea why Dr. Disrespect was banned from Twitch. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another video here on the channel. Like I said before, today we're going to be talking about a little bit of Dr. Disrespect drama, a little bit of Dr. Disrespect updates on everything that's been going on with him and why he was banned from Twitch. Recently, Mizkif sat down with the CEO of Twitch, which is what we're going to be covering today, and asked him why Dr. Disrespect was banned. Now, obviously, the number one question surrounding Dr. Disrespect's ban from Twitch almost 4 years ago at this point would be why? Why did it happen? For what reason? What reasonable grounds was the number one live streamer on Twitch completely and utterly banned with no reason to be given? Well, it's a question that's been asked a lot since Dr. Disrespect's initial ban from the platform, and like I said at the start of the video, it still absolutely remains a question unanswered to this day. Like I said before though, Mizkif did go ahead and sit down with the Twitch CEO and ask him a couple of questions, one of which being, why was Dr. Disrespect banned?
Alright, Thank you for following Nick's Better Gamer. Smiley face.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
After completing the Hot Ones challenge and defeating the last challenge for the last dab experience, the Twitch chat wants to know, after all these years, why was Dr. Disrespect banned?
Wow, I've never had that one. Whoa!
Okay, we're already off to a fantastic start. He's literally laughing at Mizkif in response to, you know, a pretty serious question, the answer to which would explain why Dr. Disrespect literally took Twitch to court for banning him off of their platform. Just seems like a little bit of a weird response.
I don't like.
Still don't know why.
I don't like the fact that he just kind of made like a joke out of that. That doesn't sit well with me at all. Oh no, that's not a good sign. I don't think so.
Why was Dr. Disrespect banned?
Wow, I've never had that one. Whoa!
Okay, we're already off to a fantastic start. He's literally laughing at Mizkif in response to, you know, a pretty serious question, the answer to which would explain why Dr. Disrespect literally took Twitch to court for banning him off of their platform. Just seems like a little bit of a weird response. If somebody asks you a very serious question to go, ah ha ha, just seems a little dumb to me. Just seems a little bit dishonest to me.
Oh, I've never had that one. Whoa! Well, now that I'm on Miz's channel, let me tell you what really happened. Okay? So, there was an alien invasion.
Okay.
Oh, come the fuck up.
Somebody get this guy to
Dude, yeah, for real.
People did not.
No, don't do that. Now you're just making fun of the audience. That's how much the CEO thinks y'all are stupid. Come on, that's not a funny thing to say.
No, about the alien invasion, okay?
What the fuck?
And,
Raiga Samurai.
the aliens actually...
Time for the villain speech.
Yeah, like, that's, what the fuck? That's not even funny. Like, I understand that you're trying to make light and trying to, I don't know, make light of the situation, which you technically can't, because given that Doc was just taken down out of literally nowhere, and remember, he's not just a streamer, he was the streamer, right? I think right after Ninja, I think, or so. The streamer at the time of the height of his career, and he was gonna get a TV show and some shit like that, or fucking, and the fact that he just said that makes me annoyed. I'm just doing some studies.
Possessed Dr. Disrespect.
As we're doing React.
Okay. And it actually took over the globe using Twitch.
With the Shungite.
Yes, okay. And so the only way we could save civilization, okay, was to take the action we did. Okay.
That didn't tell us anything.
Civilization.
Hey man, look, I get trying to have some fun, doing a little bit of improv, just trying to go with the flow, you know what I mean? But this wannabe bitch is absolutely dancing around the point for no fucking reason.
Yes,
at all.
no reason.
Maybe
What
there's
the
legal implications that prevent him from actually giving the exact reason as to why they banned Dr. Disrespect, but there's absolutely no way that this is his only option in terms of a response to this question. I just see this guy as a massive fucking coward.
Yes.
Okay, so it was to save civilization.
What the fuck?
We fucking were waiting for this for a while, Dan. We knew this was the cause of action, and we finally heard the reasoning. So, Dr. Disrespect, we can say save civilization.
Yes.
Okay,
What?
Dan, that's what we've been wanting to know for fucking years. Holy shit, you finally answered the question.
No, he didn't. What the Miss Kip, what are you doing?
Dr. Disrespect.
Now, one of the things that rubbed me completely wrong from this clip was how little Miskip was actually willing to push this question. Like, I get it, man. Miskip isn't a journalist. He's not a drama channel or anything like that. But at the end of the day, he's pretty much the #1 player up on Twitch right now, which is quite...
that's why he doesn't want to challenge the CEO. Because if he does, it challenges his position on fucking Twitch. He knows he's making probably one of the he's one of the top streamers there. IRL streamers. He's not going to say anything. Because if he does, it's going to ruin his situation. Because look, if they did that to Doc and he still won't give him a response and give that stupid response like he... Bro, that's not cool. I don't like that. I don't but that is not cool. That is not cool. And if anyone other than that, if anyone sitting here thinks that was a smart thing to say, or even close to that, you are brain dead. Why the fuck would you sit there and say that? What if it was your parents, right? What if your parents was one of the top streamers or top whatever content creators, and they just got eliminated off the platform? Would you not want to know why they got eliminated off the platform? And then you see the person who's head of that very company that got your parents off that platform, or yourself off that. Would you not want to know why the hell you got kicked off? And then they say, well, the reason why the cows started talking, and then the aliens started sending transmissions from Mars to the cows to not let... You know what I'm saying? When you say stupid shit like this, people can't take you seriously. I don't take him seriously now. That was a time to say, you know what? That's legal stuff. We can't talk about it. If you said that, perfect one. I think the one of Felicia from Darkstalkers, she is from Capcom versus Marvel. If you look that up, you can find it. Type in my name and put in Felicia, you know what I'm talking about. Or put in Capcom versus Marvel, Artextric, and you'll see my artwork there. But yeah, that was insane. When he said that, all credibility just went out the window. Now I started to think, all he could just say as a CEO, I know you guys really want to know, but I'm under legal obligation not to speak about that. If you said that, I had no issue with it, because it's probably a literal... It's an ongoing thing that he can't talk about. He's under contract not to talk about it under the law. Fine. That I will be perfectly fine. That's a CEO thing to do. You have an Insta about... Yes, there's go to my Insta. Why does everyone do not go to the link tree? It's like everyone asks me these questions, but they don't go to the link tree. Go to the link tree. All my stuff, everything that you may answer all your questions are there. From the Patreon all the way to my threads, Reddit, whatever. I'm on all platforms.
Disrespect was in when he had his entire platform stripped of him with no explanation to be given. So I almost feel like, as Miskip, you probably want to know like the actual answer to this question. And who knows, man, maybe he got it behind the scenes. Maybe I'm ranting and raving about bullshit. That's pretty much what my entire channel is, so that's probably what I'm doing. But either way, if I was Miskip in this interview, I personally wouldn't have been able to help myself from pushing this question as hard as I could. I'd love to know if that's ever gonna happen to me, to be honest with you.
Save civilization because of an alien invasion.
Thank you, Dr. Disrespect. Dad, you are a hero. In my opinion, you're a great CEO. I think you're doing a great thing for the platform.
No, he's not.
Wait a minute. Is
no, he's not.
Is Bro Glazing the guy that takes 50% of his paycheck? Is
yes.
Bro Glazing the guy that literally fired one of his colleagues for no reason
yes.
whatsoever?
Are you kidding?
That's insane to me, dude. That's crazy. Imagine being a Twitch streamer, having 50% of your revenue taken from you every time you get paid out, and then still gobbling on the fucking nuts of the Twitch CEO. Call me old school, bro, but I'm not gonna look at somebody that's taking advantage of me and be like, look, you're doing great things. I really respect what you're doing. You know, the moves that you're making have been a net positive for society.
Yes.
But bro, you asked him a very basic question, and all he could respond to you with was bullshit. Like, that's rude. That's disrespectful. You know what I mean? No pun intended. It's just crazy to me.
It's because he doesn't respect y'all. You are his employees. You are his underlings. That's all he sees you as. That's why he can say the shit he says in front of y'all. He really just disrespected everyone in that room. Everyone on the room
and on the live stream, because people who like Miskiff probably really like Doc too, or they was good friends, or whatever case may be. I don't know their real relationship, but maybe they know each other or they're cordial with one another. I don't know. But the point is the fact that he sat up there and said something about aliens, bro. Come the fuck on. Are you serious? Oh God, man, I would not be happy. I would not be happy. I wouldn't even give him a compliment. I would be just so dead quiet on that one. Like, are you serious?
See, weak brain.
You know what? Didn't even be much of a dick. I would have been said, oh, that's cool. So all you're saying is that you can't talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I would have just said that directly in his face.
Little shills like Miskiff that
Shit,
only
that
care
shit
about the
pissed me
here
off,
and now
dude.
and not the actual longevity of their career. And the only thing they really care about at the end of the day is rubbing elbows with the elites like the Twitch CEO to get more grace, to get more favor, until the day comes that you become a Dr. Disrespect case. Anyways, fellas, if you guys did enjoy the video, of course, be sure to leave a like. It helps my channel reach more people.
If Miskiff sees nothing wrong with just happened there, and he's just saving face for the moment, and he doesn't even like say like, man, you know what, that was kind of dumb. I hope he gets Dr. Disrespected.
Helps my content reach more people. Takes you guys no time at all and helps me out a lot. If you are new around here, consider subscribing and turning notifications on. Of course, that helps you guys see my content when it comes out.
That
and with
shit's
all that out of the
wild.
way, man, I'm out of here. Peace.
Marcus is a connoisseur.
I would like to say thank you to Buster Life for making this video. I'll definitely tag him in this video and stuff. And I'll also link his stuff into the descriptions if you want to follow him. That was pretty cool. At least he was being honest. That was honest. Like, that was honesty at its finest. I'm so glad that, like, someone said something. Like, at least Jesus Christ. That was so stupid. That was dumb. He literally disrespected everyone who watches Twitch and who works on his platform. That's crazy. I would be so fucking livid. Like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, so with that said, like, try, share, follow, and comment if you guys enjoyed this and all that great stuff with all these reactions. I appreciate you guys and all that great stuff. And also give a like and follow to Buster Live. I'm getting a like to that. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Later. Alright, we got... Jesus. Describes... how long is this? This is 9 minutes. Okay. So we got Clownfish. God, I got a lot of videos. Shit. Anyway, so we got Clownfish. So let's go.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And we're going to talk about the Acolyte. We haven't talked about it yet on the channel, and I'm going to tell you why. I don't think either one of us really give a shit.
Mostly.
That's basically it. This is like the next new Star Wars thing that's going to become a big, huge ass drama, and then at the end of it, all the toys are going to get dumped off at Ollie's.
And they're going to blame it on bigots.
And they're going to blame it on the bigots. It doesn't look interesting. It's got a lot of baggage attached to it because of who the showrunner is, and it just doesn't look interesting to me. I'm sorry.
Oh, and then all with a lockstep. These news outlets are like, it's representation. There's so much LGBTQ representation.
Yeah.
And it's Kill Bill meets Frozen. Kill Bill meets Frozen. Did we tell you it was Kill Bill meets Frozen? And it's like they're all saying the same things.
Yes.
And it's like, don't care. It doesn't even sound remotely interesting to me.
So that's why I'm like, is this whole thing, is this partially manufactured by Lucasfilm to get people to give a shit about Star Wars, even if
They're
it's
not
negative?
giving a shit though. They're trying to trick the people in charge that people are giving a shit so they don't get their asses fired. But people don't give a shit. I've heard no normies at all talk about the
Normies
show.
are not talking about it.
Not any of them. Everybody I know likes Star Wars. Not a single one's mentioning the show.
YouTubers are talking about it, but like I think a lot of normies, they're just like the Star Wars Disney Plus shows aren't.
Suck?
Yeah, they suck. They're not real Star Wars. I mean, Obi-Wan didn't get people excited.
Well, even when
Boba Fett didn't get people excited.
Mandalorian, they started out really good, and then they drove it off a cliff. Boba Fett was basically the Mandalorian 1.5.
Yeah.
And it was really lame.
Yeah, it was horrible. What they did to Boba, I mean, you know, the Mandalorian should have been like Boba Fett. Like, he acts like we always thought Boba Fett would act. And
the South Park joke, well, put a chick in it, make her gay, make her lame, is like the best way I can describe this whole fiasco. And that's what they're running with.
No.
It's so much representation. Because if you hate it, you're a bigot. Yeah, right there, that's the first thing. It's so much, it's packed with so much LGBTQ representation. Look. This is what I'm pissed about. So fucking what? Okay? So fucking what? Put the damn show out there. And you know, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter at all anyway. But you're already leading with this shit because your show's going to be dog shit. And every time you do this, one, you turn the audience, a lot of the audience off because they're already like, oh shit, here we come. More agenda-driven drivel. And then the ones you don't push away with that, you're going to, you know, blame them when it doesn't do well because, you know, oh, there's the shield, the LGBTQ plus shield. So we can say that it's, you know, oh, it's because you hate people that are different. And then if anybody complains about a character, it's because you're harassing that actor. Because you're a bigot. I'm just so fucking over it. I'm even like, I don't give a shit about Star Wars. And that's saying something because I still was like a kind of a little bit, you know, wanting to hold on to it. And even I'm like, fuck this.
Yeah, I have been out since Boba Fett pretty much. I'm just like, yeah, it's well, no, I mean, I was out. Okay, so I was out with The Last Jedi. I still haven't seen The Rise of Skywalker. I have no desire to. Reluctantly went back with Mandalorian. I was like, okay, this is actually pretty good. If they put, you know, Jon Favreau on chart, maybe it'll be okay. And then they dropped the ball, season 3, and then Boba Fett. And I'm like, yeah, I watched like one episode or half an episode of Obi-Wan. I'm like, this is dog shit. I'm done. I'm over it.
You know, I need to do a Star Wars show, and 3/4 of the cast are sassy gingers.
Red Force 5.
Yeah, there you go. Red Force 5.
Red Force
and they're all sassy gingers. They're all straight sassy gingers who like sugar. Because I only can write I only can write about myself. And did we mention Leslie Headland's a lesbian? And that you have to write everything that because when I was a kid, I wanted to see me. So, you know, if I, you know, I just don't even have. No one wants your fucking lesbian, stupid, self-insert, fanfic bullshit. I don't care if characters are LGBTQ. I don't care. But this is a self-insert fanfic wankfest, and it's no one. And I don't even have words. I'm so pissed. I'm so mad. I'm shaking. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired. It's so lazy. It's so overdone. It's so exhausting and typical and. Don't even give a shit anymore. Just let me save you effort. Just don't give a fucking shit about Star Wars anymore. Because as soon as you do, it's gonna be more of this shit. It's gonna do terrible, and then they're gonna blame you. They're gonna blame you for failing because you watched and complained, or they're gonna blame you for failing because you didn't watch it, including their own audience who doesn't watch it. Like we have these female lead movies. Well, the women didn't show up either, but it's all the men's fault. It's like, just fuck yourselves. I'm tired of it. Because basically what the show is one giant masturbation session with you and your friends.
Wow.
That's actually quite
angry.
See, I can't even muster up enough give a shit to get angry.
Okay, well, I guess I still care somewhat.
You do. That's the problem.
I'm just
you need
so
to stop.
tired of it. It's so lazy and predictable.
Listen to Yoda.
Why are we failing? I fucking don't know, dumbass. Why are you failing? Maybe I'll put Harvey Weinstein's secretary in charge of a show.
Yeah, that's not coming up in any of the mainstream media outlets, by the way. They're burying that. These are going to be, that's funny. I think Aaron Sparrow put out a tweet and said, this is great to see the fall line of toys coming to Ollie's.
Yeah, pretty much.
These are going to be languishing at Ollie's. I don't think the show is going to be any good, or it might be good for a certain audience, but I don't think it's going to have.
Well, you're never going to know because Disney's going to have the internal numbers. But don't you know they broke records?
Yeah.
They broke records because he said so. Bullshit.
Let's talk about this.
Most hated?
It is massively downvoted. 446,000 downvotes, 172,000 upvotes.
Well, that's just the vocal minority.
Yeah, it's funny because there were some people on YouTube trying to accuse YouTubers of coordinating a campaign. I'm like, there aren't enough people that give a shit about Star Wars that even watch our channel to go out there and put that many downvotes on a video.
Oh, it's a coordinated campaign, but it's okay when they do it the other way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a coordinated campaign. So let's talk about breaking records here.
Yeah, bullshit.
The Acolyte trailer gets a huge amount of YouTube dislikes, still breaks Lucasfilm record.
According to Disney. And when you see it's a record, it's like one of those for a Wednesday at 3, you know, on a day in February, you know.
I guess so.
New trailer garnered a significant number of dislikes on YouTube. That didn't stop it from setting a positive record for Lucasfilm.
That's because they saw the dislikes coming in and kicking the ass of the likes, and then they're trying to put a positive narrative on it.
Kicking the ass of the likes. That actually sounds like it should be a Star Wars title. Episode 10, Kicking the Ass of the Likes.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, that doesn't matter. Even if you're voting it down, they're counting it as a win, as a view.
Yeah, they said there's some good news to go with that that's received an unwanted reception on YouTube. The official trailer for The Acolyte, which was released earlier this week, has garnered more dislikes than likes on YouTube. More specifically, the Star Wars trailer, which has been viewed over 8.2 million times, has gotten 165.
What's it at now? How many views does it have now?
It's 165 up to 366 down. Now it's 172 up to 446.
Wait, but it hasn't gone up very many more views. It's 8.6 million now.
But they said, guys, that's good news though, because it set records. It was touted by StarWars.com as setting the new digital-only record of any Lucasfilm Disney Plus series. Oh my God!
It beat Lucasfilm Disney Plus show trailers. Oh, you beat Mandalorian. I find that hard to believe.
I don't believe that either. I mean, who
it beat
knows?
Obi-Wan.
Well, Obi-Wan looked like shit anyways.
Yeah, but people watched the trailer because I heard it was Obi-Wan. I don't buy it. I'm sorry. I'm not buying it.
I think that this thing is like the last. This is what the High Republic era. This is like the last hurrah of the story group and all that shit. And I think they're trying to like.
But so that stuff didn't stick either.
Well,
as much as they try to say it did.
I think what's going on
is dinosaurs.
Oh yeah, diversity in dinosaurs.
We got the diversity. We get the dinosaurs.
There better
be fucking dinosaurs, and they could be fucking without a comma because it's diverse.
May I present Willy Wonka's wild and wonderful wishy-washy Wonka Walker? Please don't make me say that again. What's going on here?
Diversity.
I'm a paleophile. Yeah, and I like dinosaurs.
There better be dinosaurs.
Denver's my jam.
Remember, diversity and dinosaurs were above actual good storytelling and characters.
You got it right the first time.
Storytelling, yes. Storytelling and characterization.
Yeah,
so.
I think that I work with the Lucasfilm Story Killer group.
Or the 5 I mentioned.
That's my name. Yeah, so I think that there's a lot riding on this one because, you know, again, we're talking that board battle, that proxy battle at Disney, and one of the things that they're promising to do if Peltz and Rizzullo, if they get on the board, is more oversight over every individual project. And I can't imagine that if they're looking at the commercial viability of it, that this is something that they would want to continue doing. You know, they're gonna be like, hey, this is not a good idea. A new Star Wars something that takes place in a completely disconnected timeline with a bunch of checkbox characters that nobody knows. Yeah, we're not going to sell toys.
Here's the kicker, though. It doesn't matter that they're checkbox characters. The problem is that they're leading with the fact that they're checkbox characters.
Well, that's it. They're basically saying this is the Star Wars Diversity Power Hour, and you need to watch it or you're a bigot.
Right, and that's it. Like, if you didn't do that, I don't think it'd be such a big deal, but that's what you're leading with. I know it's what you're leading with. And even if you're not, people are so trained that when they see that now coming from Disney, they're automatically know. They already have an expectation set, and it's not a good one. But you did it to yourself, and it's kind of a disservice to the people you're claiming you're representing, because now when people see representation, they roll their eyes and they're like, oh, for fuck's sake, because it's not good representation. It never was.
Yeah, it's a High Republic show. They said a number of Jedi from the High Republic era were shown, including some that appeared in the novels.
Oh, is the Rock that navigates, what was it, Geode? Is Geode going to be in it? I don't know. There literally was a fucking rock as a character in the books.
Not a fucking rock.
The author. I can't even talk to him. I'm so pissed. The author thought it was funny because the boyfriend made it as a joke. Ha 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 ha! You're so clever. I'm putting that in my book. It's just an OC, wankfest anyway.
Said that Headland did not get the green light for season 2 yet, but
if they're smart, that they won't.
Yeah, she said it's going to be wrapped up. The story of the first season will be wrapped up, even if more stories are planned.
Nope.
There isn't something where you feel like you're on the edge of your seat and have that catharsis, and then you have to wait 2 years. Yeah, so we don't know. Wait 2 years for 2 stories. I mean, if this is the biggest damn hit ever, I think it's going to be a hit with YouTubers, because I think it's going to give certain YouTubers loads of content for months to come. But
well, I love this. This one I thought was funny. Paul Tassi.
Paul Tassi, which I liked Paul Tassi.
Paul Tassi has his moments. He makes these dumbass things all the time. So Paul Tassi over at Forbes is like, your argument about why you just breaks canon is absurd. Because he's like, he has to make sure he gets in there about controversy has erupted over the trailer, and perhaps not what you're thinking. Well, I'm sure there are woke accusations somewhere out there about it's Asian and black leads. That's not what is being discussed the most.
What?
Rather, that would be the idea the show is retconning existing Star Wars lore by having the Sith in it at this time period.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, they're talking about, because the Phantom Menace, the Jedi were caught off guard by the Sith.
Well, they're going to tell you about that, because they're obsessing about. Well, they're complaining about everybody else obsessing about it. He's going to obsess about it too. Scroll down. So this show's supposed to be 100 years before. Okay.
Yes.
Go down to he talks about it. Here, keep going down. Keep going. Okay, there. Stop. This is absurd for a number of reasons. One, just because the Sith weren't around in mass like the Old Republic days does not mean they didn't exist and weren't hiding in the shadows. Well, nobody expected that to be the case.
Yeah, because you had to at least have 2 Sith running around at any point in time.
Right, duh. Yeah. Most people understand that. This quote is being given by a guy who did not even know there was an entire Sith conspiracy happening under the Council's nose. So this person's getting so upset about people being, saying about the continuity error. He's like going in and like talking about a character as if it's a real person. But everybody else is batshit. It's literally a plot point. More generally, a single guy's opinion on something is not a fact. His stated opinion is not canon.
Neither is this show. Neither is...
I'm not gonna lie, I don't give a shit for Star Wars in the slightest, but the fact that she's so upset kind of is keeping me listening. I don't know why, but it's kind of funny. It's funny, not at her, but it's just funny because I know how she knows. I get the passion that she has, but like it's also funny because like I'm the one who don't give a shit about Star Wars whatsoever. If it dies tomorrow, I do not care because I never bought anything Star Wars. If I can't even remember if I ever did. But the fact that she's that like her passion would be the same for me if it was like Soul Eater, Fire Force, Gacha Kuda, fucking Dragon Ball, I don't know, fucking One Piece. Like if it was any of these properties was fucked with myself, I would be absolutely livid. So I understand where she's coming from. So that's what's keeping me to actually listen and not like tune out. So it's kind of interesting hearing her being upset. So
is anything Disney's put out related to Star Wars since that Lucas sold it? I don't care.
He's literally like going on about everybody's bunch of they're getting so upset about this and it's stupid because they're basing it on one guy's comment, but that guy, one opinion. I'm like, dude's not fucking real. You know that, right?
Raiga Samurai.
What?
Yes, same here.
But it's like the hypocrisy. Potter Kettle, Paul, because I'm like, you're like losing your shit about people saying that, and then you're losing your shit because the one character that isn't fucking real.
I don't think he's actually losing his shit. I think he's writing articles to get hits because all these sites are, and I think that explains Paul's kind of his heel turn because he used to be pretty solid, and I've noticed
not lately. He hasn't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Lately, he hasn't been, and I think what's going on is because of all the stuff going on with websites getting demonetized, and he's probably on the chopping block too because they're probably like, do we need a pop culture video game guy at Forbes?
No problem. This is coming out in June. Let's see. Let's look at how much chatter is about. Other than people like calling out shit, let's see how much positive chatter is out there.
God,
let's see how much between now and June. How much people, normies, are talking about it. I guarantee you, it's going to do dog shit. I guarantee you, it's going to colossally fail. I have zero doubt of this. And you know what? You did to your fucking self. I don't want to even hear one word about the bigots. Don't you even, because the bigots aren't even going to watch it.
Let's go out to Google Trends real quick and see. Fucking Wonka's doing better.
Okay, that's good.
So let's just, look, this isn't 100% accurate or 100% representative of where things are. Let's go in the last 7 days or whatever. But we put in some competing franchises. We put in the Acolyte, we put in Star Wars into Google Trends. We put in Dune, we put in Ghostbusters, and we put in freaking Wonka.
You know what's funny to me? If you're looking, it's flatlined until they, till like the other day when they started having news in the trailer, it goes up a little bit, but then it goes back to being almost flatlined again for the Acolyte.
So of all this, Star Wars itself is doing a little bit better, but freaking Wonka is getting more traction than the Acolyte. Dune, which has been in the theater for weeks now, is
and Ghostbusters too.
Just this
Wait, weekend. To sell? Or just boxes that he has? Or they have? To sell?
And the interest in Dune and Ghostbusters is significantly higher than the Acolyte. That's pretty bad. That means that there's no real buzz. Like, the general public is not searching for information on this. Mm-hmm. They don't care. They don't care. They care about Dune. They care about Ghostbusters. They even care about Wonka.
Try for the last 30 days and see what it looks like there. It's like curiosity.
Well, Dune's just completely destroying everything.
Yeah, Star Wars is like right below it.
Yeah, but Ghostbusters, interest in Ghostbusters has gone up.
But it's funny though, Ghostbusters has perpetually stayed above Acolyte
Yes.
The whole way. It was like a flat line on the Acolyte. Then there's a little bump when they put a trailer out.
Oh, just drop
Nobody gives a shit, which is what we're saying. Nobody gives a shit about Acolyte. The Star Wars they still kind of do, but the Acolyte, no.
Just YouTubers and the media that attacks YouTubers are the only groups of people that care about this show. And I'm sorry, I think it's going to be a massive flop. Even if it's somewhat good, I think the fact that it doesn't have any characters, classic characters that people remember, I think it's dead on arrival. If Obi-Wan and Boba Fett couldn't bring people back to Star Wars, then there's no way.
I don't understand.
Who knows?
That's why I don't play games like Minecraft.
I'm in a place where George Lucas is right now, where I don't give a shit. I don't care. It ain't real Star Wars. It's Disney Star Wars. Something different. We're gonna wrap it up.
Yep.
Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, and we'll talk later.
All right, so that was a clownfish on the whole Acolyte situation as well. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I know I did this kind of with Wes. I don't know if I'm gonna replace that with this, but it really depends. But we'll see. Or I'll just make the same thing, whatever. So with that said, I think I'm gonna make this a separate video from that, because even though I did an Acolyte video with Wes, I think I would play this anyway because of how passionate that Geeky Sparkles was. So like, I kind of find it I'm not laughing at her. I just find it funny because like I would be probably the same. So it's just like I understand where she's coming from. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. Also give him a follow and all that great stuff. And I'll see you guys in the next one from this reaction. So later. All right. We got one last one. This is 9 minutes. So this is about a should I do this one? It says behavioral scientist describes how parasitic ideas create wokesters. So this is 9 minutes. This is from the Sky News Australia. I don't even think I need to say go follow them because, well, they got 3.97 million and they're a company. It's not like it's a person who's trying to work their way up. It's literally a company. So it doesn't matter if you can follow them or not, but they do have some great takes. So I'm going to play this real quick, and this professor is going to tell us what happens when you go woke, and this is what happens, and you end up being broke, and you might even croak. So
previous book, The Parasitic Mind, was a sensation, and when it came out, I still said referred to constantly online. It explores how parasitic ideas are spreading like a virus across the West, killing reason and killing freedom. But one of the things that confuses people on the left to this day is, what do we mean when we say woke? So if I could get from you a definition.
Pretty much shoehorned. Pretty much woke is pretty much under it's under a few things. First thing, if it's being forced. So it's already woke as it is. It doesn't even matter what the subject is. It could be even straight stuff. Like right now, if you push in something that is heterosexual out of nowhere for something that doesn't even make sense. If we're talking about space aliens and somehow we brought up that into the conversation about space aliens and they're talking about space aliens, why the fuck are we talking about that? That is woke to me. I think anything that is shoehorned in that's not needed to be in the setting at all. That's a first indication. Second thing is the subject matter. How destructive and how stupid it is, and how much sense does it make, even to the previous comment I just said. Why is it being shoehorned in? Does it have any... I do play other games, but I don't play them because I don't think anyone's gonna have any interest of watching. I do play Overwatch 2, and I do play Genshin, but then again, I would play other games. I sometimes do play some fighting games, sometimes on stream. I did play Grand Blue Fantasy. I played Skullgirls and I did play that one I guess it's a furry game. It was called Them Fighting Herds. I got it for my sister, but it seems like I don't know if she still plays it, but I played it once on stream and people was making their comments. It was funny. But I do have ideas of playing other games. There's this one particular game I want to play. I was thinking of getting Helldivers eventually. I'm still on the fence on that because I don't know if they're going to go down that. It's not even for the woke stuff. I just don't know if people are it's popular enough for people to play. And then the second thing is there's this game called Robo Beats I want to play on stream. It's coming out next month, so I'm going to see. I was going to wait and buy Dragon Ball Spark, but I don't think that's coming out this year. I think that's coming out next year. So okay. I see. Well, that's crazy.
Also explain to my audience why you say this ideology is poison.
Well, it's parasitic because once you hold on to those beliefs, it is contrary to your best interest. So let me give you an example of what constitutes a parasitic mechanism. So for example, the wood cricket is a cricket that abhors water. But when it is parasitized by a particular worm, neuroparasite called a hairworm, the hairworm needs to get the wood cricket to jump into water in order for it to complete its reproductive cycle. So once that wood cricket is parasitized by this neuroparasite, it merely jumps to commit suicide because it serves the interest of the parasite. And so in my book, The Parasitic Mind, what I argue is that human beings can also be parasitized not only by actual physical worms, they could be parasitized by ideological worms. So postmodernism, cultural relativism, radical feminism, transgender activism, the rejection of biology in explaining human behavior, which I call biophobia. All of these parasitic ideas, when put together, create the wokesters that you see walking around on university campuses.
Well, one of their ranks is Don Lemon, television host Don Lemon. He had his exclusive contract to host the Don Lemon Show on X cancelled by Elon Musk just hours after his premiere episode, which Elon Musk.
Oh snap! Don Lemon lost his show within what episode? God, that man's an idiot. I'm so glad there is a God. Let me hear that again.
To host the Don Lemon Show on X cancelled by Elon Musk.
Damn.
Hours after his premiere episode, which featured Elon Musk. You very kindly gave Don Lemon some sage advice. Can you share that with my audience? And do you think he will take it? Is it too far gone? Is the parasitic mind taken hold with Don Lemon?
Thank you for the roses. I
Yes,
appreciate it.
I fear that my advice is impenetrable.
Well, that's
to
a
his
cool
fully
name,
parasitized
Dingo
mind.
Ashira.
Basically,
I like
what I
that.
told him is, look, you have the opportunity here to speak to arguably the person that most people would be most desirous to speak to, a truly historic figure who's done unbelievable things. And there are so many things that you could explore with him. You're given this opportunity, and yet you can't extricate yourself from the
what the heck,
gotcha
I'll laugh
strategies,
anyway.
from the
What the heck? I'll laugh anyway. I love it. That was amazing.
Opportunity.
That was
And
amazing.
as I think we might talk about, just a few days later,
Hold
it so
on.
happened, yesterday actually, Elon and I had a conversation on an X Spaces. So far, it's been watched, I think, tuned in by nearly 750,000 people. No accusations, no virulence, just two guys
Just having a
down to
conversation.
earth that hopefully have interesting things to say, having a fun chat. And it was even fun in that we were debugging some of the features of the latest option on the X Spaces in vivo, like online. So that shows you, the humility with which we approached each other. And Don Lemon completely missed the opportunity to really have a wonderful conversation with a brilliant
Don
guy.
Lemon's an idiot.
And it was back on CNN within minutes, moaning about his.
Oh snap! I forgot. He got fired from CNN. Went off doing his own damn thing. Somehow got a conversation interview with Elon Musk. Looked like an idiot doing it. Got his show canceled, and then went back to the people who fired him just to complain how bad Elon Musk is.
_degrees.
How much can
You know you're an idiot when your show cancelled as fast as you open your mouth.
And then you're an idiot to go back to the same people who fire you to complain about the person who canceled your show. That shows how toxic of an individual you truly are, and stupid at the same time. How much money? It depends on what you're doing. It really depends on what you're willing to what people are willing to shell out to you based on your talent.
On the platform, his account hasn't been banned. Tell me about that chat with Elon Musk. You were hosting it. He was one of the participants, and I saw a bit of it. But what did you learn? What came out of that was most valuable for you?
I think, there's specific content that was valuable in that I was asking Elon, do you think that entrepreneurship proclivity is due to nature or nurture. So we, I asked him technical, interesting, pointed questions. But I think what I got most out of it is a personal element, which is, here's a guy who is, I suppose, the richest person who's ever lived. And if you see how down to earth he is, how humble he is, he was joking around with me, he was pranking me. That's, I think, what was most remarkable.
That's what
guy,
the
right?
world
I mean,
should
if you
be.
ever would think about someone who should have a chip on his shoulder, it would be Elon, and yet he was anything but that. And so I found that so refreshing, so invigorating. And
I think the most base thing this man has ever said, and trust me, I'm not Elon Musk fan or anything like that. I just know what I know of him now. But then again, I'm not gonna say I'm a super fan of him or anything like that. I just appreciate that he keeps it, as far as I know, real as much as possible, and being like a honest person on what he does and stuff like that. I'm not too much of the fan of the putting a chip in someone's brain, because that can go left given the people who want to use that. But then again, it is what it is. But other than that, you gotta separate. You gotta always look at it as this is how you should actually judge people. How much bad things have they done compared to how many good things they've done? And how heinous of those bad things have they done that outweighs those good things. So like, if you did 10 good things, but you did one heinous crime, and I mean heinous to the point that it's unforgivable, there's nothing you can do. But if you did 10 bad things, like petty things that's not like serious to the point that you're like maiming people's lives or putting a terrible spin on someone's life or something like that, then that's forgivable things that you can redeem yourself from. And if you have a lot of good things, then those qualities may come through. But if you're a person who thinks you're just going to get forgiven because you did 10 good things and 2 bad things, and you think you can just keep doing bad things because those 10 outweigh those 2 things, you're an idiot and you need to go to jail. You're an idiot. I straight up, I'm not even saying this to anyone. This goes family and friends. Like, straight up, you're just a moron. It is what it is. Nothing more, nothing less. But a lot of people should aspire to be, I wouldn't say like Elon Musk, or have that outlook of just being chill. You don't have to take everything on and think everyone's against you. Sometimes people are just not against you. Some people just don't want to be fucked with. Just leave them alone. Just do your thing. Do you. Don't worry about anyone else. Do your thing.
That, made me feel the best about that chat.
My name is Katerina. I'm acting field coordinator in Odessa.
I'm Vladimir, team leader. Don't care.
Now, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson from the US Supreme Court seems to not understand the Constitution she's meant to protect. She expressed concerns that the First Amendment was hamstringing the federal government too severely. What do you make of today's shock revelations about the Supreme Court Justice appointed by Joe Biden?
So I'll begin. Before I answer that, I'll go on an oblique tangent for a second. Until about 15 minutes ago, the 117 billion people who've been estimated to have existed on Earth absolutely knew the definition of male or female. But yet when she was being confirmed, if you remember, she said that, she's not a biologist, so she couldn't, right? So if we have a Supreme Court justice who's incapable of telling us what a woman is, then I'm not surprised that she's having some difficulties understanding the intricacies of the First Amendment mechanisms. But to answer your question more directly, this is actually something that I speak about in The Parasitic Mind, the difference between deontological and consequentialist ethics. Deontological ethics are absolute statements of truth. So freedom of speech should be a deontological principle. You never say, I believe in freedom of speech, but on the other hand, if your spouse asks you, do I look fat in those jeans? Then you could put on your consequentialist hat, because then you might say, I'm going to lie to spare my spouse's feelings.
Nah, fuck that. I'm telling my wife. No, I would tell my wife directly, don't wear that. That looks terrible. Put on something. Put on the polka dot one. That looks better. That one that you're wearing is ass, because I have to be around you for the rest of my life. You represent me and I represent you. And I know for a fact that your girlfriend, if you're a dude and you're going to something with your girlfriend, somewhere fancy, there's no way in hell she's gonna let you dress like a bum. She's gonna tell you straight up, don't wear that. She's gonna tell you. So you might as well tell her straight back. This is not being no alpha male, no stupid shit. Just literally be honest with your girlfriend. She may not like it, but then again, she will appreciate you probably in the long run. But then again, she is not gonna like you that day, and you're not gonna get lucky that day. Fine, but it is what it is.
Foundational principles that are enshrined in the First Amendment, it has to be a deontological principle, and apparently our justice, U.S. Supreme Court justice, is unaware of that distinction. So it was grotesque, but it didn't surprise me.
Wait! Isn't that the fruit with that drag, that tiger guy?
It is
Thriller Bark?
disturbing to have someone in her position make a comment
straight up
like that. It wasn't just one.
Like, you're not always gonna get lucky with the girlfriend that you're with. You're not. She's not gonna always give it down. But then again, she will give it to you. But if you are not being 100% honest with her, she will never give it to you. She'll give it to someone else.
To the whole question
Leopard,
she had around that First Amendment, and wow, astonishing. Now, I want to ask you about musician Neil Young. He has announced he's going to come back to Spotify after he quit the site because of Joe Rogan and supposed disinformation. He got all sorts of excuses for the backflip here, but in the end, it seems when it comes to these celebrity opinions, they love to grandstand, but they also love money.
We just left Dressrosa.
Spotify money, perhaps more than their principles.
You're right. And I mean, one of the things that I love, to go back to Elon, and I think one of the reasons my voice resonates is because I think that we really are driven by a set of principles and we don't deviate from them. But when you look at all of these imbeciles in Hollywood and all these actors and singers, they go with how the wind blows, right? And so when everybody was saying, if Donald Trump were to win in 2016, I'm moving to Canada.
They don't do it.
I live in Canada. I'm
They
still
don't go.
waiting for Cher to move to Canada. She hasn't apparently moved to Canada yet.
Yes, I hate when people say stupid shit like this. If so-and-so wins said election, therefore I'm going to move to some other country. You're not going to do shit. You're broke. You're all broke like everyone else. Stop saying stupid shit like this. Just say you're not happy. That's it. That's it. It's okay to say I'm not happy that whoever won I chose didn't win. But saying that you're going to uprise your whole life to go some other country that is definitely different from the one that you know, you're not going to survive. Actually, you're not even going to like the experience. You're going to stay where you are because you know the fuck you is. Like, let's be honest. That's like saying if they cancel The Acolyte, I'm gonna move to Japan. Are you serious? You're gonna move your whole life over one thing that you have no control over in the first place? Like, yeah, you might vote, but let's be honest, that I don't even think that actually works. Okay, don't do it. So yeah, it's wild. That's crazy.
And so from this side of their mouth, they grandstand, and from this side of their mouth, they violate all of their quote principles. They're grotesque. They're idiots. They don't have a moral compass.
Nope.
Before you go, I have to get your opinion on how things are going in Canada. Your great and fearless leader, Justin Trudeau. What's the political environment like in Canada? And is that
it's
Trudeau
terrible.
In peril? Will he survive the next election?
No.
Well, certainly the polls are showing that he is in peril, and so if the elections were to happen tomorrow, I think that he'd be, it would be, dare I say, a bloodbath? Am I allowed to say a bloodbath, or am I calling for a genocide? Maybe I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, well,
it would be a massacre. Can I say that, or that's also incitement to violence? But anyways, look,
don't
Canada,
say a landslide either, because that's frightening. It won't be a landslide either. Yes.
See, I love this Sky News. They're too base. They're base as shit. I love this woman. She looks like a Who from fucking Dr. Seuss, but she's base as shit.
And I received a text a few days ago from Elon, a private one, where he said, "Hey, I wonder, how is it that you could survive in Canada with such rampant woke mind viruses?" And so to your question, it's very difficult for me not only to be in Canada, but to be within the university ecosystem in Quebec, because my own university, there are many things that I love about it. It's very, very woke. And so it is definitely difficult to walk on my shoes on a daily basis. But that must be hard,
bro. I feel bad for him.
Well, we rely on you, Dr. Sad, and Jordan Peterson to fight the good fight in Canada. I know there is others, but you two are leading the way. Thank you so much for your time this evening. Really do appreciate it.
Okay, so that was Sky News and the whole situation with the whole wokeism thing. Because people are realizing being woke sucks. And if you're being woke, you just really don't like life and you don't like yourself. And you probably don't have any true morals or principles in the slightest. You probably think you do because you think you have no other choice, but probably you don't. But anyway, with that said, I hope everyone liked this. Like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. I'm not even going to tell you to go to Sky News if you want to. You can follow them if you like. I don't subscribe to them, but they do give me their stuff because I watch their stuff sometimes because you're going to be recommended anyway. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Like, subscribe, share, follow, comment, and all that great stuff. Bye. Alright. Finally, we have gone to the finish line. We are here. We are going to do 17 mangas you need to read in 2024! What makes you come from your home and land, be born in there, or born with family? My friend says blood. Wait, what? Is that a statement? I'm not sure. Anyway, so with that said, this is from Anime Collective. So I guess she is Anime Collective?
Let's go.
We're going to do 17 mangas you need to read in 2024. So I'm pretty sure most of them we've already heard of, but maybe there'll be some that may come through the hype. Might be the hype. Might be the next best thing. We don't know. We'll see. So let's see what she says. Let's go!
Kristen from Anime Collective. So this year is stacked full of new releases, from new additions to new serializations, so I wanted to do a video going over all of my most anticipated. Here's all the new manga I'm looking forward to collecting in 2024. Alright guys, I'm kicking things off with After God, which is one of my most anticipated, if not my most anticipated release, aside from, of course, Initial D. And this is saying a lot because this year is stacked so far. Releasing from Viz on November 19th, the story is set in Japan ravaged by invading gods, leaving destruction in their wake. We follow anti-god researcher Sachiyuki Tokinaga, who embarks on a quest to reclaim humanity's future. His unexpected ally, high schooler Waka Kamikura, might hold the secret to...
Perhaps, but it's going to be extremely short. Like a short story. Hold on.
Turning the tide. Together, they navigate the perilous ruins of Tokyo, uncovering secrets that could change the world's fate forever and bring an end to the gods once and for all.
Perhaps, but then again, 9 times out of 10, you might end up... What's the right word? You probably can write a manga in 24 hours. It's not that it's unheard of. Write one and draw one, maybe. Maybe if you have a bunch of people. Probably. If they're really good at their if they're like really professionals, they can probably knock something out in 24 hours. Just in 24 hours, but something extremely short, like 10, 15 pages, that's pretty much it. I don't think like a full-scale manga. I don't think so. But it has to be like a fucking one-shot, something really like basic.
After God has truly breathtaking art. It's realistic but also stylized and unique. When viewing the pages, I'm reminded a lot of the details of Shinichi Sakamoto's Of Innocence panels, albeit different, but the structuring strikes a similar chord with me, but also the emotion of style of Sui Ishida's panels. It also has a vibe and atmosphere similar to Chainsaw Man and Hell's Paradise. These are some of my all-time favorite manga artists, so this is big praise, but while I see glimpses, Sumi Ino's After God is a complete original. The dynamic battles and how they are drawn are...
People ask me this question all the time, and I've been told by my friend that using that comparison is hard because it's like, it depends on what universe they're in, because I think he told me around the lines that Saitama might only win against Goku because if they're in his universe, but if Saitama was in any other universe, probably Goku might win. I don't know, because remember, Saitama doesn't really work out like that. If he works out, but yeah, I don't think he works out like that. And ever since he got his godlike powers, I don't think he worked out after the fact. And Goku works out all his life. So if they were even if say for instance Goku was in I don't know, the world of Justice League and he didn't have his powers, I still think he can twist Saitama's neck open, if possible, if they didn't have powers, because Goku works out every single day for most of his life, so from a kid all the way up. Saitama started working out when he was in his mid to late 20s or some shit. So
a major highlight of the series. It has some of the best fights I've seen as of late, but it is also set in an incredibly unique world and knows how to be emotional and dramatic when need be as well. This next one, Gachi Akuta, was initially thought to be a standout release of 2023, but it was pushed back to 2024. I've talked about it before on the channel, but when it's delayed to 2024...
Was the book always that big? Is the book always that big? It looked big. That's a big book. The fuck? That's a big ass book. Why does it look so big? Or is it just me? Or is the camera? They look huge.
I get another chance to highlight this.
Let's go.
The book looks big.
This amazing series. Gachi Akuta follows a boy named Ruto, an orphan living with his adoptive parents in the slums. He has abilities that make him stand out from others, but they make him a target as well. One day, Ruto's life is changed forever when he is framed for a murder he did not commit, and he's thrown into a place called the Abyss.
And beat them all.
Instead of dying, though, he finds himself in a strange new world.
Maybe she has baby hands.
Perhaps, or maybe it's the camera. I don't know. Maybe she does have baby hands. But like, I played all the FNAF games. I played 1, 2, 3, 4, Sister Location, and 1, 2, 3, Sister Location 4, and all them. I did them all. The only thing I did not play, MP Simulator, the only thing I didn't play is the FNAF World, is that what it's called? With all the other FNAF, it's like all the FNAF games in one or some shit. And then the first person one that Markiplier played. It didn't look all that interesting to play in the first place because it looked really basic.
Surrounded by monsters made of trash. There he meets a man named Injin, who's a janitor, an individual who fights against these monsters with special weapons. Ruto becomes a janitor to fight his way out of the abyss and get his revenge. This is one you may already know thanks to a recommendation from Atsushi Okubo, the creator of one of my all-time favorites, Soul Eater. He even went as far as to say he is passing on the baton to Kei Urana.
It does look a little bigger than usual.
Yeah, it looks really big. I don't mind it, but it just, I don't know, it just makes it look even more cooler now as it being big. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know why. It looks cooler big now when I think of it. It's really cool.
His assistant at one point in time. Those are big words and shoes to fill, but I couldn't agree more after reading Gachi Akuta. The style, character designs, and world building are incredible. It has a similar vibe and feel to two other manga I love, Deadman Wonderland and Fire Force, but it's still unique and stands apart. On top of all that, it's gritty and emotional and has amazing art. Next is Vinland Saga, which began releasing with English translation on October 14, 2013, but it received a new deluxe edition release in 2024. It is one of my favorite seinen manga, let alone manga of all time. I highly recommend it if you have yet to give it a shot, especially if you enjoy stories with top-notch character development, detailed art, and profound and historically inspired stories. Vinland Saga tells the story of Thorfinn, a young boy enchanted by his...
You know what's so funny? I don't mean to stop it, but like, I always find it funny, the more... I notice that most manga does a great job at what they do. Majority of most manga. And I kind of noticed that when the manga's bad, it almost feels like it's on purpose. You feel that way? Like, if someone says, oh, the manga's bad, it's terrible, it almost feels like it was on purpose. Not like they was trying something and like, they purposely made it shit because either they didn't really believe in it and they just did it, or something to that factor. It always feels that way to me. With comic book, it feels like, in West, it feels like they purposely tried to make me like something and it was still ass. And then with manga, it feels like they purposely made it shit because they knew it was terrible. And made no excuses. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's, you don't hear a bunch of excuses from like Japanese mangaka saying that, oh, you didn't like my manga? F you. You don't really hear that. You hear that from Westerners. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why I think that. Does that make sense? Do you feel that way, Brian? I feel that way.
Father's tales of a distant land to the west.
Like they're bored with it.
Yeah, like they're bored with it. Like the story wasn't all that good, but they need to make a buck, so they made it anyway. Type stuff. Like okay, say they made like, I'm using an example. Let's just say they made like One Punch Man and let's say Dragon Ball and something else and like Doctor Stone, and they have this one-off show manga that didn't do well because they just needed to make a buck because they have to get that deadline in. It just feels that way to me. Like it's like a throwaway manga. Like we did this for the money, but it's not gonna make enough. But we need that money, so we kind of just threw it away So if it's ass, then it's not really all that serious. We can really hit another home run next time. It's just that this one just is not going to be one of those. It just kind of feels that way to me when it comes to manga. For some odd reason, maybe my bias against the West, but for some odd reason, when it comes to manga, it just seems like when a manga is crap, it just feels like it was on purpose. That they knew it was not going to go anywhere, but they did because they needed to make some cash. But with the West, it's ass because they try to force things for me to accept or like or something to accent. So therefore, I'm not going to fuck with it.
Samurai. Oh yeah, Undead Unluck Season 1 is done.
Oh, for real? Okay, I gotta watch that. Thank you for letting me know,
His
bro.
idyllic world is shattered when a mercenary raid kills his family, pushing him into a life among the very Vikings responsible for this loss. Driven by vengeance against the band's leader for his father's death, Thorfinn grows into a formidable warrior. But amidst his quest for revenge, the enduring pride in his family and the dream of Vinland, a peaceful land free of war, give him solace and purpose. In addition to getting a premium upgrade, Kodansha threw in some extras in these new deluxe editions. They even toss in color maps and concept art, giving us behind-the-scenes peeks. In my full review video of the Vinland Saga Deluxe Editions, I go over all of this and how they compare to the original 2-in-1 hardcovers released by Kodansha if you'd like to check it out. The Tree of Death Yomotsu Heigi is the latest series by Masasumi Kakizaki and is a must-read if you're a fan of cosmic horror like I am. Known for his work on Green Blood and Rainbow, he continues to show off his deeply engaging storytelling and intricate, highly detailed artwork in this new series, which is out now thanks to 7 Seas. The story introduces us to Nawa Kanetsugu, a former police officer whose life is appended by the tragic loss of his family, which propels him on a dark path of vengeance. What sets this journey apart is a twist of fate that grants Nawa immortality and monstrous powers after consuming the fruit from the tree in the realm of dead, Yomotsu Heigi. This curse or blessing leads him to a crossroads between regaining his lost humanity or succumbing to the darkness within, as he allies with a god of death to battle otherworldly threats. Yomotsu Heigi is a revenge story, but it's so much more. It's also a complex exploration of justice, redemption, and the human condition, and it's all set against a fascinating cosmic horror backdrop. If you enjoy manga that dive deep into the darker aspects of the soul, have beautiful art, and are Lovecraftian, this series is one you'll want to check out. Smoking Behind the Supermarket with You follows Sasaki, who at 45 finds little joy beyond the smoke breaks that punctuate his monotonous office life, except for the brief moment shared with Yamada, a supermarket cashier. After a grueling day, Yamada's absence sends Sasaki in search of comfort, leading him to an unexpected encounter with Toyama, a captivating woman who offers him a cigarette and company. As their smoke-filled conversation unfolds, Sasaki is oblivious to the fact that Toyama is more familiar to him than he realizes. Smoking Behind the Supermarket with You features a bond forged in life's everyday moments. Unlike many other manga that dramatize first encounters with grandiose events, this manga focuses more on the realism of casual yet profound interactions. It shows us all that meaningful relationships can emerge from the simplest of settings, like behind a konbini. Because of its setup, there's an authenticity to the characters and their relationship, and I love that it features an adult cast as well. It's an absolute gem through and through. It's one of the best manga 2024 so far. I hope you'll check it out. I Want to End This Love Game features a unique twist of
Hello, emoji, what's going on?
childhood rivalry between Yukiya Asagi and Miku Sakura, who have engaged in a love game since they were kids, challenging each other with declarations of I love you and attempts to catch the other off guard. But the stakes of this game escalate when genuine feelings of love mix with their competitive spirit, making the prospect of losing unthinkable for them both. Yukiya steps into high school with a mission to win over Miku. Armed with tactics lifted straight from her favorite shoujo manga, he's ready to execute the perfect romantic maneuvers, from wall pinning to smoldering gazes in hopes of stirring her heart. Kaguya-sama Love is War is one of my top series, so admittedly when I picked this one up, it was because it had similarities. While I did hope to discover a series that would fill that void, I also yearned for a romantic comedy that would shine on its own. Now this is a will they won't they type series where the main characters resist confessing their love for one another at all costs, so if you enjoy more straightforward romances, I have other recommendations you may enjoy more. That said though, if you love cute stories with relatable characters, it's one I highly recommend. Medalist released on March 5th from Kodansha, and it follows Inori, an 11-year-old with big dreams of becoming a figure skater who faces daunting obstacles. Despite her age, school struggles, and family doubts, the ice rink is her sanctuary, and she works hard to make her dreams a reality. There she meets Tsukasa, a coach on the brink of quitting competitive skating forever. Together they forge an unstoppable duo fueled by hard work, unwavering belief, and the pursuit of proving everyone wrong. Inori's journey is deeply moving. Her passion for figure skating is palpable, and you can't help but root for her. Teaming up with Coach Tsukasa, who's on the verge of giving up his dreams, adds layers to this dynamic. Despite facing doubts from others, including Inori's mom, they find strength in each other and strive to defy the odds. Their mutual beliefs, support, and passion for figure skating create this beautiful, inspiring bond, and their interactions are one of Medalist's strong suits. Believing in yourself when you are young is hard enough, but it is even more challenging when everyone around Inori, from her mom to her classmates, tells her she won't amount to anything. Tsukasa's role as a coach becomes not just about teaching figure skating, but instilling belief and hope in Inori's heart. These two learn a lot from each other, and their connection and drive to overcome the odds make Medalist one of the best and most touching sports series I've ever read. One of my most wanted has always been a new release of Initial D. Initial D debuted in the 90s, but wouldn't be released with English translation until 2002 when Tokyo Pop released singles of the series. Unfortunately, though, they only printed 33 of the 48 volumes, so it's never been fully released in the US. Much to my excitement, though, Kodansha announced large-sized 2-in-1 omnibuses of Initial D, with the first slated for release on March 19th. I'm going to be doing a video on the channel showcasing these new omnibuses and how they compare to the singles, so stay tuned for that. The story of Initial D follows Takumi Fujiwara, an 18-year-old who helps out his father at his tofu shop by making deliveries. Every morning he heads out to Mount Akina in his dad's AE86. Because of this daily routine, he has gained skills in mountain racing and drifting, which were further honed while driving to make a delivery at its summit. Takumi's daily life changes when the Akagi Red Suns come into town to challenge the local team, the Akina Speedstars. Takumi is a thrilling driver because he thinks out of the box and quickly adapts to every situation or challenge. The races are entertaining and exhilarating, not just because of Takumi, because of the opponents he comes across as well. Each with their unique driving style, every race feels fresh and the bar is constantly being raised. The races unfold in a way that makes them unexpected and exciting, and the cars, whether in motion or not, are beautifully drawn. Whether you're into cars or not, Initial D is a fantastic read. It's one of my favorite series to ever release, and it's an absolute classic through and through. If you are picking up Initial D Omnibus 1, there's a standard release, but there are also 2 exclusive cover releases you can shop from Crunchyroll and Kinokuniya.
Nickelodeon was kid everything, but that marked one of the darkest chapters. These are 3 predators who worked.
Up next is Gannibal, which is one of the top horror manga I recommend, not just this year, but all around. It's a hidden treasure that's finally going to be available in English thanks to Ablaze. The story follows our protagonist who relocates to a seemingly quaint mountain village, only to find it cloaked in dark rumors of cannibalism. It all sounds like a twisted joke until a local officer goes missing. When our MC is sent to take over his post, he begins to wonder whether or not these rumors are true and begins to investigate. The only problem is that one particular family in the area doesn't like him poking around in their business. Just like in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the family in this story, the Goto family, evokes a sense of dread looming over the village, acknowledged but the town doesn't pry into their lives. It's an utterly gripping and unsettling read that had me on edge throughout. It's one that I hope more and more people will check out because it's one of the best new horror manga I've read as of late. Ablaze is releasing the paperback volumes at manga retailers on April 9th, but they also launched a Kickstarter that features hardcover manga editions, box sets, and more of the series. As someone who loves video games and plays MMOs, my love story with Yamada-kun at level 999 really struck a chord with me, much like another one of my favorites, Watakoi, Love is Hard for Otaku did. From the beauty and friendships that can be forged, but also the dangers that come with meeting IRL, to the identities and connections we form in game, and the lessons, healing, or escape that they offer us, my love story with Yamada-kun is one of the best you can read. In the series, we follow our MC and college student Akane, who in the wake of a painful breakup, finds solace not in solitude, but within the virtual world of an online RPG, where she combats minor foes to heal her bruised heart. Here, she crosses paths with Yamada, a pro gamer whose social reclusiveness leaves Akane torn between finding him awkwardly charming or intriguingly mysterious. An unexpected run-in with her ex at a gaming convention propels Akane into a whimsical charade, presenting Yamada as her new boyfriend. This spur-of-the-moment decision intertwines their lives both digitally and physically, but Yamada's passion seems tethered to one thing and one thing only: gaming. My love story with Yamada-kun is a romance, but it also features an amazing group dynamic, mainly the members of the guild to which Akane and Yamada belong. We watch them connect online, but also in real life, and it's their interactions and the humorous and heartwarming moments that result from them, along with their relationship, that makes this series so memorable for me. In addition to the manga, which is released on April 2nd from Inklore, a new imprint of Random House, I highly recommend the anime adaptation brought to life one of my favorite studios, Madhouse. Kodansha is releasing 2-in-1 omnibuses of the Fable, with the first set to arrive on April 9th. Since its initial release in 2014, the Fable has been one of my most wanted print releases. With an upcoming anime adaptation on the horizon, it's the perfect time to bring the series to print, and I'm excited to finally add it to my collection. The story follows a legendary assassin known as the Fable who is advised to lay low in Osaka after a bloody period of gang enforcement in Tokyo.
Hello.
Tasked with living a
How are
normal
you?
life for a year, he faces a world of challenges with his usual professionalism. But can he truly escape his past, or will the Osaka underworld draw him back in? The Fable stands out as one of the best when it comes to titles featuring hitman protagonists, and this is across all media. It delves into the challenges of escaping a life of being a hitman, akin to something like John Wick, so it's action-packed and thrilling, but it also has a way of highlighting these characters who by all accounts are criminals in ways that make you root for and connect with them. They showcase how being a hitman is a job that always comes back to haunt you. When your life has been nothing but killing, the Fable begs the question of how can you settle down and truly live, and this makes it unexpectedly warm and touching to read at times. It's not all serious, it's quite hilarious as well. While Sakamoto Days is my favorite shonen that highlights a hitman trying to lay low and live a normal life, the Fable takes my top spot for seinen. As far as modern shonen goes, the past few years have had some of my all-time favorite releases like Chainsaw Man, Dandadan, and Sakamoto Days. 2024 is continuing the momentum with one of my most anticipated, Goku Rakugai, hitting shelves thanks to Viz. I initially fell in love with this series after reading its one-shot, which evolved into this serialized version arriving this year. This story is set in the gritty, lawless confines of Goku Rakugai, where troubleshooters Alma and Tao stand as beacons of justice amid the chaos. Catering to a wide array of clients, their missions frequently confront them with the city's darkest menaces, monstrous entities that prey on its inhabitants. Motivated by both a sense of justice and money, they take on human and inhuman adversaries and help individuals in need, all while navigating life in a place that's lost all law and order. The series stands out with its unique art style and character designs. Honestly, it has some of the best artwork I've seen in a while, and the characters are just as interesting. This is one I'd especially love to see an anime adaptation of. It's one of those series that would be incredible as an anime because of its vivid storytelling and dynamic panels. I truly can't recommend this one enough, and you can look forward to its release on April 16th. Dark Horse is shining the spotlight on Trigun and its sequel, Trigun Maximum, in 2024, with the release of new deluxe editions starting on April 23rd. This news is exciting not just because I am a fan and I've longed to own a premium edition of the series, but also because it will get into the hands of more and more people, especially given the scarcity and high cost of the previous editions. If you are new to Trigun, it is set in the desert world of Gunsmoke, where a mysterious bounty hangs above the head of Vash the Stampede. His guns can pierce the planet, which explains why the locals tremble at the very mention of his name. The reward for his capture or assassination is $60 billion double dollars. Every trigger-happy psycho in creation is aiming to claim Vash dead or alive. Trigun has a nostalgic feel to it with its western-like vibe and setting, but it's set in a futuristic time as well, and this makes it unique. On top of all that, it's action-packed and full of comedy. It's one of the most entertaining series I've ever read.
I opened a 360 checking account when...
Okay, let's see. Okay.
fuck? Okay, hold on.
Has been one of my most wanted print releases. I own a premium edition of the series, but also because it will get into the hands of more and more people, especially given the scarcity and high costs of the previous editions. If you are new to Trigon, it is set in the desert world of Gunsmoke, where a mysterious bounty hangs above the head of Vash the Stampede. His guns can pierce the planet, which explains why the locals tremble at the very mention of his name. The reward for his capture or assassination is $60 billion double dollars. Every trigger-happy psycho in creation is aiming to claim Vash dead or alive. Trigon has a nostalgic feel to it with its western-like vibe and setting, but it's set in a futuristic time as well, and this makes it unique. On top of all that, it's action-packed and full of comedy. It's one of the most entertaining series I've ever read. Next is Hira Yasumi, an upcoming slice-of-life seinen by Keigo Shinzo.
Is it seinen?
It follows 29-year-old and carefree Hiroto Ikuta, who doesn't have a girlfriend, a steady job, or a life plan, and he couldn't be happier. But his breezy attitude confounds others in a world fraught with anxiety and uncertainty. After striking up an unlikely friendship with the neighborhood's grumpy elder, Hiroto unexpectedly inherits her house and some challenging emotions. When his 18-year-old cousin Nasumi moves in, Hiroto's carefree lifestyle faces a test as she grapples with her struggles as an inspiring art student. This series beautifully captures the essence of cherishing life's simple pleasures, like the sun's warmth, the fragrance of the flowers, or the gentle breeze. It serves as a reminder not to overlook the beauty in the ordinary and to appreciate what we have in the here and now. I have always appreciated series like Hira Yasumi, which while don't have many bells and whistles, are beautiful in their own right. I've come to appreciate simplicity more and more in my own life, so Hira Yasumi couldn't have arrived at a more perfect time. These volumes are going to be released under Viz's SIG series, which are larger in comparison to their standard Shonen Jump releases like Dorohedoro and Dead Dead Demons. You can look forward to its release on May 21st. The Fragrant Flower Blooms with Dignity is a charming take on Romeo and Juliet. It's partially set at Chidori High, where underachievers and our main character Rentaro go to school.
I'm just working on what I
He
just
meets
did
a girl from the
over
prestigious Kikyo Girls High and falls for her. But their budding romance faces challenges as they navigate the divide between their schools and societal expectations. I enjoy this series because it's a heartwarming read. Since this is a retelling of Romeo and Juliet, there's bound to be some drama, and a star-crossed lover's relationship takes center stage. As a fan of the source material, I appreciate the creator's take on Romeo and Juliet,
If you're
featuring
wondering,
relatable
yes, this is the
characters
original
who,
character I'm
while
working
fitting
on.
into some familiar tropes like the misunderstood guy and the clever girl, are still authentic and engaging. The Fragrant Flower Blooms with Dignity is a romance and drama story that, while simple, is executed exceptionally well. If you like Romeo and Juliet or wholesome stories, I highly recommend this one. This next one, Full Night, a new seinen series, immediately grabbed my attention, not only because it was recommended by Sui Ishida, the creator of one of my top manga of all time, Tokyo Ghoul, but also thanks to its immense potential, unique setting, and exploration of thought-provoking themes. It is expected to be released from Viz under their SIG imprint on June 18th. Full Night is set in a bleak future where the earth is shrouded in thick clouds blocking the sun, suffocating life, and humanity faces extinction. The concept of transfloration emerges as a desperate measure to prevent this, converting humans into oxygen-producing plants. Amid this dystopian setting, Toshiro Kamiya faces a harrowing decision: undergo transfloration to save his ailing mother or cling to the remnants of his humanity. Full Night dives deep into the moral complexities that come with self-sacrifice and human resilience in the face of survival, particularly emphasizing the lengths one would go to protect their loved ones and the lengths that humanity will go to survive. Set against the dystopian post-apocalyptic backdrop, one of my favorite settings, this series is similar in ways to two others I...
Bri, have you heard of this one? I don't think I've heard of this one, unless I was not paying attention. Have you heard of this one? I don't think so.
Love, Tokyo Ghoul, and Heavenly Delusion. What sets Full Night apart is not just its unique storyline and beautifully drawn panels, but also its indescribable allure that hooks you from the start. I can't help but feel that Full Night is truly special, and I'm excited for its release this year. This next one was recently announced. Viz announced that they are releasing Kagurabachi in the fall. It follows the story of Chihiro, who dedicates his days to training alongside his renowned swordsmith father, aspiring to follow in his footsteps and become a master sword maker. Their days together, full of lighthearted banter and earnest dedication to their craft, seem like they will last forever. but their existence is shattered instantly by a devastating tragedy, plunging Chihiro into a world consumed by darkness and driven by vengeance. With sword in hand, Chihiro embarks on a relentless quest for retribution and heads down a new path full of battles and challenges. Based on some of the series I mentioned earlier, including this one, I definitely have a thing for revenge stories, but Kagurabachi is one of the shonen that has recently debuted to capture my attention. It has an interesting power system, and from the chapters I've read, it has a lot of potential. If you're a fan of shonen with a darker edge like me, Kagurabachi is one you'll want to check out this fall. I also wanted to talk about some other releases, most notably new additions, but also some series I'm interested in picking up this year as well. This year, a Vampire Knight manga box set is releasing on October 22nd. We are also getting Red River 3-in-1 editions that are releasing on October 15th. You and I Are Polar Opposites, which is releasing on May 7th. My Name is Shingo, the Perfect editions, which are arriving on February 27th. Also coming out is a Go-Go Monster 2nd edition hardcover on June 25th, Last Quarter on September 3rd, and a Fire Force manga box set on June 4th. I wanted to note these real quick because these are some exciting new releases that are on the horizon as well. These are all of the series I'm looking forward to picking up this year so far. Of course, it's early, so more announcements are sure to be on the way. As new series I'm excited about are announced, I'll be sure to update you guys via top comment in my community tab. I have a post on my website, animecollective.com, that I'll be keeping updated over the course of the year too, if you'd like to check that out. That's it for the video, guys. Which series are you excited to pick up this year? Let me know in the comments below. As always, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you all next time.
Okay, so... Bro, you still here? Let me see. Blue. Let me see. Ooh. I got one more reaction.
Choosing a bra.
Well, actually, not.
Hey guys, it's Kristen from Anime Collective.
We'll look for one more manga. 13 new manga you need to read in 2023. I know 2023 is over, but this might be interesting. So, we'll do one more, just for Bri. Being a good sport for waiting throughout all those other stuff I had to do, so we'll do another one.
There are a lot of exciting new manga series releasing in 2023, and more are sure to be on the way. In this video, I only included series that are releasing for the first time with English translation, and that are receiving print releases, so digital releases are not on this list.
Samurai.
And if you are interested in picking up any of these manga, I've included pre-order links.
You've been a good sport. Like, it's... I know, I'm pretty sure you don't mind the videos that we watch, but I'm pretty sure they kind of get a little bit annoying and boring after a while, and they're not exciting to hear about, because they're usually back news, so I understand.
That all being said, here are the new manga you need to be reading in 2023. I have to talk about Innocent by Shinichi Sakamoto first. When Dark Horse announced that they would be releasing 3-in-1 omnibuses of the series at Anime NYC, I couldn't believe it. Definitely up there with the announcement of Homunculus for me, which I'm going to talk about later, as news of the year. I would honestly have been happy with any of Sakamoto's works being printed, whether it be The Climber or DRCL, but Innocent is an incredible first step, and I'm really hoping this means that all of his works will be on the way in the future too. Innocent is set before the French Revolution, and its story is told from the perspective of Charles Henry Sanson, who comes from a family of executioners. He takes on this role even though he doesn't want to, in order to essentially change the system from within. One of the things about Shinichi Sakamoto's works that always captivates me is not only the fact that he emphasizes reality, and this is something you can see through his hyper-realistic artwork, but I also really love the fact that you can hear what's happening on the page. You don't just see the events that are unfolding before you, you feel them, hear them, and more. It's as if you're in the very scene. I remember seeing an interview with him where he said he was experimenting with not using onomatopoeia in his panels. He wants to make you imagine those sounds rather than tell you they are there, and he excels at doing so. He even goes as far to help the reader understand what something would sound like in his works. For instance, in Koko no Hito, he mentioned that the sound of a glacier collapsing is not something that we come across every day. But we see and hear buildings collapsing in film all the time. So he drew a panel of a building collapsing before to give the reader the idea as to what it would sound like. He is truly one of the best artists of our time. Also, all of the details and work he puts into making Innocent, and how all of its characters are accurate to the time period it's set in, is incredible. The details of their clothing, their hair, where they live, and the settings they take part in is just above and beyond, and it's a true masterpiece through and through. Innocent is one of my top series from Sakamoto, but also one of my top series of all time. We have stunning artwork, detailed and intricate, that's full of emotion and symbolism. He showcases our characters' emotions in abstract ways, but his works are rooted entirely in realism. It's one of the best historical series I've ever read and is full of drama and is quite over the top in the best way possible too. The first volume is expected to release on November 22nd, 2023, so be sure to keep
The reason
an eye
why
out for
it's so quiet because I'm doing a reactionary video, believe it or not. And this is why I'm so quiet, and you probably hear the music that's playing from TikTok. We're doing reactions, so I do a bunch of reactions based on like wokeism or something that's going on manga stuff or this comic book stuff, and we're doing it right now. We're on the last video, and a lot. So you go on YouTube, you can see the reactionary stuff, or you can go look at my tutorials on how I do art. So like those are there as well. So yeah, you can go check them out if you like. It's on on YouTube. Who's playing these frickin' games?
This next manga already released from Yen Press in January 2023. It's Oshinoko from the creators of Scum's Wish and Kaguya-sama Love is War. I actually did an early look at this one on the channel if you'd like to check it out. There's also an anime of this one coming in April 2023 too, so there's a lot to look forward to. Oshinoko is quite an out there series, but I love these types of stories, so this is a compliment coming from me. I was excited for this one because it's written by the creator of one of my favorite romantic comedies, Kaguya-sama Love is War, and is illustrated by the creator of Scum's Wish. I enjoy both of their works individually, so I was excited to read this one. If you are looking for a series about an idol, the MC is one, but if you're thinking this is going to be your typical idol story, you are in for something else entirely. This one shines a unique light on what it means to be an idol and the struggles that come with being one, like always being in the public eye and having to fake emotions for the camera, and the issues that people who are famous face in the industry altogether. But it's a supernatural story too. In this story, Ai Hoshino, an idol, ends up pregnant and heads to a rural hospital to secretly have her twins. The doctor there, Goro, just so happens to be a fan of hers. One thing leads to another and a mysterious figure kills him. He wakes up to find out he's been reborn as Ai's newborn son, Aquamarine. There's quite a bit of mystery to this one that makes it an interesting read, and it's a unique story involving reincarnation too. It's on Manga Plus if you'd like to check it out, and is currently releasing now from Yen Press. Welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun has been releasing since 2017 in Japan and is finally getting an English print release thanks to Kodansha in 2023. You may have already watched the anime, which is incredible as well, but the manga is even better in my opinion. It has a great sense of...
Is it really? Because like I don't know. Like it just looks... Maybe it's just me. I think I'm going based on the art style alone. Is it worth the watch or even worth the read? It looks really meh to me. I don't know. It looks like something that came out in like 06. Like it gives me like what's that anime called? Sergeant Toad vibes. Is it Toad or Sergeant Frog? I think it's Sergeant Frog. Is it like that? I feel like it's like that. I have that feeling. I could be wrong, but then again, I never really know.
Samurai. People don't talk about it much.
I don't know if people don't talk about it. Yeah, I don't see anyone talk about it. And every time I see that main character, it reminds me of Deku.
Of humor and lighthearted comedic moments, fun as well as lovable characters, and the fantasy demon world that this one is set in, and the world building in this one makes it a true joy to read. It is an isekai story with an extremely unique setup and story. Our MC, Iruma, is transported to another world when his parents sign a contract with Sullivan, a high-ranking demon. He will have to keep the fact that he's a human hidden and convince everyone he's a demon, which becomes increasingly more difficult when he begins attending demon school. Of course, though, there's more to this story than we initially realized. A lot of the humor in the series is a result of Iruma's interactions with the students as well as his teachers, but it's through them that he also begins to learn a lot about himself and begins to grow as an individual and form strong bonds with others. The characters are extremely lovable too. It's just a fun and amazing read. I highly recommend checking this one out if you haven't already when it begins releasing in spring 2023. This next one, Helk, is an amazing action fantasy coming from Viz in 2023. It's one of my most anticipated of the year and it's a hidden gem. In Helk, the Demon Empire holds a tournament to choose the next Demon King. The favorite contestant to win is Helk, a kind-hearted human who says the reason he wants to become the Demon King is to defeat his own race. Or does he have an ulterior motive? Dark forces are at work in this one too. While it has a seemingly simple premise, it's a fantasy story that flips the script in a lot of ways. Not only is the individual that wins the Demon King tournament a human, but he despises humans as well, which makes for an interesting and unexpected story. It also has a lot of depth. The series starts out as a fun, heartwarming read, but as it develops, becomes more serious, so you feel a lot of different emotions while reading the series. Like many of the manga I enjoy, it's fun, will make you laugh, but it also knows how to pull on your heartstrings as well. It also has some incredible characters, including the main characters Helk and Vamiro, who have a wonderful dynamic. In addition to having a great cast of characters, it also has great world building. Insomniacs After School is one that just has a really refreshing vibe to it, and it's quite a healing and relaxing read. There's something oddly melancholic but ultimately beautiful to it, and the humor as well as the dynamic between its characters remind me a lot of the characters in Dead Dead Demons, which is one of my all-time favorite series. If you enjoy series like Call of the Night, you'll want to check this one out too. And while it's not a supernatural one like Call of the Night is, the tone of the series and the main characters and their stories are similar. Insomniacs After School follows two students who have insomnia that find solace together in the school's abandoned observatory. This secret hideout becomes a safe haven for them where they can rest. They form an unexpected bond and find comfort within each other. It's nice to know that someone not only knows but understands what you are going through, so it makes for a touching story, and their connection is beautiful to witness. For me, slice of life series really hinge on their characters as well as the topics and themes they explore. Insomniacs After School not only has a unique premise, but relatable and likable characters too. It's just a nice, calming read that feels very fresh, and it's one you want to keep an eye out for when it releases from Viz in March 2023. Dark Gathering is an exciting supernatural horror series releasing from Viz in 2023. The story follows a college freshman who has been haunted by his ability to attract spirits and the collateral damage it's caused in the past. In an attempt to blend into society, he becomes a private tutor, but supernatural danger returns when his first student enlists him in her quest to find the spirit that took her mother away. It's really good.
What is the type of art you're
art
into,
style,
though?
intriguing
I'm very
premise,
curious.
cool
Is it
character
anime or is it
designs,
something
and it
more
shows a lot of promise so
realism or
far.
what?
This one is definitely going to catch fire in the next few years. Dark supernatural fantasies like Kemono Jihen, Shadow's House, and Miyaroko-chan are series I enjoy, and Dark Gathering is very much in the same vein as these types of series, so it contains topics and themes like the occult that are interesting too. This one is dark and horror-filled, more so than other shonen I've read, so if you are a fan of horror, you'll be surprised to see the panels that show up in this series. March Comes In Like a Lion is releasing from Dimpa starting in March. It follows Ray, a young prodigy that lives alone. He's on the verge of turning pro in shogi, but he has no home life or much of a life outside the game until he meets his lifelong friends. With their help, he gets an opportunity to start over, and we see him grow and develop over the course of the series. It's an Iyashike as well as a seinen manga, so this one is full of heartfelt as well as tough moments, and it focuses on realism too. It gets deep into
Is
the
there a
meaning
particular I'm doing well, just trying to work on this new character design. You know me, I have a problem when it comes to character design. I'll make a whole new character and then abandon it, throw it out. You know what I mean? Just the other day I did a bunch of this. Let me see. Let's see. Fun time. There you go. We did this yesterday, so I'm gonna have you guys vote on that soon in time, and then you guys can pick which one you like the most. Of all of them and all that great stuff, so you can pick which outfit is the best one. You'll get to vote on that when I post that later. And there's me. Let me see. Okay. Red hair. You pick red hair. She picks red hair. I gotcha.
of life, what it means to be human, and it's a highly...
Oh, just to answer, for Star, I just want to let you know, there's a guy named Rhino Tuna, or Reno Tuna, depending on who you're talking to. You go to Instagram and type in Rhino Tuna, it'll look like a fish icon. You're gonna like that character, you're gonna like that artist more, because he does semi-realized anime. You might check him out. You might even heard of him, for all I know.
Highly relatable series, which is further enhanced by the fact that it mirrors reality. The characters and their personalities as well as lives are believable, and it's easy to get behind the characters and their stories really resonate with me. All in all, it's one that connected deeply with me emotionally and personally. It reminds me a lot of Your Lie in April in ways, but Barakamon too, so if you enjoyed either, I highly recommend getting into this one when it releases this year. Soloist in a Cage is one you may have already read on Manga Plus, but it's getting a print release in May 2023 from 7 Seas. It's
Yeah,
dystopian
if you
and
need
it's
help
set in
finding
a
it, let me
city
know.
that is better described as a walled-off and heavily guarded
here.
prison that's cut off from the rest of the world. So those who live there are very much stuck in a cage. Those who dare try to escape have to overcome not only a tough climb, but also have to sneakily do so as to not raise an alarm and awaken guard robots that guard it. In this city lives Chloe, our MC, and her baby brother. She dreams of a better life for him and will do anything to protect him, even if that must mean escaping this place forever, no matter the cost. On top of having beautiful artwork which pulls you into this bleak and snowy world, it is an emotional read. It's a 3-volume series, but while it's short, it doesn't feel rushed in any way, and it's one that has a lasting impact.
Trust me,
Recently,
it's hard to
for no reason
it's
at
hard
all,
to find
I
them
asked Mint
because it's
Mobile's
hard to
legal
do.
team if big wireless companies
Because
are
stylization tends to overrun that of the realism, and the realism tends to overrun that of the stylization. Because remember, realism tends to have restraint when stylization doesn't. I'm an art teacher, so I know how this goes. So like, when you make something super realistic, it has to be restrained based on whatever the. I wouldn't say just the universe. It has to be in the universe that you live in, like in real life, because it's realistic. So you have to keep that restraint. But when it comes to stylization, you can do a little bit more, get away with a little more, but it may not convey what you want.
Hikaru Died is one of the best new horror manga series I've read in a while. It follows 2 boys, Yoshiki and Hikaru, who grew up together in a small village. One day, Yoshiki notices that something is different about Hikaru and discovers that an imposter has taken control over his body. With a real Hikaru gone in spirit but not in body, Yoshiki struggles to let him go and decides that he'd rather be with whatever it is than lose Hikaru forever. Since it's set in a village where strange incidents begin occurring, it reminds me a lot of Higurashi, especially in regards to its setting and atmosphere. There's something that's just not quite right about this village. The people are secretive and dark whispers move around the town. The animals are uneasy and there's an ominous terror lurking in the shadows as well as the trees of the mountains. All in all, with all of the unexpected and unexplained happenings, it's an unsettling read. At the same time, it's very emotional as you watch Yoshiki come to terms with his new reality. It's chock full of mystery, has a beautiful story and art, and is one of the best new horror manga I've read to date. If you love mystery as well as supernatural manga, you'll want to give this one a shot. Yen Press announced that they were releasing this one with English translation, so it will be available to collect soon this year. Sora in the House of Monsters is a new manga by the creator of Marygrave that has beautifully drawn settings and architecture and unique character designs. It's releasing from 7 Seas in 2023. To put it simply, it follows the travels of a monster architect who's conscientious about his client's very specific and unique needs.
14 years. Okay,
a knight who battled these monsters before a
I'm
time
gonna
of peace
guess that
stumbles
you wanna
across
play
him and his
PUBG.
band one day on her search for a new
Since your
home.
day was long.
Unexpectedly, after meeting him and seeing his work, she decides to work with him and they embark on a new journey together. What initially captured me about this series was its art. It's so intricate and has a unique style. The architecture and settings actually remind me a lot of some of my favorite action-adventure games, and so does the world building. It's an enjoyable and fun action-adventure fantasy series that has a touching story, and it really takes a look at what it means to have a home, a place where you feel comforted, somewhere you can rest and recharge at the end of the day, feel safe and make memories, and how everyone from monsters and heroes deserve to have a place they call their own. We see our MC searching for a home of her own, so there's quite a bit of depth to this one too. The Horizon is a manhwa by JH, and it's one of the most harrowing stories I've ever read. And despite it only being 21 chapters, it was still as impactful, if not more impactful, than some stories I've read that have 100 chapters, if not more. It didn't quite make me cry as much or take as much a toll on me as series like Goodnight Poon Poon or No Longer Human, but it came close, and for a series that's this compact, this is a huge feat. The Horizon is releasing from Eyes Press in June 2023, and it was confirmed at Anime NYC 2022. By the way, I want to mention JH's other series, The Boxer, real quick, because he's written not 1 but 2 series that hooked me. If you love JH's works or you love stories about boxing, it's one you'll want to check out. I actually have a video showcasing the first volume on the channel if you'd like to check it out and learn more about the series. One thing I really enjoy about all of JH works, though, including The Horizon, is the commentary on life. JH takes these stories, one that's about 2 kids living in the aftermath of a cataclysmic war, and another that's about a boxer, and tells them in a way that feels poetic. So the storytelling element is a strong suit of these for sure, but his stories also feel very real, and his characters are very relatable. The Horizon is one of the most profound and dark series I've ever read. It's similar to The Road, and to this day that movie still haunts me, much in the same way The Horizon still haunts me to this day, but even more so because there's no parent or parents helping these children in this story. Instead, the story follows a young boy who is trying to survive in a post-apocalyptic world after losing his mother. One day he meets a young girl who is struggling to do the same, and they accompany one another on their journey. Despite all the scary moments and obstacles they face, they push forward in search of a safe haven and are looking for light and hope in this dark world. Of course, that light can very well be felt at times in their interactions with one another, but it's very clear from the images in this story that the loneliness that these two feel, despite having one another, still exists. They meet other survivors along the way, adults who have lost their way and most notably have lost their humanity in their endeavor to survive no matter the cost. It's a tough read that, while has little dialogue, has so much to say. The atmosphere and emotion that the author conveys through the art is unbelievable as well. You really grasp the great nature of the situation, and the way the story unfolds is just so expertly done. It's one that absolutely broke me, but I'm glad I experienced it nonetheless because it's one of my favorites of all time. Keep an eye out for the first volume, which is releasing from Ice Press in June 2023. Sci-fi, seinen, and boichi fans, including myself, are in for a big treat in 2023 with the release of Origin, which is coming in fall 2023 from Kodansha. Boichi is well known as the artist behind Dr. Stone, but he has also brought us amazing series like Sunken Rock and Origin. I'm a huge fan of his works. He's one of the most incredible artists I've ever seen. He's one of the best of our time. Origin first released in Japan in 2016 and finished releasing in 2019 with 10 volumes. It has been released in a number of different languages, but this is the first time it will be printed in English. I really hope this means that Sunken Rock is coming soon too. Origin is set in the future in the capital city of Tokyo, which is now connected to Eurasia by a transcontinental railroad. Criminals and terrorists live in this metropolitan darkness, as well as mysterious creatures who prey on humans. Only one stands against them: Origin. Boichi's series always have a great sense of humor, as well as emotional moments to connect you further into his stories. They are action-packed and feature incredibly detailed and stunning art. Robots with advanced AI exist in this story, but the real beauty to this one is that our MC is an android who wants to learn more about himself and what it means to be alive. There are plenty of emotional as well as beautiful moments, but we get some badass action as well as comedy too. We even have some deeper exploration here, not quite as deep as series like Pluto by Naoki Urasawa, but it still gets into the whole what does it mean to be human and robots with feelings narratives. There's also a great deal of self-reflection in this one, but it also has the action and detailed, unique artwork you'd see in series like Inuyashiki, so if you're a fan of either, definitely give this one a shot. It's quite fun and entertaining to read, but has a lot of depth to it as well. Homunculus by Hideo Yamamoto, the mind that also brought us Ichi the Killer, is one of the best thrillers and psychological horror manga I've ever read. Seven Seas recently announced that they will be releasing Homunculus with English translation in an oversized omnibus format. It was announced in 2022, definitely the biggest and most exciting manga news of the year for me, along with the announcement of Innocent. The story follows Susumu Nakoshi. One day he's in a lavish hotel, the next day he's living in his car. He is approached by the mysterious Manabu Ito, a medical student who says he's a perfect candidate for his experiment. He initially rejects his offer, but later accepts it when his car is towed and is in need of cash. In exchange for 700,000 yen, Nakoshi lets Ito drill a hole into his skull via a method called trepanation. At first, everything seems normal for Nakoshi following this experimental surgery, but this all changes when the effects kick in and he begins seeing the homunculus in every person. Watching Nakoshi undergo this experimental surgery is a horror in itself, but it's the after effects of the surgery and the distorted humans that Nakoshi now sees that are the most unsettling. It's hard to know what's real or not in this one too as you're reading, so there's an element of mystery to this series as you work to understand what is happening to Nakoshi as he himself is trying to understand what is going on as well. You really feel like you're in the story when Nakoshi has resolved. It's one of my favorite series and I hope you'll check it out when it releases this year. Before I sign out, I also want to mention Goodbye Eri by Tatsuki Fujimoto, the creator of Chainsaw Man and Fire Punch, which I highly recommend picking up. It's a one-shot, so it's a quick yet incredible read that you can get into in 2023. Windbreaker, which is arriving in fall 2023 from Kodansha. It's a delinquent shonen story, so I'm excited for this one too.
Number 1, Rhino Tuna. That's 1. 2, Lack Illustrated. 3, I think his name is Roita. They're all on Instagram, so they'll all mention. They're also on Twitter. Roita. The fourth one is, I would say Hirikoshi from My Hero Academia because I like his sketches. Number 5 would probably be, I do like Pororo's work.
Those are the 5 I think mention. And I'll actually say 6 is Robeto.
I'm also excited to pick up Akane Banashi,
All these characters
Heart
are
Gear
all
by
these
the creator
people
of
are on
Black
Instagram.
Torch.
You can check
I
them out.
absolutely loved Black Torch and wish it would have kept going. So I'm
Oh.
excited to pick up.
I actually like the person. I also like the artist who's working on the Arthur, or the creator of what do you call it? Gotcha the Kuda. So yeah.
Up their latest. I'm also intrigued by Don't Call It Mystery, which is releasing from 7 Seas and is by Yumi Tamura, the creator of Basra and 7 Seeds. I'll be for sure getting Chojin X by Tsui Ishida, the creator of one of my all-time favorites, Tokyo Ghoul, Boys Abyss, Megumi and Segumi, and Tsugumi Project 2. There are 2 other final releases to look out for that aren't new but are new format releases. The first is the Vinland Saga Deluxe Editions, which are premium 3-in-1 collector's hardcovers. I will for sure do a video comparing the 2 editions from Kodansha when they come out, so stay tuned for that. Expect these to be releasing in the fall of 2023. There's also a new box set coming out for Toilet Bound Hanako-kun from Yen Press as well. There's so much to look forward to, but these are the ones that I'm looking forward to the most. What about you all? What new manga are you excited to pick up most in 2023 so far? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks as always for watching, guys, and I'll see you all next time.
Alright, so with that said, I'm pretty much done at this point. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Like, subscribe, share, and subscribe. I can't talk today. Like, subscribe, share, and comment, all that great stuff. If you guys enjoy this, I'll see you guys in the next one. I do appreciate it, and hit that or smash that subscribe button. It's funny when people
Samurai.
say
K Urina.
that. Let me see. K Urina. I'm back. Okay. So, like, with that said, we're going to jump out of here, guys. Have a great night, and I'll see you guys in the next one. This was Anime Collective. Give them a follow if you want to check out more of their videos. We'll do more reactions later on in time. I was going to play video game, but it's already 11, and no one wants to do that right now. So, like, have a great night, guys. This was fun for me making a bunch of character designs, just random stuff. Alright, later, Star. I do appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. I do appreciate it very much. We're about to jump out, and have a great night, and stay frosty. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Later, guys. Bye-bye.